Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
We book Esports World Cup.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
For 6 teams to prove themselves. If you succeed, you go to groups. If you fail, you're going home.
I think we do have what it takes to win the whole thing, just off practice alone and how we did as a team 1 month together. So I think our chances are high to go the whole way.
We're confident in every single tournament we're going to win, and obviously EWC is a cool event. And yeah, I mean, I think we can win it.
A lot of players, they treat the EWC as like the place they want to go to, the place they want to be at. I think for a lot of teams going here, it is the dream. There's 2 spots left to go to groups. Everyone's got a shot, but only one. And one mistake, you'll be going home instead of going to groups.
Welcome to the second day of Rainbow Six Siege here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Anne, I'll be your host on the B stream, and joining me on the caster desk, we have Dave and Jesse here, just like yesterday. Yesterday was a very long day, and especially for you, Jesse, being here until the very end, it was definitely worth it, though.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we got to see so many good games. The matches that we were watching went all the way into overtime. We saw 8-7, 8-7 to end out the stream. So if today's games are anything like yesterday, we're in for a good time.
I mean, what a day to start off the tournament, right? Like, just amazing game, amazing just teams not giving up. Especially ag.al we're about to see. They actually were down 7-1 the first map and were able to just withstand the whole day. Imagine that's such a long day for them to be playing through, and now again have to go again another best of 3 and then potentially another best of 3 today. So it's a marathon here, not a sprint.
It is, yeah, especially with the tournament lasting 2 weeks in total. We're only just in our play-ins for now. These, of course, are 8 teams that are competing for those 2 spots to be joining everybody else in the group stage. We already said goodbye to 2 teams yesterday. We saw the Keys be cross of Chiefs and King Zero, and today the fight will continue inside of our play-ins. Let's have a look at our format then for the tournament. We have one of the biggest tournaments in Rainbow Six Siege, 22 teams in total. So just a little bit of a video and a reminder of what the format exactly is like.
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege returns to the Esports World Cup for another year of intense FPS action. This time, we have 2 weeks of competition, 22 top teams from around the world, and a massive $2 million prize pool. Most teams here at the EWC have qualified through top placements in their local regional leagues. There are 4 teams from the NAL, SAL, EML, and CNL competitions, along with 2 teams from Oceania, 1 from Asia, and 1 from APAC North. Rounding out the competition, the Alula Club, who won the Road to the EWC MENA qualifier, and returning the 2025 champions Team Secret, who are looking to defend their title. With so many clubs involved, we have a multi-stage format across 2 weeks. Things kick off with a play-in stage where 8 teams are split into 2 GSL groups. Win 2 matches and you qualify for the second phase. Lose 2 and you head home early. A winner of each play-in stage group will then play the second place team from the opposite group. The winner of those matches will earn a spot in the main event. The teams that qualified directly for the main event group stage have been split into 2 groups, the play-in teams joining them to make 8 teams in each group. Those teams will play a double elimination bracket with 4 teams from each group advancing to the playoffs. In the playoffs, second chances are gone as lower bracket is removed in favor of a single elimination competition. Teams will battle to make it to the final with a 3rd place match also set for the final day of the tournament. Opening matches in the play-in stage and group stage will be a best of 1. All other matches will be a best of 3 with the exception of the grand final, which will be a best of 5. There's a lot of Siege to play here at the EWC, and the stakes are higher than ever, so sit back, relax, and get ready to be entertained.
So that being the second day of play-ins, there's high-pressure matches all over today because our teams participating today either find themselves joining the group stage in a few hours from now, or they find themselves going home tomorrow. So talking about these 2 best of 3s they have to play, especially for the teams on stage right now, back-to-back, it's a lot of Siege you got to go through.
Yeah, I mean, it's the second day of competitions. We got 2 BO3s for the teams up there, and there's no more second chances. You lose 1 time today, and your tournament run is over. So it really provides some high-pressure moments, and these teams are going to have to play their highest level of Siege all day long just to make it.
Yes, and of course, speaking about high-pressure moments, going from one best of 3, the winning team, to another best of 3, that takes a lot of performance mentality to be making sure you're actually showing up into that second game, able to fully perform to your capabilities. So I feel like it's going to be a test to these teams and their foundation that they've been working on mentally too.
Yeah, it definitely will be. Now, looking at the prize pool as well, I mean, it is a tournament that a lot of... I mean, Penguin talked about it in the video, right? So it's a tournament that a lot of Siege players really want to go to. Of course, the winner for this tournament will be getting that 6th Invitational spot. We'll have that locked down by August, super early. But the prize pool, it is life-changing money. We see that with the former winners, former competitors as well. And especially, you know, the further you get, it increases by a lot.
Yeah, I mean, every single match matters, and even today, like, if you win today, you're going from 17,500 up to 20K, and then every other win is going to build up more and more and more, and when we get into that final weekend next week, it's just going to be crazy the amount of cash these teams are bringing home.
So of course, it's just not the main staple, I feel like, because of course, I feel like the key is ultimately just one of the coolest factors in this tournament. Of course, as a player, the prize pool increase, you know, it's going to be in the back of their minds for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't often have a 3rd place match either, right, in Siege competitions, but this one, it's like almost $100,000 difference in that 3rd place match, which is incredible as well. There's so much to play for here inside of EWC. But talking about our play-ins as well, we do have 2 different groups in total going through this. Group A, Group B. Of course, we saw a team going home already. I asked you guys yesterday who you thought were gonna make it through this. I think the Shopify Rebellion one is pretty valid with what we saw from yesterday, but mibr.los, I feel like, you know, I don't like to, you know, give myself my own flowers here, but Fnatic might be getting that done today.
Yeah, of course, Fnatic have been looking really good, and I mean, it was a little bit disappointing seeing their game against GK in the European League after they beat G2, and they came in kind of flat. They said it wasn't a good day, but they've really come into this tournament and shown that, you know, they picking up where they left off in that G2 game, and they look really just together as a team. Speaking to them backstage, the vibes are very good. Citizen's happy, and when he's happy, he's fragging.
A lot of chicken nuggets being eaten as well, what we heard in the interview.
For sure. But you know what? Even with mibr.los not finding the success that we maybe expected of them, they're going to be disappointed in themselves. They still have opportunities to prove themselves as well. They'll be fighting through these next couple of games to try to make it into that top 16. And Fnatic, what a surprise it was getting to that top spot. They absolutely impressed me yesterday.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion, as we see in Group A, very clean there yesterday with their 2 victories. They move on to the second best of 3 for today. That match in the bottom left still, like, I keep thinking about it. A 7-1 for Chiefs on map 1. 2 8-7s for all of those to find themselves back. Like, they were getting loud on that stage yesterday. We were in the green room meters away, and we were hearing them breaking this place down.
Of course, Valentino, I mean, he's been a long-time friend of mine, amazing person, amazing player, and I'm happy to finally see him back at this level after being away for so long. So I'm just really happy for them, and I'm happy to see if they can perform today.
And, you know, we saw the elimination match in Group A go crazy late. Even in Group B, CAG mibr.los versus King Zero Esports, that was a banger of a match as well. It went the distance with every single one of those elimination games coming down to the wire. And that's what we should expect at the Esports World Cup, right? When everything is on the line, when it's do or go home, these teams have put in everything to try to make that count.
We now know our first place from each of these groups. So in Group B, we see Fnatic taking that first place here. That means that in the schedule for today, they will have to play against the number 2 from Group A. So you won't be facing any teams from your same group in that second best of 3 for the qualification to group stage. But then again, we're seeing potential really good matches there, because even the mibr.los CAG one, I feel like that's a difficult one to predict. We've seen CAG do really well. We've seen them do a little bit less. And then same for mibr.los. They've had some really good moments, even in SAL. And then yesterday it was a disconnect on the second game they played.
Yeah, I feel like both of those teams have very high highs and very low lows.
Yeah.
It really depends on how they show up on the day. So they're both going to need to bring their A game today. If they do that, you have to think maybe mibr.los might be the favorites, but it's really anybody's game. You don't know what those teams are going to look like when they show up.
Of course, and I think if CAG can really find that momentum they had that Zaka was talking about, where they were just playing their game, playing with the pace, I feel like it's going to be a very competitive game with mibr.los, because you could see in the beginning of that game against King Zero, they were struggling very hard with just the pace that they were putting up and being able to react to that. So I think the mibr.los need to really just sync together their team play and their cohesion with their mini plays and make sure they're actually playing as a team to get these victories.
Want to see what CAG's chances are like against mibr.los? You'll have to head over to the A stream for that game. Here on the B stream, we have Tyloo going up against ag.al, and then the winner of those will be going up against Fnatic. That's a big game coming in later today, and I feel like that also matches with our PlayStation 5 story of the day, right? We want to highlight Fnatic in that one, and kind of like their brand new days. The first time we see this team qualify to, or the organization rather, qualify to an event instead of being invited like it was back with Reload. So that's incredible stuff for them.
Yeah, I thought Fnatic was so good yesterday. I was surprised by how well they came out. Smith was a brand new player that I'm not that familiar with. Of course, he's been playing in EML, but this is his first international events, and I thought he was so good, so clutch on those defensive rounds, playing some really unforgiving roles on the offense as well, and finding some good value. So Fnatic blew me away yesterday.
Of course, and I feel like Deepak is just such an integral piece of that team, because he comes from that old Koi roster where it's just very info heavy and micro play heavy, and you can really see that in their gameplay, and they really try to just make their opponents very uncomfortable. And of course with Citizen, we go way back, underage. We used to share a team speak with them on Navi, so it's been very fun just to see his rise, and I'm very happy to see him back finding success at the grand stage. So
yeah, that'll be for our second match of the day, of course. All the stories of Fnatic, we'll be talking about them further later today. But for our first match here, we're going to focus our attention towards Tyloo, and we're going to be talking about ag.al as well, going up against each other in this first best of 3 here of the day. Big matchup, I mean, especially with ag.al being the only MENA representation left in this tournament here. I think it was really important yesterday in the interview. We saw how much it meant to them. I feel like Valentino was about to tear up in that one there. But speaking for their opponents for today, Tyloo, one of the representatives from CNL. Good start yesterday against Cheese. Securing that game in overtime was very big for them. I just feel like when they started to play against Shopify Rebellion, it was a bit of a team difference in there. But then again, we consider Shopify Rebellion to be one of the best teams inside the play-in, so kind of what we expected, maybe.
I think so, right? I mean, Shopify Rebellion are the boogeyman at this event, so Tyloo falling to them doesn't really hurt my opinion of them in any way. I still think Tyloo are a really impressive roster, and when you look back at some of their other games, both through CNL and here at this event, they've certainly shown that they can take some really big opponents and bring them to the brink. So I'm excited to see what Tyloo can do. I want to see them playing confident in themselves. I know sometimes they can get a little bit nervous against bigger opponents in bigger games, but if they show up with their full force today, they absolutely could take home this match.
And of course, I feel like, to your point, they really kind of let that Shopify game slip mentally, because even from Shopify players, I was sitting with them at lunch, they were saying, they were typing to them, don't beat us too hard. And I really like to just have them show up mentally fortified and say, even if they are the underdogs, you still need to have a chance in your own mind just to be playing, because we're at this tournament competing and everyone is in competition with each other. So if you're kind of taking some opponents too seriously and some not as seriously, it kind of affects your mental here. So I feel like they need to come into this game with confidence and attack ag.al.
Totally.
They have to, and we see Alula on our screens right now. An incredible match that they played yesterday, losing that first map, thinking they had a great idea, picking Fortress against Chiefs. They lost it earlier that day. It backfired for them quite heavily, but then they secured map 2 and 3 with 2 8-7s. Incredible result for this roster. They'll have to go up against Tyloo here today, and for the side of Tyloo, Jesse, they might have a bit of a birthday buff going on today.
Yes, they do. It's Songla's 22nd birthday today, so he's going to be playing and hoping to get a birthday gift of making it to the top 16 here at the tournament. Of course, he's going to have to help carry his team. He's one of the most experienced people on that roster alongside Jackie Wu, so being able to be one of the veterans on the team celebrating a birthday here at the Esports World Cup, a victory would be all he could ask for.
It will be, and on the side of Tyloo, I feel like the player that I'm going to be focusing towards most is Abe. He was really showing up yesterday. I would love to see him go up against Valentino, because in my opinion, he was the MVP for yesterday on the side of Alula, putting up numbers quite consistently over all 3 maps.
Well, of course, Valentino's always been a very skilled player, and a very aggressive player too, not afraid to make the play, and you really see that in the gameplay.
For sure.
He's really just a main piece of this team, so if they're looking to find success today, I'm looking towards Valentino to be leading that.
Yeah, Valentino often plays like kind of off on his own. He'll be that isolated player on a lot of the pushes, trying to provide that second dimension, a second angle for the execute, and he does a really good job of finding value getting picks without dying, without going down before it's really worthwhile. So I really like that from Valentino, another very experienced player for Alula, and I'm excited to see what he can bring today.
I feel like we talk a lot about what happened yesterday, of course, right? This is how these teams got here, so we have some footage exactly of what happened yesterday. Let's have a look at the games that we saw yesterday here on the B stream. All the action going down between our teams in best of ones and best of threes as well. Looking at the games here, of course, we saw Nighthaven Labs. I feel like that was the big talking point here with King Zero Esports. The fact that they were able to bring it out against mibr.los, that was a big one in my opinion. But then overtime, teams fumble in overtime sometimes. What is it with the mental maybe that could be on that side as a former player?
I feel like in these overtimes, the game goes really long, and basically you have to be able to just stay in the moment, but also you have to be able to know the different tendencies and the things that they're changing in their strategy. So you have to be able to still think about round 3 and 4, even round 2 and 1, but you can't be mentally attached to the loss or the wins. You have to just be there for the details and what you can effectively change for your OT rounds. And then also too, I feel like it comes down to just the pressure management, being able to breathe, stay present, because a lot of times in those matches you can get really tight and you often start to think about the expectation of the result, if it's a win, if it's a loss, if you guys are playing well or not. So you really have to let go of those attachments to allow yourself to play.
Yeah, and I feel like especially for a lot of these teams in Phase 1 who are a lot younger, they're a lot newer, they maybe don't have that experience at international events. The CNL teams play on land domestically, but it's not the same as the Esports World Cup. You come here, it's a whole nother level, and trying to grind through multiple games in one day, having to keep up that stamina, it's a real test for these young players. And even if they don't all pass that test here at the Esports World Cup, you can tell that they're getting set up for future tournaments to continue to show up and even arrive at future Esports World Cups in Siege.
And Alula will have to show similar resilience today, because as you could just see there on your screen, they were down 1-5 yesterday on that final map. They brought it back. They played a serious best of 3, and they find themselves here again. Just a few hours later is what it really feels like, playing yet another best of 3. Tyloo will be the first to pick a map in this one. They've picked Chalet.
I like the Chalet pick coming through from Tyloo. It's a map that they play pretty consistently. They've got a strong record on it. The clubhouse is really what's catching my eye here, Dave, because we have not seen Tyloo play this map. Since forming as a roster at the beginning of the season, they've yet to play clubhouse. So that's going to be a big question mark for me. Alula, certainly knowing that information, will be hoping to catch them off guard with that pick.
And of course, clubhouse is a very default map too. You can really kind of expect what you would see from the strategy. It's not too much variation you can do. So I feel like Alula can just kind of play their game plan and just play their siege. So I feel like that's a good pick for them.
I feel like even with the decider as well, should we get there? Chiefs lost that map to Tyloo. So Tyloo have a success on that one. And then Alula, in that same day, decided it was a great idea to bring it out against them. That backfired. We saw that happening as well. So looking at this map, Vito, as a whole, who do we think might have the upper hand with the maps that have been selected? We talked about, some teams not having shown all these maps so far yet.
I feel like right now, I'd honestly say if Alula could take that first map off of them, I think it could be 2-0 for them going to Clubhouse. But if Tyloo get that first map, I think it's going to go map 3 here. And honestly, with Fort, it's going to be a 50-50 because Fort's a very fight-heavy map, There's a lot of gunfights, and it's just going to be a very even matchup.
I like Tyloo. They've got that third map, but they already have a win under their belt. I'm feeling good about their map veto here.
We often talk about how Siege is not just a sprint, it is a marathon, especially for our teams here today with the best of 3 starting on Chalet.
Thank you so much, and yes, this is where it all comes to light. Tyloo versus Alula. The winner of this match plays Fnatic in a next best of 3 later today. All games are do or die, lose and you go home. We're going through a lot of eliminations here on the second day of competition, so do buckle up and get ready for some banger matches. Starting off with the operator bans on Chalet, Dave, what are you seeing off the rip?
The cage is a little interesting here. Most of the time on Chalet, you usually see a zombie or a castle ban, plus a trap ban, and we're going to see the Wamai. That's a pretty standard issue ban now too. The Monty Snake are very good bans just to be able to deal with the Monty. The Monty is very hard to stop from the defensive side. You can take a lot of space from the attack without being able to be stopped. And the Snake too allows a lurker just to be able to lurk without drones fully. So they're leaving the Doke, the Deimos up. We're going to see that coming out off the rip. And honestly too, the biggest thing on the attacking side right now is being able to take what's banned and still run great lineups with it. And that's going to be the key for Tyloo.
Yeah, that Monty taken off the board, that's usually Doha's operator. He really likes those shields. He is the ag.al of the team. I confirmed with the squad last night, so they definitely have some of that experience. He's not going to be able to run that, but he does like the Twitch on Chalet quite a bit as well. This is his most common operator here for the top floor attack of Chalet. So Tyloo not going to feel too uncomfortable with the operator bans coming their way. I definitely agreed with you that I was expecting an Azami ban. I always say this when we cast Chalet. Azami is the #1 ban that we see taken off the board. 100% ban rate through this tournament at the very least, the one time that we saw it. So to see her up and being played by Bazooka is a huge surprise to me.
No, of course, and the Azami Castle combo becomes very deadly because this map from the attacker side, it's a very cut-heavy map where you can put pressure from outside the map, force defender rotations, and to get kills from outside the map. It allows you to take less risk. But with the Azami Castle up, you're forced to really get inside the building to clear these positions out. So I'm going to see how Tyloo adjusts to this here.
I mentioned it before the game started. Tyloo very comfortable on Chalet. They've got a 5-1 record just through stage 1 with this roster. So, of course, they're going to be experienced with these operator bans. They'll know what they're doing. They'll know that usually the Azami is the ban, but they've clearly got a plan to work around it. Oftentimes, that does involve running some DMRs. We see that being played by Joviker right now, so we'll see if they can try to use that to clear out some of these Kiva barriers. For now, though, Dave, they are worried about this roam game. We've got Joza playing down below on this Ella, trying to make a play in the basement.
No, it's a very good combo right now. They have the basement player who can go game side if they go library, and they have Valentino playing below to stop any rushes and beside the site. Looks like they're going to go for this dining kill right now. So long being in the basement, they have Grim on the soul window just to put pressure, and Jackie was going to look for a trophy entry right now. We're going to see they're going to look to double stack here. They're going to help Valentino below. They're going to play the fight below here. Let's see how Tyloo react.
Valentino and Joza trying to lock down this mid floor. As you said, Dave, Songle down on the west main stairs, going to try to make his way up from the basement. They've got so many different dimensions to this push, but it's Joviker, the first one that goes down, actually up on that bathroom window up top of the floor. Now they're trying to get the trade back, but these angles just aren't working for Songla. He desperately wants to try to find Mahagar up on that top floor, but instead the angles don't go his way. He'll destroy those barbed wires and continue to do work. Doha can rotate back over, pick up his teammate of Joviker. Excuse me. Make sure that they have him up and alive. He is bleeding out, but he's in a safe position, so this shouldn't be too dangerous. Minute 15. There's a lot of stalling going on from Tyloo right now.
They need to speed this up right now. They don't really know what entry point they want to go for. The west main side usually gets boxed up on this because they have the bathroom holes. Yeah. So usually you look for a short walk or a trophy window hunt, maybe a Sins combo. But right now, yeah, they're looking to flip off of this. They might just go top through sight.
It's getting to that time, right? Like they're low on the clock. They have to just commit to the bomb site at some point sooner rather than later. These solar windows can be so devastating.
Swing off the Grims here.
They're going to use the Grim and the shield from Blackbeard to try to make their way in without any harm. They do manage to do so successfully. Blackbeard is in. Jackie Wu, the defuse kit, finds the bathroom player and forces him back. Doesn't get the kill, but on solar stairs, Valentino just flanks up from down below. That's that position they weren't able to clear out earlier in the round, so Valentino finds huge value on that flank. And again, Tyloo just starting to stall out. They don't have a good way into the building here, Dave. They're struggling with getting into an entry point. And Alula, what do they need to do here? Nothing. They don't have to overextend. They don't have to swing. 20 seconds left on this clock, and the pressure is all on Tyloo to make something happen. There's a move from Valentino. It's getting punished by Doha, but 15 seconds. We're still outside the building. Here comes Abe. Makes his way in towards the bomb site. He's in office now as his teammates are starting to find frags. He goes down to crazy. It's just going to be Songla alive in a 1v3. The birthday boy himself doing what he can with the Deimos pistol, but there's no time on the clock. It's a nice double. It's a nice triple, but it's all for naught. The time is far too too low at this point, and despite some flashy kills, it's not going to be enough for Tyloo.
Yeah, Tyloo didn't really have a clear plan on that round. You know, talking about the Castle Azami, if you are leaving it open, I feel like you need to see more of that clearing coming into your lineup, maybe a Flores, maybe a Habano, so you can clear some of those castle barricades. But they had no castle clearage right there. You saw the Blackbeard entering in. They had the Master Door castled. If the Blackbeard, like he died, he didn't get the dash off to get the castle open. The bomb is stuck there. So they have no real actual win con in the round. They're just kind of just floating around the map. So I really need to see Tyloo just bite into this game here.
Feels like a bit of a sleepy attack first thing in the morning from Tyloo. We've seen much better pushes from them throughout this tournament. That's, I think, one of their weakest that they've shown so far here at the tournament. So I'm expecting a little bit more from them. I think we will see that as the game goes on. But you got to be careful, too, because Alula were really powering up as their series went deeper against the Chiefs. This is a team who seem to get better as the game goes on. So you want to get these early rounds if you're Tyloo.
Yes, and just... we're talking about slow starts, too. Slow starts will kill you in this tournament right now. You need to find a way to just come in with that energy on the attacking side especially, because a lot of the time, we used to have the saying, Colorado used to say, it's better to start fast than to start slow, because it's easier to slow down than it is to speed up. So you just have to be able to get your body into the game. They're running the Pulse. Pulse is very good on this site right now, just for the info on the library side. You're able to see if there's a library direct for the game's ISO right now, and you can just call so many rotations for your team.
Yeah, we see Crazy rocking this operator. He will be inside of sight. Running that shotgun as well, you can do that now that we've got the SMG machine pistol secondary. So you've got a couple of options now of playing the Pulse. No longer have to rely on that UMP. We've got a bit of a roam here inside of the bathroom as well. Mahogger's just trying to play on this window and find a bit of a pick. There is Yovaker downstairs on the Blackbeard, and he saw the gun for a second, but I don't think he's going to get the opportunity to find that free pick. Playing on the window, but here comes the rappel. Actually deals some bullets into the shield, but no damage actually come down to the Blackbeard.
It looks like they want to go for a soul clear over right now. Trophy window entry. Black are going to come through soul right now. They're bringing that Flores out for some of that utility here. See if they can cut this guy from big window right now, or if he gets through.
Doha's on the window. He's hoping to find this pick, but looks like Mahogger is going to get out, so not an issue. Doha just on the drone, not able to catch that rotation as he makes his way back. So space gained, if nothing else, from Tyloo. They should easily be able to repel into Solar now and start taking some map control, but even still, they are having to worry about these bottom floor players. Songla, is that through the drone hole? Takes down Crazy. Poor positioning there, and that's the pulse that's so important that goes down on the other side. Yovaker also falling upstairs to the Nitro cell from Mahogger, so that's going to be a 4v4 now as this top floor clear is underway.
And of course, the strat's a very default strat. You have the double reinforcement. It's a master hard zone. It's a very good strat because a lot of the time you can't really hold the soul side too hard on this, so you're able to back up, play master, and if they're not bringing any breaching through that side, it's going to be very difficult to clear. They just look... yeah, they don't really have good info game right now.
Oh, Valentino! We hyped him up before this game began, and he's starting to show exactly why. A perfect roam. He was with Crazy, down extending into kitchen. They don't even get the cutoff in the end. Mahogger up above finds that final frag. It's a three-piece for the roamer on the top floor, but Valentino with some really high-impact kills from the kitchen as well.
Of course, Valentino, one of the veterans on the team. I feel like that's why it's so important to be able to mix young players with good veteran talent, because you get a nice mixture of just play style. Tyloo just really need to find their info, because right now they're just off sync. Like Gridlock's below holding the drone hole. They're clearing through dining side while the Blackbeard is solo walking up top. They're letting players rotate back when they have the big window cuts. I just need to see Tyloo be a little bit more aggressive here and a little bit more in sync and together with their play.
Valentino, of course, on that old Falcons roster back in 2023, 2024. He went to the Copenhagen Major. He went to Gamers 8 back in 2023 where you were playing as well, Dave, and SI24 as well. So he's got quite a wealth of experience on these international events.
Funny story about... Hello?
Yeah, so we'll get to that story, Dave, as soon as we can. But for now, we'll take a quick peek back here into the kitchen defense coming out from Alula. This is going to be a kitchen defense. This is our third bomb site as well from our Middle Eastern representatives. And if they can get this victory, if they find a win up against Tyloo, that'll be a full site rotation, 3 rounds straight coming through in a team that is arguably the underdogs just because they aren't a tier 1 team. So I'm a little bit worried for how Alula might be taking control of this game. Starting to see the attack approach in towards the building. We've got Doha on the shield this time. It's been Yovaker so far who's been rocking that Blackbeard, but switching over to the Blitz, they'll change it over to their ag.al. This is a team that have a couple different shield players, so they're happy to flex that around. Alula, on the other hand, usually it's just going to be crazy on that shield. Here's Doha quick into games. This might be a bit of a roam clear, fast push. He's already got this space, and there's one player trying to run away. Joza trying to make his way inside a bar, escape from this blitz, but he's missing all of his shots. Finally does get downed, and it's going to be the Dokkaebi call that finishes him off at the end there. That's going to be a beautiful little pick to start off in this roam clear. They've got control of bar. There's still players up above they have to worry about, but for Tyloo, it's a fast push to get in towards games. They managed to find it successfully, and now Alula, they're on the run.
We're going to see here just a default clear with the blitz clearing that game side position. That's very good too, because it really hurts the top mez position, because once you have that below control, it's extremely hard to play that position top mez side. They're going to need to find a kill back right now here. Hallelujah.
They're so far passive, just retreating back towards the bomb site. You know, they had to give up that ground after losing the opening pick to a blitz. Not sure they expected that aggression to come through from the blitz player, so now they've got to slow things down. They've still got good map control. You really can't execute from Tyloo until you get this top floor control, but that's the next step on the checklist.
Of course here, and the blitz is going to make it really good for them to clear through the top as a spearhead here. The Nari's going to be able to shut down the piano hops right now, so they need to try to stop this blitz play.
Got the hole from the Zofia. He's got a good angle, but he wants to wait for his teammate's call. He's got a good ping inside a Master. There's a player that's been spotted out. If they can find that player, it's crazy. Who's just playing on the rotate. He's got the hatch open to retreat back down. Missed the shot barely onto that blitz. Valentino, he's been so good for Alula so far this tournament.
They want to go site right now.
Some big plays.
Yep, they're about to hit site.
Here they go. They've just completely given up on the top floor. They don't really have time for it, and they're hoping they can catch them off guard with this rotation. There's not too many holes in the ceiling, so if they can make this with a sneaky plant, if they can trick them on their plant position, that can make all the difference. The impact going out to try to provide more angles to those roamers up above to stop this plant, but Doha still not committing to this execute. Still just inside a fireplace. There goes the smoke. That should be the call for it. He's getting the kills on a bazooka as well, and will start to hold F in the sights. Everybody falling for Alula. This is a perfect execute from Tyloo. Exactly what they needed. Leaves just crazy in the 1v5 post plants. This should be unwinnable for the Aruni deep inside a kitchen. We'll be looking for some free picks, but they just have to play safe on Tyloo, and they're droning him out at the moment. They know they just have to play this one as safely as they can. The blitz gets some more information. If Doha can close that gap, it'll be GG for crazy. Beautiful shot on a Jackie Wu. But ultimately, with the pistol coming out, it is too little, too late. Yovogurt with the final frag, and Tyloo on the board.
That was a great read from Tyloo right there, seeing that they're 3 stacking top, 1 on site, no denial, only the Malusi on site, so they just went straight site, no warden 2, put the smokes down. Great round from them. And I was going to say, too, about saying me and Valentino played a Gamers 8 together.
Yeah.
We were in the bathroom together after we had lost the final. We were chatting, and he thought that I was, a very animated, not say mean person, but just like I was a very competitive person. And then he was shocked to find out how nice I am outside of the server. And I'm like, yeah, man, I mean, that's just the bat coming out.
Yeah.
I have to give people that alter ego, that fear. So it was very fun, very nice person here.
There's a lot of players, right? They might be trash talking inside the server, but the second you leave, it's all respect, it's all love at the end of the day, So it's nice to see those interactions, and I'm glad you and Valentino got off on the right foot in the end.
No, of course.
Well, he is the star of Alula so far through this event. 3-2 now. Mahagar's been playing really well as well for this team so far, but that last push, I think, really caught them off guard. The blitz play was something that they maybe weren't expecting as much. The Dokkaebi plus the blitz combo really was devastating for that one roamer playing inside of bar. So now with the Dokkaebi taken off the board, do you think Alula will have a better chance at locking down some of these extended positions?
No, of course, and I think, too, the Ela ban kind of hurts because Ela is one of the best shield counters here.
Right.
So they're going to need to bring out the Thorn. The Nari is going to be able to slow down, and I feel like, too, having an extra trap in your pocket, so if that blitz does hop and push you, you can just throw it down for him. And honestly, too, a lot of the time with the blitz, you can try to find where he's coming, and when he does try to take that space, it's almost better to either fight it as a team or to give that space up, because what I'm seeing from Tyloo, too, is it's a very front-heavy team if you want to give space and play for some later round retakes here.
Never want to find yourself in a 1v1 engagement up against that blitz. You know he's going to be destroying you in a close-range engagement, so they're going to have to try to play together to counter this. There's a very heavy extension over towards this library side, similar to what we saw in the last round. Of course, bomb site's gone back up towards this top floor, but we're committing to this with Kiba barriers, castle barricades, and a player down below. It's Joza as well on that Thorn. So they've got lots of different angles holding onto these windows. They can rotate around to where their teammates need them. I like Bazooka getting close in the hatch, too. If they jump in, this guy is dead to rights.
I don't think they know. Let's see. They have 2 library right now, but they don't really have too much util to clear him out the corner. Only 1 nade left.
There we go. They've just thrown him out, so they now know the bazooka's position. He's going to fall back behind this fortress of Kiba barricades that he's set up. This is so annoying in Library. This is why we see zombie bans a lot on Chalet. She's so powerful, but that the drone, they were able to get the space in, and the Blitz jumps forward. Doha leading the charge, and they force Joza back. This top floor roam is still existing above them, but they've just given up bar. They don't want to fight this 1v1 like they did in the last round. Dave, bazooka finally in the top floor, gets caught by Yovaker on that glass, so it's going to be a nice little snipe to get the man advantage early for Tai Lu. And what we're seeing is a bit of a slowdown now. They got the space they wanted.
Right now, too, they're in a pretty bad spot here because this blue guy's very isolated right now with the Blitz. See if he can get out. Okay, that's good. He gets out here. Not much punch now on the top floor. We could look to see Tai Lu do the same thing they did on the Master, on the kitchen, but inverted here, going for just for the default play right now. There's no smokes, only one C4 up. And what I'm seeing, too, for Raul is there's a lot of utility in the pocket. BP, shields, barbed wire. They need to calm down and make sure they're putting all the util down here.
Valentino's such a mess. He gets a big kill down below, and the Mahagar as well. The two top fraggers for Alula just putting in so much work. Here comes another flank from Joza. They might have an idea. They are watching for it. They know two players went to the basement. Nice pick from Songla, but there are still threats up on the board. Valentino's made his way back up those stairs to be able to play with his teammates on site, and it'll be a 3v3 execute on the way.
The shot. Okay, Valentino's going to put the shield down piano. That's good. They got a Flourish drone to clear this out. They have no glass smokes, only one nade left. They're going to open the wall. Good kill. Going to the Balk right now. They're in a tough spot here.
Hoggers just does so much damage. Another one from Valentino finds Yovaker, leaves the bay all alone now trying to make this happen. He's going to have to push forward with the defuse kit in his hands. He's praying for a swing, 30 seconds on the clock, but there's so much being asked of him at the moment. Double stacking up inside a piano, goes over to the balcony and makes his way actually towards the door. He's got a good angle. It's quite deep. Mahagar's not really ready for that one, but now he knows that the shots were missed by Abe. Trying to make his way in towards the site, but 15 seconds remain on the clock. They're swarming him, Dave. They want this frag. They don't want to give him any space. Out with the shotgun. That's a little over eager, perhaps, from Mahagar, but that's okay. 5 seconds and his teammates hold site control. Valentino with the final, and Alula looks so good.
Yes, and two, hearing them in this arena, they have great energy, too, after these rounds. They're really looking in sync here. And Tai Lu right now, they have a great first step, but right now it's really their second step. They're getting cheesed a lot right there. Especially right there, the Flourish running the shield, trying to clear that util, and both of his teammates die trying to get onto the balcony. Right there, they just need to try to sync up in that final round and actually take fights together here. And again, we see this Blitz slash the Blackbird getting picked early to solo. So I feel like they really need to try to help with the shield player here, try to make sure if he's pushing, we have a person behind him who's able to refrag.
I really like kind of the combination of the Dokkaebi and the Snake Band combined with how aggressive they're playing around the map. Like, it feels like there's always somebody roaming in the basement, roaming in kitchen, roaming somewhere very far off the site. And Tai Lu are struggling a little bit to pin those players down, to have a good read on where they're trying to play around the map. And so far, that's been really annoying, slowing things down for Tai Lu, even back in round 1 where they weren't able to clear out that bottom floor roam. Sometimes these off-site positions have provided them a lot of issues. We will get a tack timeout being called by Tai Lu now to try to address some of the things that have been going on in this game.
And of course, Jesse, like you said, there's always people in the basement. I feel like Chalet's a big rotation map on the defense because you can't really rotate too much on the top floor, so you really have to use the dining side, short side, and the basement. And what's one of the best ops too? Lion. Able to freeze when you want to go for your set plays, and also too, when you know people are downstairs in the basement, you can freeze them there and hit the site where you know you're going to have the bodies.
True, very true, Dave. This is going to be something that Tai Lu needs to start working on as well. Reading these rotations, getting ready for the basement positions that have been playing. You see Cho Z, the head coach of Tai Lu. He's a player who's been with this team for a little while now. A coach who's been with them for a little while. Also goes by Hart if you follow on Liquipedia. Same guy. I confirmed with the team the other day, so he's been with them for quite a bit of time. And this is going to kind of come down to Tai Lu's adaptations here these last 2 rounds, Dave. If they can get the 3-3 split, they're going to be feeling very confident, but how do you feel about a 4-2 or a potential 5-1 going into this second half?
Very difficult because I feel like it just depends how Lula is on the attacking side, how strong they are.
Right.
But this could be a defensive sided game just depending on the teams that we saw yesterday especially. Yep. So I feel like they just need to get at least 3 here. Then you're going to see the line coming out. I feel like they're going to go for the stature plant. There's no Tachanka on the board here, so let's see. They're going to go quick. But the pulse should be able to tally it with the site info. Let's see how they react to it.
Crazy's going to have to be sharp. He's playing on that pulse. All 5 players spawning helicopter, so this is absolutely going to be a fast play in through the window. Crazy's only on those default cams. He's going to start using this pulse scanner now. We would have seen that some of those outside defaults shouldn't get shots. This is good. They've thatched the pulse, so we can't see inside. Here comes the jump in now. The smoke come through, and Doha's in holding that with bazooka immediately. Just on the vert angle. They weren't able to force him out. That's a really big mistake coming through from Ty Lu. Songlo also falls to Valentino. He's come back to side around the blue stairs, but they're back in and going for the plants. Under the smokes, the glass has it, but the smokes just run out at the worst time. The flash is there, but unfortunately they don't see it. Chaos outside the game's window, but in the end, it is all Alula. They respond perfectly to the fast rush through the window.
And I think, too, Ty Lu's skipping steps, your first trigger for that is you're making sure corner is clear, because you have to have the utility to clear corner. You drone up, you open the window, you clearly get out of the corner, and then you can go for the plant, because the Nomad can actually set the jabs to hold the library or retake. They just hopped in with no info, tried to flash, they still tried to hop in again. I think Ty Lu just need to really take the time to make sure they're making the right plays, and even that, making sure that when they're making the right plays, because they had the right play, they need to make sure they're clearing the power positions that can stop the play. They thatched with the pulse, but they didn't have corner control, and the zombie just shut down the push there.
Very nicely played by Bazooka. Good that he was ready for that. I think you got to give a lot of credit to Alula for reading that might be the play when it comes out. They wouldn't have known exactly, but they saw on the default cams, and then of course they saw with the pulse as well. If your pulse is getting faster EMP'd, that's a pretty good sign as to what might be coming your way. So nice response from Alula.
Yes.
Kitchen defense, this is almost do or die for Ty Lu on their own map pick. They cannot afford a 5-1 split, I fear.
Mirrors on me. Yeah, they're running the same lineups here. Double trap. The smoke's really nice too, because we saw in that last round they went for the execute to sight. The smoke is going to be probably playing sight this round or piano side just to stall out the shields and the sight push here. And again, the Azami is just getting so much value, almost being played every single round. And we see how strong that operator is on the library extension with the mirror combination too. It's going to be extremely hard. Let's see if they go for this game's OPK again.
Yeah, they've still got Doha on the blitz, of course, so it looks like they want to clear out this bar side as they have been so consistently through this match. It's going to put a lot of pressure over towards Joza, who's been playing this position inside of games, inside of bar. We saw Crazy was around there, but he's back over towards bomb site, so it's just going to be those players up above him inside of Mez, Bazooka in particular, who are trying to support Joza downstairs inside of games. A lot of these players, though, they don't seem like they're going to go all in for that games push like they previously did. Now there's a bit more pressure up here on the top floor towards Library. We saw Jackie Wu, some nice glass plays coming through from Ty Lu, so we definitely can see them get some picks in this position, but they have to be confident in clearing these guys out.
Yes, and a little troublesome lineup too here. The mirror coming out, no range of breach too. I feel like this is one of Ace's best maps, just in the capability of being outside on the solar side and on the library side to clear through. They're running a little fake extend here, just putting the mirror down, making them waste util here. Very smart for Aluna, because I feel like, oh, they gave a kill anyway. Difficult slant, okay.
Nice cut being held by Jackie Wu. He gets Bazooka on the rotate back, and they do find Joza as well. This is a player they didn't necessarily know where he was at, but as the blitz pushes him down those blue stairs, he has to run for the hills, make sure he gets back out in towards the basement to find his teammates. There's the line to spot his rotate. You were asking for that, Dave, and it does come out in kind. Worried about this position. Doha can't really push down the long angle for the hallway because it could be a little bit risky on the blitz, so he has to just kind of play around the stairs. Opens the door for Joza to maybe be a bit more aggressive. He's kind of toying with the idea of pushing back up the steps, but it looks like he might just be playing below the bomb site. He can push up west main if he needs to.
Yes, and of course probably going to play for a lower main flank if they want to go for this execute to sight. Ty Lu needs to recognize where the bodies are right now. Two top, it's extremely weak. They're getting the drone up right now. They should clear through top together right now. Actually going to go two site two here, so they're going to have only one on the top.
Yeah, this top floor, they don't have a ton of time to full clear it out and then convert to an execute, so they might just be thinking we kind of got to do both at once, pressure those top floor players so we go for the plants. They don't have the main wall open. They will get it now as Yovaker's here with the thermite charges, but this is still a little bit slow for them. They're going to have to use these smokes nicely, Couple of plant denials coming through. You've got the nitrocell up through the hatch as well. I love this play.
And the main flank.
Sneaky.
Ooh, they're ready for this.
There's so many good answers to come through from Alula with 35 seconds to go. They might have spotted the Thorn down on that bottom floor. It looks like Joza wants to go for this play. The timing here is critical, Dave, because if he mistimes this, he could end up baiting his whole team. But I really like that he's being patient so far. He's not overcommitting to this flank and dying before the execute. The toxic baits can go out because there's 20 seconds left. I mean, what are you holding on to them for? The smokes go forward, and this is going to be the execute. Doha getting into sight, trying to make his way forward. Joza with the flank takes down Yovaker. That's the long angle that's not being held any longer. They've got perfect pings on this plant, and nobody's looking at the flank from Joza. He's whiffing his shots, but he's not going to miss the second time. Everybody dying inside the site. That's going to be just Joza in a 1v2. Takes down Abe and wins it on the time. Perfectly planked by Joza.
Yes, very good. Very, very nice. You know, you see just how important how important they are with just their win cons. They have the C4 from below. They rotated them back up to care for the site kill through. They had info inside the site pinging the planter too. Just a very standard issue round. And I feel like Ty Lue just kind of going for the same play again. Round narrative, they were playing a lot weaker on the top. You could maybe push through, kill Valentino, do a different style execute, because you're kind of just saying we're going to do the same thing. And you saw how comfortable ag.al were to just counter that out. Especially with the smoke and the mirror inside the site.
Yep.
They're very difficult.
Well, I mean, we were talking about those rotations through the basement, how there's going to be a lot of players they weren't able to pin down. I think that continued to hurt them throughout that first half, and it's delivered them now a 5-1 split, moving on to their defense side. I mean, this was Ty Lue's map pick. So in theory, ag.al got to choose their stronger side. They probably prefer the defense, and that's great, but 5-1 is still a big mountain to climb. And if Ty Lue lose this, they have to then go play on Clubhouse, a map that they have never played in an official match as a team.
Very difficult, too. The 5-1 is so troublesome because it takes one mistake, they're on match point. And then from there, there's so much pressure riding on each round that if you're not able to just fully detach from that, it's going to eat you alive.
Here's that flank once again from Joza. I mean, this was perfectly timed. A couple of missed shots, but that's a hard gun to control with the long range on the Thorn. He plays that so perfectly, recognizing as well at the end, like, he can just take his hands off the keyboard. He does not need to hunt for the final kill, and I think the game sense to play that as he did was really impressive to come through from Joza.
And I'm really liking these jerseys they have on. The collar's very nice.
Yeah. I feel like the European teams always come with the best style. Like, Falcons have had some really clean jerseys in the past. Like, the Middle Eastern orgs representing some of these EML teams has been really impressive.
No, for sure. Yeah, they're talking really nicely right now, communicating what they want to do.
Anything in particular that you're hoping to see from Ty Lue on this defensive side, given how down they are at the moment?
You know, aggression. I feel like even in a map where you're going to lose, a lot of the time in the best of 3, if you're losing map 1, it's okay because it's a best of 3. But it's being able to finish strong, letting the team that you're playing against know, hey, we're coming back into this game, and that's going to carry momentum into map 2 if they don't finish the comeback. So it's just all about getting the ball rolling into playing winning siege right now, because they're not really reacting to the opponent. They're kind of just doing their set pieces, and that's it. They need to just play off of what ag.al are giving them and take the space that they're giving them.
Yeah, and I like what you're saying about that momentum carrying over from one map to the next. So we saw that from ag.al in their game yesterday versus Chiefs. They got slammed 7-1 on the first map, and then the second map started quite weak for them as well. They were really struggling. They eventually got in that map and won the series in a crazy comeback. So it is possible, but you need to give yourself the best chance you can going into map 2.
Yes. Snake, Dokubi, great bands, taking away the info. I feel like they're going to be playing very aggressive here. The Solus 2. Cade Umai again. Very standard issue here. Gonna go Master first. Zombie Solus should be a little bit of a below extender right now.
Yep.
Should see the Thorn playing her on game side. And on that, it's just a very standard issue, honestly, because with the Azami up, you want to eat space Mez side to make sure they can't just go library over and go for those default plants. A lot of the time, too, the Monty's up, so it's going to make the top Mez position a lot harder. Because one thing we were doing, too, on M80 that was starting was the Monty walk at mezzanine. And you can really put the Monty in the building to put space and pressure where you usually can't do it with a gun because it's just so difficult to take those fights in lower lobby. But the Monty could just walk in front door, walk up, you have a guy on the slant cut, you have a guy outside of the office balcony, and you're just holding for him, protecting him, and you're holding for the flow that the Monty creates, because the Monty puts so much pressure on the defense.
Yeah. And we know Crazy loves his shields. Yesterday, his 4 most played operators were Blitz, Monty, Blackbeard, and Fuse on the attack. So you know he loves to play with that shield in front of his face. Over 60% overall pick rate on the attack for shield operators. So Crazy's going to be the one piloting those shields every single time for ag.al, and he's going to be jumping on that Monty immediately for the first attack here in round number 7. Again, I'm interested about these zombies not getting banned out. It's really surprising.
And Jesse, too, you're seeing off the rip, too, right there, the Habana. Right there, what he was looking for was the castle they usually put on the piano door. So we're already seeing ag.al ready for this castle play with the Habana, with the Flores, a little bit more prepared for this style of game.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, right? If you're not going to ban Castle or a zombie, you need to have tools to deal with those operators. Nothing in Siege is uncounterable, but you have to be ready for what's going to come on the board, and clearly ag.al are. I like seeing these operator picks coming through from them. Still going to be a challenge of getting in the building, of course. It's never easy attacking on these chalet sites when all of these operators are left up. I like the util clear so far, even if that Flores drone does get shot out. A lot of these players are extending over towards library, over towards games, and as Crazy is trying to make his way in through Fireplace, this is just a difficult place to approach.
Got to kill top blue. Need to put pressure on their strat right now. They need to try to get ag.al out right now. Soul's flanking below here. Ooh.
This might
doing
be
a
good
below
bait.
entry here.
They've got really good info on Songla, but do they know for the second guy?
Wow.
It doesn't matter if he takes a swing like that. Great shot from Bazooka will take down Doha, and that's going to be another frag. Songla trying to support his teammate will go down inside of games. It leaves just Jackie Wu and Abe left alive in the 2v5 inside of top blue. Abe's a little bit stuck. He's surrounded by enemies, and he will eventually lose the fight to Valentino. Give him a double, why not? Jackie Wu hits the deck, and that is 6-1 for Alula.
Very good clear from them. And honestly, too, on the defensive side, as you saw kind of Alula do, when they want to go for that games clear with bodies, you kind of have to respect that, and you have to give them that space, because if you do fight that space for a long time, it's just very attacker-sided, because they can just really slow down and work you inside those zones. And once you pull all your defenders into the zones, you saw the Castle trying to help off the Daimler strat, got a little bit unlucky, and then the Thorn just kind of caught off. No one can really help, and if you are helping, you're really overextending yourself into cuttable positions.
Right. Well, everything on the line again today. All of our matches are elimination games from the tournament. So Tai Lu, things are starting to run short. They will have another map if they lose this one, but they want to put themselves in the best position here in their best of 3. They can't afford to lose their map pick in this series. They will have to dig deep on these defenses. At this point, I mean, a comeback would be miraculous. It is very rare to see a team come back 6-1, especially when they lose the first round of the half.
Yep. Going bar here. Pulse Bandit, trying to shut down the stock wall. They're bringing the ace for that, so that's a good counter right now. Got to run and extend on this master side. Castle's going to cut the cross, so they can't cut you from big window right now. The smoke's a little bit weak here. I really do prefer the Tachanka, honestly, because you get more stall potential up top and on the side window. A great lineup coming out from Alula. They don't have much corner potential clear, but there's not much projectile denial stopping the nades through.
Sure.
The Grim's going to be really good on the top side just to clear through here. I'm expecting them to layer the top here with the bar hatch reinforced right now, especially with this clash. Probably should go for a top blue hard zone.
These attackers, they're very focused around the site right now, Dave. They're certainly not interested in pushing in through Solar. Maybe Jozo will be pushing that direction, but a lot of these attackers are focused on Library. We've got the Monty here focused on the main door.
Yeah.
A lot of them want to start clearing out some of this utility, maybe using those castle barricades. I like this read coming through from Abe as well. He's able to spot Valentino. He'll spot Bazooka. He'll know that there's a lot of pressure outside these Library windows and can feed that to his roamers up above. Songla, in fact, has even rotated back a little bit, recognizing that this isn't necessarily going to be an early clear onto Piano, that he might be needed more so on site.
And this is why the pulse is so good too, just being able to count the bodies outside Library here. You see the ace coming through the basement, got to look to get the stock wall open. Should be bandit charged here. Yep. Don't think they have a pair of EMPs, and you can actually EMP it from outside the wall.
Oh,
so
really?
It's a little bit safer here too.
Oftentimes we'll see a Maverick brought for this situation, but if the EMPs can find their target, that'll be huge.
Okay, he's not. He's in the office.
Valentino finding for a pick, hoping he can find someone here on the Mezwit position, but here comes the swing from the Bandit, almost finds Doha. Instead, the Monty starting to pressure him, so Doha in a really difficult position, might need some help from his teammates, and he gets a little bit on the stairs, a bit of a shield break coming through, with the pistols out from Crazy, recognizing that reload. That's really good shield play coming out from Alula. Traded back, though. Abe gets a pick back onto Mahogger, so this is going to be a 4v4 up on the top floor. Jackie Wu getting aggressive on the window. Valentino down to 1 HP because of it, but the clashes here. This is going to be devastating, trying to rush up and take him down, but it loses the gunfight. A second one perhaps from Songla. Yes, it will. Birthday Boy finds the frags. It's a big two-piece inside of Library, and that's going to completely stunt the push from Alula.
I think Piano right now. I don't think the Castle knows. Good trade back right now. Clash is up, so Valentino has the sight, actually.
Oh my god, this is not free at all for Tai Lu. They could still lose this round despite all the success that they've seen, but it's going to be another pick come back from Abe, Songla, and Abe in a 1v2, taking down Joza. He's up on top of blue, knows the Clash's position. They know exactly where he's at. Trying to jab this shield position out, trying to force him back. If he doesn't shoot that, that could be big. He used the flashbang perfectly, so you couldn't shoot the air jab, but loses the fight. Abe is right there for the trade. Came so close, but that is going to be it. A perfect final frag.
No, Jesse, too, I would like to see Tai Lu bring out that Azami, especially where the Bandit was playing. I feel like that is Azami's strongest position, especially when it's down, when it's not banned. You just need to be playing it every round.
We've seen so many Azami picks so far today with her escaping the ban phase, and that's just how Chalet rolls, right? If you're in ranked and they're perma-banning Mira on you, just pick that Azami every time, right?
Yes.
This play onto the Crazy was one of my favorite plays, certainly my favorite play of the game so far. Of course, Songla hit some great shots. I think he plays this really, really nicely, but then the air jab after Joza gets this pick. We didn't quite catch it on the replay, but that was a really sick play with the flashbang and the air jab.
Great use of his utility there. You see a lot of players that's what Siege is really about, the players who can really find what they have in their pocket to use it in each round. And that's, again, the imagination of these players, just how many reps you've had. And that's why I feel like the Vets are really good, because they've had so many different mini plays in their mind, and they've experienced so many different plays, just playing if you've played the tournaments before. So you're going to have so much just in your bag to be calling in these 2v2s and these 2v1s just to really throw your opponent off.
Well, they don't get it done in a 7-1, but plenty more opportunities for Alula. And with that one coming down to a 1v1, they should still feel confident here in this matchup. The momentum starting to just build for Tyloo, but there is quite a ways still to go. And Alula don't look like they're shaking. Starting on this kitchen defense, what do you want to see from Tyloo?
Tyloo right now, they're running a tube. Going to be a little passive extension here, but you see they bring the Mav to counter that out. They have good information on this Ella right now, so they are starting very aggressive. That's good. Wow. But again, just great information game right there.
Beautiful little drone, gets the free pick onto Songla. He was such an important player in that previous round, but won't be able to impact round number 9 here right before the final set of operator bans comes through. That's going to be library control very early for Alula.
And 2, that setup 2 is not even for library, so I feel like once you don't see any picks early, you need to kind of get back into safety right now, because he has hurt the rest of the round, because they are playing a very passive strat here. Now that Alula, they have the time to really milk this top side setup. Only 3 smokes. They need to try to make a play to get aggressive here, to get a kill back to break this push.
Joseph would love a freebie on a Jackie Wu playing the other side of this window. They both know how aggressive it is. Piano position also available to try to take some aggressive plays, but it doesn't look like it's coming just yet. Valentino starting to pressure this position. Joe's is outside that piano window, so they're all together on the side of Alula, starting to collapse on this top floor.
Drone activate.
Get an ace of sight wall 2 here.
Oh, that makes things very difficult now for Abe. He's going to have to back up a little bit inside of office play, a bit closer to that door. They've got the Kiba barriers to close up some of those holes, but still not feeling like they need to hold on to office. A minute 30 still on this clock, and we are starting to give up a lot of ground on the side of Tyloo. Opening up these picks. It's another one from Crazy from the window. Takes down Abe, who was trying to rotate around from those breaches on the office side. Joza takes down Doha, and this might just be wraps. Yoviker and Jackie Wu, the last 2 alive. Jackie on the top floor, and Solar needs to do something big here. Jackie Wu, the experienced veteran, gets one. That's going to be an important frag. His teammate down below, also on the SMG-11, hoping to find a big pick back too. Jackie Wu comes to join in inside of Dining, finds those long angles in towards West Main, but not able to hit the shots. Of course, that SMG-11, it's a close-range gun. And these players on Alula, they've got so much time. They don't have to commit to running into sights. 2 players inside of Library trying to make their way forward, inside a fireplace, I should say. They've got the wall breached, I do believe, so if they can try to make their way in, they can find some frags, but it's another from Jackie Wu. He's gone back up above. He drops the hatch with some good pings onto the Deimos. They'll know that on the attacker side, too. Alula will have position on Jackie Wu. Nades go forward and force him out. A great shot from Bazooka. Leaves just Yoviker in the 1v3, but Bazooka shuts it down. Wow. A nice little 2-piece, and Alula steal their opponent's pick.
Yeah, very good clean map from them. You even saw on their attacking side, just a combination of operators was a little bit better coordinated than Tyloo, so I mean, just a very strong map right there.
Perfectly played coming through from Alula. And I mean, this is a long series. We've seen teams, Alula themselves, start slow and make a comeback, but you have to feel that they've got all the momentum now in this series.
No, of course, and like I said too, I felt like if they were able to come out and take this map, I feel like it's probably going to be a 2-0 here.
Yeah.
Question that we had earlier today, right? You know, who takes that first map? Can we see any curveballs coming into this year? But I feel like this one was absolutely dominant. What we're seeing on the side of Alula, I mean, you're looking at that first half. We're swapping in round 5 with 1 player on the side of Tyloo that's outside, and then suddenly there's a defender outside as well. Like, it is levels of gameplay and dominance that we're seeing here as well. The information that they seem to have once they swap over to the attack with those drones, with the shield pressure that we're seeing in the first round there. It seems like a very completed product this side for Alula, and that wasn't even their map pick.
That's the scariest thing, right? I mean, they played so much better than Tyloo on that first map, and that was Tyloo's choice. Now you've got to go to Clubhouse, which you've never played as a full 5-man team together. So I really want to see them bounce back mentally. They cannot think that they're out of it. If this is a team who get in their own heads about it, then this might already be wraps.
Of course, and I think for Tyloo, they just need to clean up on their mistakes. You know, they were making a lot of just errors with what positions weren't clear and trying to go for plays that you need obvious positions cleared for.
Right.
So I feel like on Club, it's a very step-by-step fundamental map, and if they're already lacking on the fundamentals on Chalet, I feel like Club's going to be very difficult for them.
Really gonna test your basics in that one, though. Here for Alula, again, what we saw yesterday from Valentino, the trend is continuing. He is again putting up numbers, as we saw in the highlight there just as well, consistently through these rounds. It is kind of that pillar that we talk about, right? He is the player on that roster that has the experience. He's been helping these younger, newer players. I mean, the rank stack that he used to play with on an international stage now.
Valentino's just been so impressive to me. One of my favorite players to watch. I'm so glad to see him back at an international event and playing so incredibly well. Probably the best stage we've seen out of Valentino at an international level. I thought he was absolutely phenomenal today, racking up those double-digit kills. Was really impactful early in the round. And then I thought Joza also was really stepping up with some big moments. Maybe didn't get as many frags overall, but had some great kills. Bazooka, Mahagar, crazy on the shields. It felt like a real team effort from Alula today.
No, of course, and that's every game too. I feel like as the best players on the team, when your team is playing extremely well, everyone's in sync, everyone's vibing, it just makes you play even better because you don't have to worry about anything because everyone's worrying about what they need to do, where people are, and all you have to do is just focus on what's in front of you. And I feel like that's when Valentino can play the best because you just see they're collecting info extremely well. They're able to take positions together. They're able to clear through these zones step by step, and I'm just loving the gameplay from them. They look really calm right now, and especially in this elimination game.
For sure.
I mean, the vibing is definitely something we're seeing as well. They're getting loud once again, yelling to each other, making noises. We're seeing it here with the player cams too. I feel like it's a clear statement from them, right? You know, yesterday's match maybe got a little bit too close for Comfort. That first map not working out the way they wanted it to. Then having to play these overtime maps back to back. It was good to see them so fresh here again, right? Because if you just played that match yesterday so late and it was so close, that could well affect your mental, but it doesn't seem to be the case for Alula.
I feel like it's powered them up, if anything. You know, they proved to themselves yesterday that even when everything looks bleak, they have what it takes to bounce back. They've already beaten probably the toughest opponent they'll have to play through this first phase. Obviously, they'll get better as the tournament goes on, but like that game must have been so stressful. If they can win that, they can beat Tyloo.
Of course. And speaking to Valentino too before the match, he seemed very calm. He was very, in the moment saying, it's just one game. One game, then we go to the next game, play Fnatic. They said Fnatic has had them blacklisted for 3 years, so it will be a very unknown matchup in that second game if they do actually close this out. So I'm just excited to keep seeing them play.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we'll be doing after this break. We're going to give Tyloo a few minutes to really regain themselves and regain that composure as well before we go into map 2. We are gearing up for our second map here in the first elimination game of the day. And with how this game has been going so far, this might very well be the last map that we see inside of this series. We just saw Alula beat Tyloo on Tyloo's map pick. We're now going to go to Alula's map pick of Clubhouse. This one really is all about the basics, is something you talked about, right? That is something we're seeing definitely very well on the side of Alula right now. But for Tyloo, they need to fix a few things here and there.
No, of course. It feels like on their attacking side, just a little bit of they're kind of ahead of themselves right now, because I feel like you need to collect your info, see where they're playing, and be able to just make the right plays in that position. And you just see them skipping steps, especially on the bar side. Library corner is one of the first spots you need to clear if you are going for that games direct. And Clubhouse, it's a big map where if you're going for a rafter take, you have to make sure you're taking lounge, taking the control that you need to stop the plays that they can make against you. So I feel like they really need to slow down and make sure they're really not letting Lula get that upper foot and that advantage on them.
Yeah, I really feel like Alula were doing a great job of capitalizing on a lot of those mistakes as well. Like, they were doing so many aggressive roams. They were finding really good angles to be able to rotate back behind Tyloo, and they did a great job of shutting down those pushes as they were coming forward. So if they can find some way to be less readable on the side of Tyloo and be a little bit more mysterious on what they're actually going to do in the round, that might do them some good.
And of course, I think that's what really separates these teams learning from the teams who are really good. It's just the speed that they do things at, the speed that they collect the info, and they make the play on you. And I feel like Tyloo, they really do let you know what they're doing before they do it. So they need to find a way to kind of suppress what they actually want to do, so that Alula are really surprised about where they are, where they're coming from, where they actually want to end with the bomb. So I feel like that's a very key thing they can look to do in this next match.
You'd imagine that the little benefit that Tyloo have in this situation is they play so many best of threes inside CNL. They know what it's like to have to bounce back in a series, have to learn from the mistakes, as you were saying as well. So that is something they will have in the back of their pocket. The fact they're starting on defense might help a little bit for Tyloo as well to kind of help at least get a few rounds back here, because they need to. If they lose this map, they are out of EWC. We will see their keys get crushed. We also see players getting in that lock-in position. The match is ready to go.
Yes, and this is going to be a fun one here. Map number 2 between Alula and Tyloo. The loser of this series is out of the tournament. That means it's do or die for Tyloo for the rest of this one. They'll have to win Clubhouse and Fortress to move on to face Fnatic later today. Alula have done a really good job of reading their opponents so far, finding a lot of that value, finding a lot of that impact. And here in the operator bands, Dave, it starts very normal.
Yeah, Thermite's one of the best bands too. The Cade's very default. Let's see if they go for the double denial band. Bandit comes out, Monty comes out here.
Yes, sir.
Good to see a lot of Zombie with my clash from Mira here from defense. Look to see a good combination of those four. Going to be going for a roam off the rip here. Scopa should be roaming top solo with the mute playing just around with the jammers. Zombie's going to be good for the blue layer right now. Ella's great too if they bring out the shield play. Like you said, Jesse, Bazooka loves the shields, so that's great to stop him. The Goyo too, just being able to stop any site directs. A lot of the time, teams will try to take dirt if you are doing a hard roam on the basement, take dirt and put pressure into the site. So the Goyo usually just stalls that out and has some flames for a Moto for the late round.
Yep.
I'm looking just to see Tyloo kind of get their feet in the water and really just kind of make Alula uncomfortable on this attacking side, because that really is the key on Club. This Club, as an attacker, you really want the defense to kind of let you set up. But then on the defense side, when you do let them set up, you need to have plays ready to stop them in their tracks. So I feel like they need to have their mini plays. They need to just make them very uncomfortable here.
Tyloo have never played this map as a 5-man squad, but I'll tell you what, this is a best of 3. They didn't forget to ban Clubhouse, okay? They'll have absolutely prepared some stuff for this map. They'll have some strategies in their back pocket that Alula likely will not be ready for, so it's a real question mark how this game's going to come through. You mentioned it. I like the setup being played by Tyloo with the Goyo down in the basement. You've got the Scopos roaming on that top floor to give them a bit of that pressure up above, and Abe and Dohub combining with Songla for a quite aggressive play on this top floor.
And they're going to have Jackie Wu as a bridge with the Zombie, so if they need to get out, they could get out. And obviously, too, the Scopus playing Raft is one of the best ops now, because you can actually just TP out without having to give your life for it here. We're going to see how they want to start this clear. Valentino on the master windows is one of the best entry spots, too, especially with the Blitz here. They have the track now on the Ella. You also see, too, the Daemons, they have no operator spot except for the Ella, so they're kind of coming in blind to this round.
Yeah, decent information to start on the yellow, but everybody else, a little bit of a mystery extending over here towards this cash side. They will know someone's in that space. Bazooka, the first one in the building inside of Master, is just starting to clear out some of these pipes, some of the utility, and there's the first contact. Doha does find a blitz position, but he's not able to do any damage, unfortunately. Clearing through these Ela mines, Doha's just making the space for his teammates, and they're starting to follow him up and through construction. This is where the hold really needs to be strong for Tai Lu. They're holding on to cash with dear life. They've got a couple different angles facing towards this doorway, and with the reinforcement, it's not going to be easy for Alula to break forward. Damage on a Valentino, damage on a Jackie Wu, but they're not quite able to find a frag just yet.
They need to rotate him to the plat breach right now. This Ela can be ISO'd easily here. They should just do the smoke in isolation, yet smoke off top right and run the blitz through.
Bazooka spots his opponent first. There's the flash, and no! Not quite the kill. He finds Doha in the end, but the Nitro Cell from Abe gets for an instant trade. So a 4v4 here on this roam clear. Jackie Wu still down towards bottom garage. Joseph's doing his best to try to find these players out, but instead it's crazy. He finds Songla and Raptors. Valentino hits a brilliant shot, and the gunplay just going all the way for Alula. A minute 15 on the clock, and Jackie Wu and Yovaker in a 2v4.
Very hard position 2 here. Only one foam left, low HP. The Damo's 2 able just to ping one of these players, so you know where one is, you know where the other is. You can just take space to find the other guy. Going to be playing Oil Pit. They're trying to get a kill back right now. Look to be going kitchen side right now. See how they want to execute this. They have the hub on up, so they can get kitchen hatch here.
Yep. And Yovaker's just praying that they push him over towards Oil Pit, but they are not interested in that dimension. They really just want to come in through maybe some pressure blue, but
he might climb up. Yep. Climbed up. See if they have the info for it. They just tracked him though, so it's a very unlucky timing here. Get the track off.
That's really tough. Use these impacts, gives himself some better angles. He knows the position, but Valentino is just better with the Damos. Jackie Wu in a 1v4. 25 seconds. If he can deny the plant, this might be winnable, but he's got so much on his plate. Notes one player's blue, able to isolate that pick. Now everybody's coming from the same spot, just on this Turch wall. Hold on. He's able to down one, but it's not quite enough. Takes the gunfight and falls. A good try from Jackie Wu.
No, I feel like Jesse right there, Tai Lu kind of got caught on their feet because they had the Azami help bridge them out, but they didn't really use the layer position. They kind of stayed in that zone trapped, and that's very attacker-sided for Alula because they're just giving them the kills in cash. You need to play for that layer, play to get back into sight, play for that 5v5 execute, or at least a 4v4 here because you saw the mute in the blitz trade. That's plenty of kills you can get on the roam clear right there.
A devastating start here on the defense for Tai Lu. Again, was really nice with some of these Nitros to be able to support their roamers up at the top floor. I like that from Abe, but ultimately the plays they were going for just didn't work out for them. I thought Jackie Wu, if he plays this maybe a little bit more passive, that's super winnable.
It is. Very hard round right there. But of course, you're in the moment. You know, you're shooting. You're just you're in flow state. It's hard to stop a lot of the time.
Yeah, and if you do just play as passive as you can, they will eventually flood the site. They had a bit of time on the clock still, so we definitely had to take some gunfights. But it is what it is. Tai Lu, a close first round. Even if they don't walk away with the victory, they will move up to gym and bedroom here for the second attempt.
Should be going for a red extend here with the shield. Little Mai playing it. The two probably playing in cash here just to slow the wall right now. Ace. Flores, Recruit, Twitch, Grim, great lineup for them. Going to be probably clearing to this top right position. They have the cans and nades. They have the Ace 2 to have the range breach to breach open that cash wall. And the Grim 2 is going to be able to just spot anyone. The Grim's a very annoying operator when trying to play hard kill positions because you just kind of get pinged over and over and over again. So very good operators to clear through his top right side. And the Flores 2, of course, just very good.
Jackie Wu and Songla, two of the extended players here on this cash side, former teammates from Dire Wolves back in the day, and now reuniting on Tai Lu. Yovaker, of course, the young NAT3 player moving over to CNL, has also had some big impact on this squad and will be playing with the veterans on this two-brow position. I like this a lot, just stalling out the main breach on CC.
We're seeing this Grim pull garage side right now. It's only one person right here. I want to see if they're just kind of putting this pressure solo and putting pressure on the other side of the map so they can just layer this position since they are using the tube, or if they actually want to go for this master front. Okay, they're looking to clear red side here. They're just doing pressure on the master side right now. And oftentimes, too, you saw how they were extending Rafter with the Azami early, and they're using the tube early. That was very good for Alula to just kind of make them waste that tube round Zoto canisters, and they actually just come back in the mid round here.
Well, garage control was taken by Bazooka after it was early given up by Songla, so they can start to make their way forward towards this construction side and these players that are roaming over on cash. Jackie Wu, he's quite stuck at the moment. If he doesn't find a way out, this could be devastating, but as the breach comes through, he'll just run through the bees to make his way back into construction. Valentino, some early damage, but it's Yovaker who goes down. The Hogger's gotten two big frags in the midst of this and was traded out by Songla. Outside the windows, Abe is able to take down Valentino too. It's a flurry of frags here around construction in those highway windows. Another one from Bazooka. It's just just Doha on the 1v3. The captain with everything on the line. He'll take down the first, but a good trade from Bazooka. It all falls for Alula.
Yeah, they're looking good right now. A lot of good trade games right here because you see Tyloo, they get caught whether they want to actually fight it or layer, and when you're not committing to both, you just get kind of caught in that competition, and you're just in a kill box really.
Right.
You need to make a play either on the windows, either a play down red. You can flank the people below because most of that pressure is going to be coming through garage and through top red. I just need to see Tyloo try to pick a point that they want to fight because there's always going to be a weak person in the attack. You just need to find him and isolate him with 2 people.
Do you feel that they're getting maybe a bit too stuck on some of these roam extensions?
Yes, for sure. Because a lot of the time, too, if you are just stuck in these positions and the attack lets you sit there and you kind of keep running out of this utility, it kind of becomes... Oh, wow, what a play.
Nice.
That was very nice.
That was a double kill, too.
Yeah, that was. So, yeah, like I was saying, it really does affect it.
Well, we're going to start seeing some more play coming out from Alula. They look red hot today. 5 rounds that separate just them and moving on to play Fnatic. That's what this is all about. If you can beat that Fnatic team in the second best of 3 of the day, you'll be moving on to top 16. You'll continue your tournament life into tomorrow. So lots on the line. CCTV Cash, the last hope for this first rotation.
Yep. Going to see double denial with the smoke Tachanka here. Maybe you could see an Azami coming up, but I still do like this lineup. They're going to bring the castle down below to play loud side. They're doing a heavy master extension. You usually see teams opening up this con wall to really force teams to go garage side here. They have the cap, they have the gridlock too. Listen, I might have created this play actually, but you usually go dirt and then you walk up to oil pit, you know the gridlocks you need. Listen, I won't say I created it, but hey, I wasn't seeing it before I
like that creativity. This mirror window and can opener tech went on basically the same time, but that will work out from a Hogger as he does get the angle on the wall that they wanted. This mirror window is not going to provide too much value for the defense. It was a little bit slow coming onto the wall and now shattered thanks to the melee from Valentino. Definitely feels like they want to go garage for this one, Dave. They want to be able to get this player out of the Raptors position.
And doing this at defense, you have to be very careful because you can't give away too many kills trying to help the Raptor player because the Raptor player, if he gets 1, that's amazing. But if he dies, you know, it's kind of expected to be in that 4v5 situation. But the worst thing to do is go to a 3v5, and they have that strong execute up here. They're gonna go for sight right now.
Lots of util being thrown in.
They're Ace's wall from here. Okay, that's nice too.
Pressuring in onto Songl. They know that this pick is so important to get and to get as fast as they can. There's nobody pressuring them on the doorway, but that's because Bazooka's down inside of Oil Pit. Here comes the first frag from Abe. Takes down Joza, and this is going to be now opening things up for Songl to get a bit more aggressive on this main breach. He's got a lot of things to worry about, but it's really the main breach where most of these defenders are at. He hops straight on through and doesn't get punished somehow. Songl is back to sight.
Okay, that's a good way to get out here. Yeah, they have the Oil player right now. They need to look to take lounge control here. They have 20 flames and 2 smokes up. It's going to be hard to plant, so I'm expecting a walk-through when they go for plant right now.
Be careful about Abe, still down inside the basement as well, so could go for a flank up somewhere for some really devastating news. Crazy outside the main breach is praying for somebody to peek him on the drone hole, but unfortunately nobody's in that position. They are just biding their time on the side of Alula. They're inside garage. Valentino shuts down that basement player down below, so back down to a 4v4, and they've got the lounge control you wanted.
Yep. Right now, they need you to work the top red position here. Usually, you could do a walk-up with a player walking in the top red rotate.
Yep.
And it's going to be a very good split for you. Especially, too, with the Tachanka and the smokes up. It's going to be very hard to actually just go for a default plant holding the cuts here.
Bazooka 4-1 in Raptors control. 40 seconds left on this clock. The Tachanka so devastating. The NJR strat, as sometimes we call it. Doha's doing a great job from just denying this Raptors control. They can go in for the plant now. Crazy. He's going close on the breach, so they're not going to be able to stop that with the Tachanka. They don't have the lineup for it, but the kills are all coming through. The smoke. Joviker finds 2 heads, but is it going to be enough? The plant still goes down, and now it's a 2v4. Valentino is across the map inside of spawn, ready to hold this from the really long angle. This could be devastating. They might have a long angle, but I don't think so. Behind the mirror window, it's going to be really tough to stick this disable in the fire. It's really hurting the defense right now. They can't get on it.
He can also help his teammate holding garage right now, so the Ace is focused on sight here.
They can be really focused on these 2 angles where the defenders want to run out. Stock position can be run out from currently from Jackie Wu. Here comes a position from Crazy, but he's going to get that down. Jackie Wu hard punished on Stock. Now on the main breach, Joviker starts to take the disable, but these 2 players are still alive, peeking the breach, and it's the long angle once again from Valentino. A beautiful post plant.
Very nice from them. You could see just Valentino, that's the experience coming through, going into that deep position. We used to call that the laxing spot thereafter. He used to be out there a lot. And just, it's so good because you can help your teammate. You can help hold the secret hop. You can hold the stock run out, and you can hold garage. And then also, too, you have deep win con to stop the bomb.
Yep.
Just amazing.
I think we do not see that position very often these days in Siege.
Maybe a little bit of an oversight, too, not having to smoke top red, because the chunk can actually deny default and server window, and you just need to smoke the close side. Yeah.
Well, Tyloo clearly feeling the pressure in this match now, down 0-3 to Alula. They have never in team history with this lineup won a round on Clubhouse. That continues 3 rounds deep on this one.
It's not a good stat to hear.
No, never a great one to see reported on the cast. I mean, if you're the coach of Tyloo right now, if you're Hart JP, what are you trying to say to these players?
You know, I'm saying, you know, we made it this far here. There's no more pressure. You know, we're here. Let's just go for it. Because I feel like right now they're not. That round was actually a lot better because, you know, you could see them playing into their win con. They had the Tachanka, they had the mirror for the late round for the retake lounge, but the mirror kind of showed his hand a little bit too early, given that kill to Valentino. And obviously, I feel like they just need to be a little bit more patient, and also sometimes they need to be a little bit more aggressive together, and they just need to choose which side, because if you do have the denial, you don't need to make a play in retaking lounge until they're actually going for that plan, to actually make them have to choose between going through the site or going to stop lounge control.
A lot to worry about here if you are Tyloo. Alula have been very strong so far in these attacks. Not infallible. It's not been a really lopsided game. There have been some good moments for sure from Tyloo, and it feels like they're getting better in this game, but better is not worth very much when you're still losing every round.
Yes. And just seeing Tyloo, I'm not saying defeated, but just look very, not too energetic, not very much emotion. But Alula very, very confident, just screaming, even after rounds that they're not winning. They're very just in tune. So I'm looking to just see Tyloo just kind of get more animated here, just really get into this game.
Certainly going to be a tough one to be able to push back through. I mean, they've tried all 3 of their primary bomb sites now have Tyloo. They haven't tried bar stage yet, but of course we probably won't see that one coming out in this game. Maybe if things get really bad and we see a 5-0, but I believe there's just going to be a little bit of a rehost here as we get back into the game. So we appreciate your patience, but I mean, this pause coming through now, do you think it benefits Tyloo in any way to reset the mental, or do you kind of hate stewing in this when you were a player?
Honestly, for us, we had a good protocol for the tech timeouts. You know, most of the time you can't really talk.
Yeah.
But when you could talk, we would be very goofy in them. I remember even playing against SSU, they had a tech issue, and you know, we were laughing around in the tech pause, having fun, and it actually got them mad because it's like they're having tech issues and they were laughing, thinking we're laughing at them, but we're just having a good time, just keep our energy up. So I feel like it's really team dependent, because if you allow yourself to sink into that stew, that's ultimately your team's mindset. But if your team can stay just in the present moment and say, okay, we're tech pause, let's just relax, it's going to be amazing. Because even too in Gamers 8 semifinal against W7M, we had a kind of massive tech pause on map 3-5-5, and that really allowed us to kind of just cool off, sit back, relax, and you're in this really high pressurized moment. You're kind of just relaxed, and we were able to really talk and say, okay, I'm like, guys, what do you want to go into? And the guys were like, okay, let's kind of slow down and let's make them come to us. And then we went into those final 2 rounds and closed it out. And I won't say it was fully to the tech pause, but like the tech pause kind of gives you a little bit of space.
It's something you've talked about a lot this week so far, Dave, and I think it's an aspect of the game that a lot of viewers don't really think about or know about, where it's like there's a lot of downtime in Siege, certainly in the rounds, but with the tech pauses that we have sometimes, with tactical timeouts, and even on days like today where you're playing multiple best of 3s, you're going to have some downtime between games. Maintaining the correct mental, making sure that you're not in your own head in some of these spaces is, I think, a skill that has to be really taught and doesn't come naturally to a lot of these younger players that we're seeing on the stage this week. And that kind of does separate the good from the great in moments like this, right? When who can control their mental the best in these high pressure moments.
And of course, and so for example, for best of 3, your first best of 3, you know, obviously before that, you have your pressure protocol, you have your meditation, your brain dump, and then your mindfulness activity. You go into that game, say you win this game. You win this game, you have a game later that day. You're usually going to make sure you're not on any social media, because a lot of the time players get on social media, you're tweeting after, you're rising that dopamine up, you're short-circuiting your brain, so you're going to be able to focus less in that later game. You have to make sure you're off social media, you're making sure you're getting proper fuel, you're getting a walk-in, you're getting a good detach in, and you're coming back in with your team to re-prep and revitalize and go into that next game just fully mentally sharp, because it really is just a marathon, because you have to go in that later day tired and really perform like you're not tired, and you have to be mentally there and prepared.
I love to hear it, Dave. It really is a pleasure listening to you talk about all of these behind-the-scenes things that go on in a match of Rainbow Six, and especially from the coaches and the players. I certainly feel mentally refreshed coming in after this tech pause. It looks like we've got everything figured out inside the lobby, so again, we appreciate you guys sticking with us through that. But this is still such an important game between Tyloo and Alula. 3-0 is the current lead on the second map, favoring Alula Club, and of course, they won their opponent's pick back on Chalet just a little while ago. So Tyloo, really with their backs against the wall, they have to start getting some defense rounds on the board.
Yes, and we said this series might be defender sided because of yesterday, but on this map too, we're seeing attacks being won, so this is even better for Alula.
Certainly, I think with these younger teams, defense can often be the easier side. If you put yourself in a position where it's 4-2, 5-1, or God forbid 6-0 after this first half, I mean, Tyloo will have to do so much work just to try to pull things back, and I think the offense is going to be so difficult in that position.
Yeah, especially on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
It's a very defender-sided map, but the defense can play really aggressive against you here.
Right.
We're going to see a bar-side roam right now. This one should be more of a layer here, especially with the castle coming out. They have the smoke, so they're anticipating they're going to get back to the site here.
Yep.
The Nari's a little bit, I want to see what setup he does with it to see.
Yeah.
But I feel like you could get a better op out of this.
Well, previously, he was in the basement with the Goyo, right? But now the Goyo's being taken by Doha to place inside a lounge. So Yoviker's going to have to go over the Nari instead. Now Abe starts things off really nicely. He spawn peaks crazy on the Hib, so that's going to make it difficult to get some of these hatches.
Yeah, especially Kitchen.
They do have 4 can openers from Hager and Joza, but even still, you said it on Kitchen, when there are impacts down below and there could be players firing back up to you, it can be quite dangerous to use those cans.
Yeah, very dangerous, especially if they have a C4. There is no C4, but I'm looking towards Doha with the impacts.
For sure. Songla up here on the top floor. He's got the angle on towards Kitchen, so if that is where they want to go for their execute, they've got it covered, but this roam on the top floor, it hasn't been addressed too deeply just yet by Alula. Tyloo's starting to fall back, though, still.
Looking to go bar side. Yes, so the Denaris do shut down Moto. That's a very annoying Denari setup. They put all of them for a Moto drop. If you drop Moto, you're instantly dead. Often allows you to retake in the late round because it's going to be less advantageous for the attack to be on that hatch because you have to make...
Unfortunate from Abe, just trying to get back in the roam. There's another one. No. Jackie Wu dies to Mahagar. That's going to be a massive pick that goes down. Songlo on the main stairs too. They had the lead in this round, Dave. They had everything they needed, but they've been bleeding bodies. Couldn't get back to the bomb site in time. Yoviker and Doha, everything to do. Yoviker feeling the pressure to get a pick back.
Just sitting in their zone for too long here. The Blitz is going to clear down main right now.
Yoviker, he's just got to run away from this. He cannot fight the Blitz. He knows that. Worried about the vert, but the Blitz still right behind him. He's got support from Doha down the hall, so that will stop the aggression. But this is what we were talking about earlier. Tyloo maybe getting stuck on some of these extensions. It's really coming back to punish them, and now we're seeing Alula look towards the site. Good damage on the bazooka, but he does stay alive. Diffuse kit not in his hands, so the fact that he goes down to Doha, it's okay, but the spearhead still drops. Valentino takes down Yoviker. It's going to be a 1v3 from Doha. He has to do so much work now inside the site. Finds the player deep inside of armor. He does some damage and gets the down, but Valentino is there for the trade. They're playing so well as a team, Alula.
Especially in these late rounds, I feel like it's really hard to just end these attack rounds. Sometimes some teams really just don't know where they want to go. But they're really staying calm once they get these kills back and really playing it together, especially in this scenario. The Grim is peaking. The Grim is almost dying. The Valentino is pushing for that trade. And I mean, we're talking about Valentino. Like, he's 9-1 right now. He's on fire.
Now, Valentino has just continued to be so impressive for Alula. He was not technically the highest rated player for the team yesterday. He absolutely will be after today, but I think his impact still made him the MVP of the games that we saw him play in the previous play day, because I just feel like he's always in the right position. He's always aware of what his team is doing and what he needs to be accomplishing in the midst of these to be able to help out his squad. So just continuing to find so much good value. You said it, 9-1 to start club.
Just wow. And Tyloo, it's great rounds. You know, they had their great opening kill. They had the Habana down. They ran back into bar, and they just stayed there. The castle went back into kitchen hall. The Azami stayed on Moto Hatch. You guys need to get out and get back into the site and fortify the site and just make it a harder execute, because they just don't have enough cans to even open these walls.
I mean, suppose with me, Dave, for a second, if you can't get back from your roam game, right? Like, clearly they're struggling with that on Tyloo. Do you want to see them just play closer on site and maybe not extend as much, or do you want to see them just commit to roaming? Like, suppose that's not an option, extending and falling back. What's the next best play?
You need to just, if you're committing to the fight, you need to be committing with your teammates. Right there, we saw 2 separate 1v1s by one player in the kitchen hall when they had a proxmine on the info. So Castle needs to be playing a little bit more passive to make sure a zombie can actually help them. And if they're going to take those fights in the roam, you're looking to 2v1 isolate players. And then if you want to get back to site and play a little bit more aggressive out of sight, kind of like on that on their cash round where they had the player in the basement, if you are a solo player, you need to make sure you're making your play when the attack is making their play.
Right. Well, this is going to be Tyloo trying the gym bedroom bomb site once again. They do have the same extension over towards cash side, but Jackie Woo's already fallen back quite early from those red stairs. Doesn't look like anybody's inside of Raptors, but it's still an entry. That's going to be crazy. He was holding the Logi hatch for so long and is finally rewarded. Kills the smoke, a critical operator to take off the board. Yovaker will get caught by those Grimbees as well, but Jackie Woo playing under the mute jammer. They might not know his exact position. He could be a difficult player to root out from this spot.
The Blackbeard's very annoying on that hatch too because the shield completely blocks and the roof kind of blocks his head.
Right.
So if you are just walking in that line of fire, you're going to get ripped, especially with the extended barrel on. That damage is going to shred you.
Songla inside of construction. Of course, these players are not really giving up this East control still. Jackie Woo on the Grim tosses the Nitro, but he's not able to shoot it. Big pick from Jackie Woo and a second straight onto Joza. That'll be everything that he needed to get his team back into this round. Abe with another Nitro too. All of it coming up Tyloo now. They've managed to hold on to this cast extension. Crazy on the main breach. Valentino outside the windows. They might catch Songla on a cutoff, but even still, the damage has been done. They just have to stall things out. A nice pick on the Songla indeed, but the damage again too powerful. Abe inside of Raptors retakes that position to find the Blackbeard. Valentino, man, he makes it look easy. Goes to the defuse kit, 1v2. Not unwinnable to come through from Valentino. He's got to be smart with if he pulls off or not. He will full stick that plant and now jump up and take the fight. They're pushing him from 2 different angles. This is so difficult, but he gets one. No way, Valentino! Against all odds!
Oh my god!
Clutches up when nobody else could. This man is unstoppable.
Oh my gosh. That's disrespectful. Oh my god, Valentino. He ate his Wheaties this morning or something. My gosh.
Valentino might have just broken Tyloo.
Oh, yawn. Wow. Got the vet showing up when they need him most.
I mean, he's put on so many crazy plays this tournament, and somehow he tops himself. It's a 1v4 in that situation. Not maybe technically, but finds all 4 of those in the 1v1s, expects every single movement. He reads them like a book.
Just wow. Just that's talent right there. Amazing. And that really is a nail in the coffin, I feel like.
Yeah.
You really are close to that round. That was one of the best rounds played, and Valentino just comes in and breaks your back. Man.
Oh, Valentino, that was absolutely disgusting. He's now 13-1, setting himself up to be almost undisputed, the MVP of these play-ins. He's played so well, and if I'm Fnatic watching this team dominate Tyloo as they are, I know they're going to be the favorites as the EML squad, but I'd be worried with how Valentino is playing.
And of course, like Valentino told me, Fnatic have had them blacklisted for 3 years now, so there's a big unknown in this matchup if they do win this.
Yeah. Oh, brother, the story, it just writes itself here. It's beautiful Siege being played. It's really nice storylines coming through, and now Alula with full control of this game. They're going to attack down towards the bottom floor. It's the last chance for Tyloo to get a defense round win in this matchup before we maybe head to overtime. That would be the only hope, but it feels so far away.
Yeah, they're reading them right now. There's no site set up here. Gave them the blue side, they're in. They have the dirt split too. They're gonna just plant this bomb right now.
Yeah, Abe is here inside of Church, so they've got a little bit of site pressure, but most of these players still roaming up towards the top floor. Bazooka starting to clear some of these barbed wires out. Valentino roaming on this top floor too, by himself at the moment. They've got a really smart plant here. If they can get Crazy in with the defuse kit, Armory is fully under the attacker's control, but Crazy is quite a ways outside the building. He might have to try to rotate in either through blue or try to make his way towards dirt. Abe is able to stall things out a little bit longer, taking that pick up onto the ram. That's going to make it back into a 4v4, but Crazy has eventually made it to the bomb site, and he can go for the the plant with his teammates, traded back down to a 3v3. Jozo with a long angle inside the hallway, not able to find much. Valentino pushing blue as well, so they fully protected Crazy for this plant. Tai Lu have to make some action happen. Songla is up above, the other two inside sight. Nice shot from Doha. Man advantage now for Tai Lu, but the time is working against them. They've got to be careful with this push. The attackers retreat back inside of blue. Songla in oil pit with the flank will find Crazy, leaving Jozo in the 1v3. He's got the angle, he's got the position, finding for the shot, but he can't find Jackie Wu. Close range gets one, flicks back around. He might find it, but instead it's Songla coming in through blue, and Tai Lu will not be swept today.
Great retake from them. Really calm. Mute Songla made a great play going oil pit. They had the info that he was secret side. Him going oily through the moth didn't have that info. Valentino feeling a little bit too hot, overheating right there. The bomb was down. Could have played a little bit safer. Could have protected the top for them.
Yeah.
But that was a great retake from Tyler.
Well, Dave,
don't let him get one.
I mean, let's theory craft a little bit, because if you're only gonna get 1 round and a half, and you never want to get 1 round and a half, but if you're going to get just one, it kind of has to be round 6. That's the one that maybe gives you a chance on the momentum, right?
Of course. Winning that round, hopefully they can get them alive, get them back in it, because even it was a very hard round for them to win too, so I feel like that can give them even more momentum going into this later half. It just depends how they can really form their attacks right now, and if Alula, I feel like they're playing extremely confident right now, so I feel like they're not going to be letting them get much space inside the building, so they need to make sure they're not giving away these early kills, and if they can actually make them like if they can force them to consolidate and they can clear through as a team, I feel like they're going to have some good attacks.
Yeah, even in that final round, still some positives to take away from Alula. They had a really good push to get in there. A little slow on the plants, but it came eventually. They protected that plant spot for quite a long time and got it down. So you can see the confidence is not shaken on the side of Alula. You can see them laughing amongst themselves, feeling confident in this halftime tack timeout. And meanwhile, I mean, it seems a little somber on the side of Tai Lu. Who's speaking right now?
He's looking at the...
Somebody must be. The coach has sat down.
Where's he looking? Yeah, not much to say about Tai Lu. Their energy just seems very out of it right now.
Yeah, so much more animated on the side of Alula, and they've got to be, I know you can't get it in your head at this point, but they've got to be thinking to themselves, wow, Fnatic's up next, we're feeling good, like, we know we can roll in these 2 best of 3s, and if we can get past this busy day today, we just have to play a best of 1 tomorrow, we can start having some good time in the top 16. Nobody thought Alula would, frankly, even win a game here at the tournament, not being a tier 1 team, but now threatening top 6, coming in close against Fnatic for this next matchup. They're certainly a dangerous team at this event.
I'm excited to see it. Anything can happen in Siege, and I think that's why it's a beautiful game. You know?
Yeah. Well, and I think it shows the depth of some of these regions, too. Like, Alula not able to qualify in towards Tier 1. They didn't make it into the EML region, of course, when some of their fellow countrymen have been, some of their fellow region men have been able to represent MENA inside of EML. They unfortunately weren't really able to do that, but still they come through the qualifier, they get this guaranteed spot, and they're showing that there's a lot of depths inside the Middle East, and they're really powerful against even some of these top international squads.
Of course. Monty Cap ban coming out. I do feel like the Capital is a little bit weaker with the Wamai change, because you can actually just deny that. Double bandit. Cade ban, it's usual here.
Do you think
they're lined?
I'm curious
to
hear your thoughts on these operator bans, Dave, because Alula banned the Monte Capitao, 2 operators that are usually thought of as like rafter clearing operators, right? They want to take that space. Do you ever think like we're up 5-1, we only need to win a couple of rounds? Maybe let's take some operator bans that might not be as useful on the basement, because if we just full stack into some of these top floor holds, that could help us out.
I think you can't really lean into too much, because in my head, it's always 0-0. You know, you can't really play too much into your lead. You have to play into your game plan that you set beforehand, because if you do start to adjust that stuff, it's just going to lead to desynchronization. And I feel like you need to like play your default game plan, and then if your default game plan's not working, you need to make sure you can adjust off of that. So I feel like you save those adjustments. If you go basement, you see this isn't working, you go cash, you see maybe the Monty Cap, they're still winning those rounds, and maybe you third ban one of the info op, if they're running the snake, if they're running the Dokkaebi, take that away. But I feel like the Monty's a good ban, especially against Tai Lu, because it's going to make them have to get in the map without, because they haven't really been the best blitz and Blackbeard play. It's just been very solo here. They haven't used it too well. The Monty, you can just kind of walk in solo and take so much space alone.
What's the win con then from Tai Lu? This is going to be quite an aggressive roam coming out from Alula with players in the bottom, first, and second floor. How do you want to clear it if you're Tai Lu?
Win con on the roam clear is just take it slow here. You need to find the zone that they're going to leave, and what zone they want a hard zone. A lot of teams with the Azami up, they want to play for that cash hard zone and play the Azami for the layer. Yep, we're going to see that's a spot right there. It's a very, if you don't reinforce constant, you always have to be worried about that here.
It's a nice little pick to come through from Abe. He gets things started for Tai Lu on the attack. It's exactly what you wanted to see from this roam clear. They're picking apart these defenders, taking it slow, as you said. Valentino playing here on the Scopo. He's got kind of a dirty angle onto the CC window. This is kind of nasty with it. And the long angle goes both ways. Damage dealt to both players, Jackie Wu and Valentino. But Valentino knows he does not have to commit to this fight. He doesn't have to keep swinging it. Here comes a swing from the Azami. It'll just block off the breach and give a little bit more opportunity to Bazooka. But he oversteps. Doha's right there. And Valentino takes that as his cue to get back to site.
No, very good clear from them. Took it slow. Even after they got that initial pick, they relaxed, they've set their play, and they went for it. I feel like that's the strongest thing about the club clear. It's like, if you're a defender playing these positions, the longer you're in a position, the worse it is for you. The more aggressive you have to be. And now they don't really have to fight too hard. They already have their picks. They need to kind of let them fall back into the site and then play for their execute.
Mahager, I mean, he kind of feels the pressure in this round. He's feeling himself, too. He's had a great game so far, a great series, and decides, let me just go for something, see if I can fish up a frag. They are ready for it. Jackie Wu has the read on this, so if he does go aggressive, he might just get hard punished, but why not take some risks? You're up 5-1, knows that his teammates won't be able to hold sight without him 2v5, so he's got to be able to have some impact now. Spot some drones, might hear him as well. Jackie Wu, he's just holding this angle, playing it really, really smart. I think the whole time the rest of the teammates are just working on the site, right?
Yes,
they're ripping up on floorboards, they're working on the hatches, and Mahager never commits.
They run down, see if he peeks at Jackie Wu. He knows though, they both know.
Yeah.
They're looking to clear him, they stun, they Grim B lower main right now.
Good information. They're just playing it really passive for Tai Lu. They want a free pick on a Mahager, but that lets him slip in through Jim. All of a sudden, this gets a little bit awkward. Uses the impact for a secondary angle, but Jackie Wu is right behind him. He needs to watch over towards that gym door in the hallway. That's where the pressure's coming from. Drops the hatch. That could be big, but they're ready for it, and they hear it. Another one from Abe. He's just crazy in the 1v5 inside of sight.
Nice round.
A clean round from Tai Lu, and they perfectly answer back on their own offense.
Very patient round for them. Even in that scenario where they have the solo stuck, you saw them using their utility, their stuns, their Grim Bs to make sure. And once they saw him go deep, they had made the right reaction off of what they gave them and to go sight. So I feel like they're really in this game right now.
So back-to-back round wins for Tai Lu. Starting to get a little momentum on their side. I don't think anybody's worried for Alula yet, but what does the score have to get to for you to start getting worried, Dave, about the fact that this might end up in overtime? We might see Tai Lu pull things back.
3-5.
Okay.
3-5, they're going to be going back basement, and that's where you get 4-5, and then that's where you're going to be Jim, and that's when they start to creep into the back of your head. It's like, oh, man, this is getting close. So I feel like this is a crucial round right here. If you go 2-6, it's a big gap.
For sure. Wow, that will make this round all the more important. Gym bedroom is the defense. I like the mirror window being set up here from Crazy. They're going to have a strong setup over towards site. We'll also, of course, extending onto that catch side, just as we were seeing from Tai Lu when they wanted to play across the whole top floor. Defense, or the attackers, I should say, they were hovering over that Finca. I thought maybe we get something fun, but Doha, he pulls off. He's going to run this Blackbeard instead, and they're going to probably go for a full map here.
Yeah. The Grim, the Blackbeard, we got the nades, the cannons, the Zof stuns, and the ace charges that if you cash clean here. Need to see how they deal with this Raptor extension the Azami playing here.
Reloading.
Let's see. Ella playing below 2 could be troublesome right now.
Valentino left off the board for the last 2 rounds. For 3 rounds before that, rounds 3, 4, and 5, he had a 4K, a 3K, and a 4K.
Jeez.
So he was on a tear for quite some time. They have silenced him for the moment. You have to imagine if he gets 1 in this round, he might power up and just start adding up those kills. Repositions over towards the breach as Abe starts to do quick work on the CC wall, but just knows that he doesn't want to play too aggressive on this, right? He doesn't have to die inside of Raptors. He's happy to back off and play construction with his team.
So my charge out of ace 2 here. Only 2 aces left up, so you're going to be playing across for the C4. You might playing to help. They're probably going to be giving red right now and just play for the cash extend. C4? Oh, that's great damage.
Almost got the kill on a Doha. I thought perhaps he'd have it. They just missed on the Zofia stun too. They had a good intel on Bazooka, but they just barely miss it. And the second Nitro does eventually take down the Blackbeard inside of Raptors. That's a big pick to come through from Alula. Tai Lu now on limited resources, but Songla hits a brilliant shot on his birthday to be able to equalize the man count back down to a 4v4.
Right now, we really need to look to get aggressive on this window player. He's the one solo player right now that they can work. They need to look to do that, and then Tai Lu need to clear out this top right position, the cash side here.
Haga and Bazooka still playing on this extension, trying to find some way to stop these attackers from getting on in. Tyloo have definitely slowed the pace a little bit. They're getting into the drones. They spot the player getting aggressive here on the wall, and it's a great push coming out with a bailiff to be able to take down Mahaga. That's a really good read from Abe. They have the drone on him, but they see Bazooka. Doesn't feel like they know this spot. The shotgun's deadly, but Songla's there for the trade. Only gets it down into Abe, so they can pick him back up too. But Valentino, don't forget about this man. He's so dangerous. He's done crazier things than this. Down to a 2v2 as Crazy gets one, but the pistol's out and he trades it back. Now it's a 1v1. Jackie Wu and Valentino. Match point on the line. 55 seconds. He can slow this down. Valentino's got the fuse kit somewhat under his control on this cache side, so it's gotten very messy. Jackie Wu, better control of the bomb site, but without the objective, can't do a whole lot with it. He's going to use this drone and slow things down. Spot out some information, allow his teams to call things out for him. Valentino, deagle in hand, does not want to move, wants to listen for his opponent, find this peak as it comes through. He just saw the shadow. That could be devastating from Jackie Wu. 30 seconds. On for the peak. Eagle out. Body shot hit. Now to the primary. 20 bullets. He's back over towards top red. Jackie Wu knows his position.
Drone hole, care for it.
15 seconds. You've got to be really careful. The drone hole won't be peaked by Valentino. There's the swing, and Jackie Wu prevents a disaster and shuts down Valentino for what feels like the first time this game.
Well, it looks like Tyloo's feeling the stress right there. It's close. Close rounds. I feel like two right now, they're looking very separated right now. They need to kind of condensify. I feel like once you get that kill on the Blackbird, it's even a stronger layer because they have no shield play to actually push you out of the bedroom position going through connector here. So I feel like they need to play deeper into these win columns, especially this fight below. You already have the kill on the Blackbird. They missed the triple impact. The only fight he can really get is from his gun. So keeping him outside of stock, which is a disadvantageous fight for the Ella.
Just an insane round, top to bottom. I mean, the bomb site was gym and bedroom. You never would have known that if you were watching this round. And I think a look of relief there coming through from Jackie Wu. He just let out a sigh like, thank God I won that. His team needed it. And now, up 5-3, this game is starting to get close.
Jim. We're here. It's 3-5. Pressure round. You win this, and then you're going, I am shocked they do run this back.
It was close. It came down to the 1v1. They clearly liked their extension on the cache side, but means that they don't really get the chance to play CCTV cache, which is where you'd expect them to go for round 9.
Especially with the Monty Cat Band, I feel like you would want to go to that site.
Right.
Why do it yourself when
It's a bit of a gamble from Alula, but they know they have to play bold if they want to be able to win this matchup up 5-3. Do something to catch your opponent off guard. Surprise them a little bit. Say, you think you did well on that bomb site? Well, let's try it again and see if the result stays the same. Valentino starting in Rafters just as he did last time, but might be a little bit more eager to stick around because he's got support from Joza just inside a secret. Playing on this upside down rappel, it's very difficult, but Joza's been doing a great job of staying alive. And with the Deimos mark, he will choose to retreat.
Good pick from Valentino. We see they made an adjustment on the rafter extension. They had the wall double soft, and they played the layer off the cache wall getting open. This round, they reinforced. They sent the Azami. They're saying, we're not going to give you this space. We're going to make you clear it out.
Valentino says, get me in the action. I'll stick around Rafters a little longer and take down the Blackbeard. They're even feeding him information. It's those yokai cams that are giving intel over to Valentino so that he can make smart swings. I love that aggression coming through from Alula, even though site players getting some impact here on the extension.
Especially too with the Blackbeard gone, you're going to lose so much catalyzation going into this rafter player.
Yeah.
You need to look to take the lower garage side, almost like it's a CCTV, flash him, and then clear him with the walk-up.
It's been almost half the round, and Valentino is still inside of Rafters. 130 now. The Grimbees are starting to ping him out, but he's already gotten one pick onto the Blackbeard. The nades, the flashes. This should be the end of Valentino. He's full blind. The red of marker will punish him, and finally Jackie Wu gets the kill in a second. Great flick over to Joza. We saw it just at the tail end there when he finds the headshot. So now, man advantage favoring Tyloo. Jackie Wu has come alive, 9-5 in the server after clutching the 1v1 versus Valentino. He is suddenly powered up for his team, and it's a 4v2 for Tyloo.
Tyloo heating up, Jesse. Looking good here.
Dangerous, dangerous team.
Echo, Mirror C4 here. They have good win con. Only 2 Echo drones left. 1 in gym, 1 in bedroom right now. Probably going to be playing off of that. Time deny. I like to see Mirror try to play for a middle master, C4. Try to get a kill back. Tyloo just need to slow up right now, find their execute, and isolate their picks.
Yeah, Tyloo got some good time to play with. They don't have to rush this execute. They can wait and try to get some angles in towards the window. Logi Hatch if it's an option. Jacuzzi Wall if it's been dealt with at this point, although I'm not sure that it has. Songo's going in down below to try to pressure the main stairs. Jackie Wu on the gym window could be about to fight crazy here on that hallway position. Thinks that there might be someone here, and there it is. A quad kill for Jackie Wu. It leaves it all on to Mahogger to try to clutch this one up. Doesn't have the yokais to play with, so he's swinging the window. Jackie Wu is not able to stop the plant denial. Here comes two from Mahogger. He gets the down, but it's Abe who from the door who finds that pick. Jackie Wu, an incredible round to follow up his 1v1 clutch.
Well, we're here. That 3-5 round. We're 4-5 here. Let's see if they go basement or cash.
Set of operator bans comes through before they have to make that call on what site they want to go to. They've been very successful attacking onto that gym bedroom site, so I cannot imagine we see Alula head that way. And Dave, do you call attack timeout here if you're the coach of Alula?
You should, honestly. They're making very individual mistakes right now. I feel like Valentino already has that kill inside of Rafter. He doesn't need to help the Ella. He needs to be playing for the late round. You get another kill, Jackie. We're just walking up garage. You know, they were in a great position, and they're kind of just feeding these picks back to them right now.
Well, it will be called by Alula. They use their tackle timeout here, so that is, we agree, the right call to make it. You know, they try to really fight for these rafters positions, and I like the confidence from Alula. You know, they feel comfortable in taking some of these fights and playing behind their guns, especially Valentino, but Tyloo have just done a really good job of, I think, reading that game plan. You know, it feels like for the first time in this series, they have a good idea of how Alula are trying to play.
Exactly, and they have a good end-round plan, too. You know, I feel like in Chalet, they weren't really... They were struggling to see what they wanted to get, what space they wanted to take in the end of the round. But Tyloo, they're really working their positions really well. They see the guys playing Rafter hard. They're coming into lounge below. They're nading. They're using the flashes, and they're just working together as a team. And I think that's just what we need to see from Alula. You need to take what the enemy's giving you. You know, they gave you a kill already.
Yeah.
You don't need to die too much for the Rafter position, because if you die too much trying to help Rafter, it's going to create that snowball effect like I talked about and give those kills back that you not need to give. Especially with Jim, and you have the Golden Mirror and the Echo, you need to play for the late round.
Alula were the benefactors of the best comeback we've seen so far at the Esports World Cup when they beat Chiefs yesterday late into the night, coming back from a 7-1 first map defeat to win 8-7, 8-7. Now they must do the opposite. They have to shut down this comeback from Tyloo. They got their own dominant map win back in the first map of the series on Chalet, a 7-2 victory as it shows in the top right of your screen. They went up dominantly 5-0 here on Clubhouse, but have lost 4 straight to find themselves 1 away from a tie game on their own map pick. Tyloo, with all the momentum in the world, it's going to be really coming down to if that tack timeout and the bomb site change can be a big difference maker for Alula.
Going for a roam here. They banned the Azami, so the blue side's going to be a lot weaker. Scopo's still playing Rafter side. The Ella up top. They're bringing another Fenrir trap here. They have the mirror too on site. They did put one mirror on the flat wall just to deny that because they've been canning it. It's going to be a little bit annoying to get that. They can play into their room a bit stronger here. I want to see... They have the Habana open, okay. Already a quick gym entry right now.
Yeah.
Might do a main walk down to OPK bar, or they're going to go through the top.
This is the strength of the snake.
Yeah.
If the mute's not being brought, you can clearly walk through those top couple of floors, make sure that there's nobody around. So that's going to be really good information being gathered by Tyloo quite quickly on this top floor clear. Valentino playing that Raptors position for another round, but this time, of course, on the Scopos for the quick retreat if he needs it. Candela's coming through to pressure in towards Joza. He's playing that top red position now. Valentino flicking through cams, doesn't feel the pressure to retreat just yet. There's no need to do so. It looks like this first fight might come towards Joza instead, fully flashing him out now on the Ella. He's got the mirror winner to play behind, so he's got to force back after that nade comes through. They caught him on a drone. The Blackbeard's staring him down as well. The impact does a little bit of damage on the Joviker, but now with him being full white, they're just trying to fall back as quickly as they can. Joza perfectly uses the Ella to be able to get that kill onto Joviker. That's going to get the man advantage back under the control of Alula. Valentino's in a really tough spot, but he feels the pressure. He loses the fight to Jackie Wu. The one player who has consistently shut down Valentino does it again, but his teammates are falling. Abe goes down as well on that clear, and it's going to be a 3v4 favoring Alula.
3 cans left. Snake on 1 HP. Church wall's fully soft. No mirrors on site here. Church should be the weak point of this strategy right now.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
We're going to see things slow down quite considerably. There's lots of hard breaching still on the side of Tyloo. They did lose Abe on the Sabana, but plenty of can openers from Doha and Jackie Wu to start working on these hatches. You also, again, don't have any nitrous cells, so the kitchen hatch should be doable from those cans as well.
No impacts either.
Yeah, you want to see them go down main, pressure, church, go moto. You think that's their best bet?
Yeah, especially with 3 impacts left on Zofia, you can rip that church wall completely open. Even if you're not going to end there, it's just going to be good pressure onto the people in sight. You're going to force them to have to play blue or either play on the bomb right now.
Good spot from our observer. The defuse kit not under the control of Ty Lu, so they have to flood in and go for these kills. This might be a mistake now. Songlo will grab it, but he's got a lot of time inside a kitchen to try to bring this one back. Early damage from Doha with that secondary. He does some good pressure into these defenders, but he's not able to walk away with a kill, and that's his position revealed. Joseph facing some pressure inside of blue. Inside of dirt is really what they're worried about, but the kitchen drop's going to come down quite quickly. There's the swing with the TCSG, but Crazy falls instead. It's a nice little shot coming through from Doha, but he's still got so much pressure to worry about. Mahogger takes down Jackie Wu, but the Ying play, it's not quite enough. Songlo with 1 HP, can't do more than 1, and Alula will secure match point off of that defense.
That was great. You know, only given the Scopos kill, that's fine. They got 4 back to site, they've stacked the site, and they stopped the execute. That's really what you want from the club room clear. You really want to make them work for the clear. They get the clear, and then you make them work for the site. Simple.
I mean, that's what we really saw Ty Lu struggling with, right? Like, they would fight on that roam game, but then they weren't able to rotate back and also fight on the site. Alula able to do both there, and it feels like it could be the difference maker on this map.
Of course, and I think, too, unlucky, they were still trying to work together. They tried to use the nade from the blue hatch to clear the AK person, but he styled across. Beautiful play. Amazing siege coming out. This was a big kill, too, on the Blackbeard. Totally. Should not have won that, especially with the Yings going off. That was amazing.
Joseph just putting in the work. He might not have the most amount of kills for his team, but I feel like the frags he's getting are so high impact, and he's had some other really strong maps where he's top fragging for his squad. So everybody popping off for Alula, even when Valentino is starting to steal the show. Back-to-back round wins will be necessary for Ty Lu to stay alive at the Esports World Cup. Then they've got to win overtime. Then they've got to win Fortress. Then they've got to beat Fnatic. The road is still almost just as long as it was a few hours ago, Dave.
Yeah, it's very difficult here, but it starts with 1 round, 1 moment, 1 breath. Let's go.
It's all going to come down to these next couple of moments to see if Ty Lu do have what it takes. I've really enjoyed their bounce back so far in this game. We thought they were going to be down and out. I was worried about a 7-0 here on Clubhouse, but the way they've been able to battle back, led by their experienced veteran and Jackie Wu to be able to make these big plays happen, that's all they can really ask for to get themselves to this point. Now they've got to push for a little bit more CCTV cash for the first time we're seeing this, Dave.
And I think this is good, too, because their bans are really catered to this site, and I feel like they should have been running it a lot earlier here.
Yep.
They have a good line. The smoke, the Goyle is going to be able to stall the Rafter extension, play off the Wamai here. And L is a good pick, too, because they just keep bringing shields. The Thorn's also great for the Master Side extension, so if they want to clear that, you have good trap operators to hold that. And also you have good denial operators to stop anything garage side of the flames they usually put on the top of the stairs, and the smokes for the late round here.
Starting to see this pressure down towards garage. Usually see teams either commit to the master clear or to the garage clear. It looks like it's going to be garage. That is the focus for Ty Lu, despite the bans really making this difficult. No Monty, no Capitout, no Grim, 3 of the best operators. Instead, you've just got this Zofia who can try to play inside the roof. You've got the Blackbeard as well from Doha who can try to get a sneaky pick.
They're going to use a gridlock below the nade. But they have a player for zoning for him here.
Oh, no.
This could be bad timing.
This could be really bad for Songla. He just caught him on a drone, though.
I don't think he saw him, though. Yeah, not yet.
He has to time this really well. Joza knows how important this pick is. If he takes down Songla, you said it, that's the nade. That's going to make things really difficult. Playing inside of Oil Pit, he can toss the nades from down here. Seems to know the initial position being held inside of Rafters. That's going to be crazy on the Wamai that's playing this too. So don't forget, a lot of those utilities will be caught, but instead he just dies to the track stinger. Nice little util play coming out there from Songla to get that secure onto the down. And they spot out onto Joza, so this looks really good for Ty Lu. Joza sees the drone. He recognizes that they know he's here, so that's going to give him a little bit of an edge, but even still, he's not giving up this position. He wants to be a nuisance. He wants to be a thorn in their side. And we're already down to the last 60 seconds, Dave.
Yeah. They have, how many smokes do they have? 3 smokes, 3 thorns. Oh, geez.
Wow.
Let's see here.
Even
Songla's kind of wasting time on this guy. They have two sets of flames.
40 seconds now, fighting in towards blue. Joseph would love to be able to take this player down and give his team the edge, equalize those man counts, but instead he misses the fight, and Songla gets out, knows that he can't worry about this player in the basement. They've got a sight to try to take him. There's 30 seconds left, so sprint up those red stairs, try to make your way in towards the bomb site.
It's like oil.
mibr is trying to make some plays here as well. You mentioned it. There's the oil flank coming through from Joza. They are seemingly watching for it, but there's a lot of things they got to watch for right now, Dave.
Too much to worry about, Jesse.
So much fire, toxic babes. The flank comes in now, 15 seconds. It gets denied, but even still, the time heavily favoring Alula. They've got to get a move on for Ty Lu. The plant will start now inside of CCTV. The frag's going the way of Ty Lu. It's just Valentino, and he can't do it. It'll be flawless from Ty Lu. At the last moment, they stay alive.
Great round for them, you know. A lot of times you can get really sporadic right there, especially with the oil flank. There's so much to watch, there's so much to care for on the side side. Especially if they have the smoke, but they really did make sure they had everything handled, and that was a great round from them.
It feels like under all this pressure, even in very difficult to execute situations, Ty Lu are really doing a good job of getting their mental under control, not panicking, not making risky plays, and not going for overextensions and swings. It feels like they're doing a really good job of playing under their pressure, and this is kind of what we saw from Alula yesterday. They started really weak, they started like not themselves, and as the game goes on, they've warmed up into it. Ty Lu have gotten better and better as this match has persisted, and if they can just hold on for one more round, they'll give themselves another lifeline.
The smoke miss too. It's a big thing. It's tough.
So tricky with all of that utility that they had going down. I mean, it's difficult to know if you're stopping the plant or if it's just off the mark there. In this situation, it's going to be Alula now rotating back over to Gym Bedroom. They've tried this twice already, Dave, and they lost it both times. Granted, the first was a 1v1. You could argue the second was maybe an overextension from Valentino. Like, they've had good looks on this bomb site, but 2-0 is 2-0 for Ty Lu.
I expect them to go a little bit more passive here, especially having the double shielded master. The Nars is shut down. They're probably going to have to remind play Gym Rack, the Valk playing below late round. Let's see if he's probably going to put a cam up top and flip below.
Yep.
Because right now they've been really giving the kills on the Raptor and the garage side. Make them get into that next zone of the attack right now.
Yeah, really nobody Raptors, of course. Nobody inside of CC at the moment. I mean, we have Bazooka inside of Cash, so there is a little bit of a roam. In fact, he's moving over towards red just as we speak. They do seemingly want to contest this a little bit.
They have no walls, though. They can't.
It's a bit slow, though. Like, surely this is just a bit of a fake.
Yeah.
The second wall from between Cash and CC will still be soft, so that might open up an angle if they can get inside of Rafters on the side of Ty Lu. That should be the goal. As they drone this out, they might recognize that this is a little bit weaker, and the goal should be to move through this a little bit faster than they previously had.
Of course. They have good info on the guy on cams here. Maybe a wall bank from below off the Deimos.
They used to have the Zofia for this push, but they've actually dropped it instead, so that's not going to give them as good of a pickup above. The Deimos can still be really strong, though.
The Zofia is more or less, it's one, everything in one, all your eggs in one basket, all almost 3 impacts. The Deimos gives you 3 tracks. You still have the pistol, you have a lot more ammo, a lot more just vertical displacement here, especially with the nades, too.
Yep. Songla, he missed that one shot on the Zofia the first time they attacked this site, so since then he's moved over to the Deimos instead. He will start that track, hoping to find the player up above, but it looks like
beautiful.
Yeah, mibr's all the way back to the site already, and that's what you wanted to see, right, Dave? Playing more passive, not going for actual gunfights around that extension.
Now, right here, Jesse, you have to be very careful with the kills back. You know, you have your too many plays really with the C4 going out the window off of crazy, and you need to put your Valk below to make sure that you have that late round potential here.
Yeah.
And he's getting tracked right now, so he's going to probably run below after the track.
Okay.
See if he can make it down.
It can get kind of claustrophobic on this site, right? When it's 5 players alive, there can be not that many positions to play with all of these windows open. Jacuzzi, the Logi hatch, there's a lot of different angles that the attackers can play behind, so having someone below can definitely ease up that pressure.
Especially, too, here with the Denari setup, it makes Master just a better hard zone, especially. And then the Gold Mirror allows you to play for the Logi hard zone, so you really force him into the gym side execute, is what we're seeing Songwise should be holding for the Valk below.
Yep.
So this is going to be crucial on the below side here. 1 C4 on the site. You know, it's going to be on Valentino playing inside a gym right now. If they can clear him out well or not.
He's in such a difficult position. He doesn't have the Azami, so he's here on the Wamai instead, trying to lock things down. He takes a little bit of damage and unfortunately blocked by his teammate, so it takes a bunch from that Dokkaebi call. That means that they can't play inside of Gym for the moment. That's going to be scary. 25 seconds and Valentino's the first one to die. Songla seemingly aware that there's one down below, but he's not sure of the exact position. Opens the door for Josen now to try to go for a bit of a swing as his teammates plant. It's being watched perfectly by Songla. 3 players down on the side of Alula, trying to get this defense down. The plant will finish. 5v1. Bazooka with everything on his his plate. Overtime, almost a guarantee now. Ty Lue have been putting up so many good attacks here on Clubhouse. Bazooka, what could he possibly do from this position inside of Logi? He's got to push so deep. There's one on the main stairs down below. Gets past that angle to approach the gym window now. One still inside the site as well. That's going to be Doha playing in, of course, on the IQ. Trying to find the long angle on the window. Bazooka just biding his time. There's a nice little second pick. Onto the window, he wants a third, but Joviker eventually shuts it down. We're going to overtime, Dave.
No, very good attack from them. It felt like Alula aren't really understanding their win cons very well, especially because there's no Logi pressure. You can have a guy deep inside of Logi holding your con cross to keep this mirror on the master bed so you can play the C4, because then when they go to clear Valentino, they're going to be in that spot to be C4able. So you need to have that C4 ready. So if Valentino does die, you're at least trading him back and breaking a little bit of their push.
Right. Wow, all of a sudden, this game has slipped on its head. I remember when we were talking about Alula going for some smiles, joking around, Ty Lue looked dead, but now the smiles are creeping back on Ty Lue. They absolutely feel that they're in this game. They know that they have what it takes, and you can just feel them getting confident.
Yeah.
Oh, baby, this might get scary for Alula.
Any man's game now.
Anybody's, for sure. Now, it would have been Alula's choice to start on the defense here. Would you prefer to start on the defense given how attacker-sided this game has been so far?
You can never know that in the pregame, so like, of course, it's a good choice to go defense. I just feel like they're not really playing that well off of their rounds. They just need to make sure that they're really trying to isolate these fights together. You know, Valentino, he's running back into gym. He's alone. The mirror is playing in bathroom passive. They just need to sync up if they want to get back into these zones together. And honestly, on the roam right now, I'm interested to see how hard they fight, because they've been given a lot of space for the shield. And if Ty Lue choose to clear, or they choose to bait the clear and go for sight right now.
This is the one bomb site that Alula were able to find success. That was back in around number 10, and they started with that extension up towards Cash. They got a man advantage, then they fell back and just defended simply in the 4v3. You've got to imagine that'll again be the game plan. Their operators have not changed up too much at all. They've dropped the Mira in favor of the Valkyrie, so that's the one switch they'll make. They've also dropped the Fenrir in favor of the Thorns, so a couple of ops changing here and there, but the overall plan surely will remain the same.
Clearing early dirt util, that's good. Going to push them back. So that right there is going to be okay. They could be hitting side guys. That's going to change the aspect of the roam clear. People are going to get a lot closer to the kitchen side and from Logi side, and this bar play is going to creep through right now. Loki's kind of cut. They might go for bar pick here.
He's got some other teammates around this mid floor, around blue, but this is going to be scary. Hogger's going to just be playing inside a stage. Now he's on a drone. They know his exact position. They can go for a really nice pinch from Ty Lue.
He's ahead of the Thorn Trap 2 front door. He doesn't know he's in.
Oh, this could be really good. Bazooka still trying to pinch in with his teammate. Do they know about Songla? Clearly not. Here comes the flash. They're going to try to pressure Mahogger now. They're going to try to clear out those thorn traps, and they will do so just like that. Candela's come through. They start to blind these players even more. It's so slow from Ty Lue, and patience pays off, but it gets traded back immediately. Bazooka steps up and takes down the Blackbeard. That's going to be a really big pick onto the attackers. And now we see the question mark from Alula. Do they continue to try to fight this? They've still got Valentino up inside of Rafters. They've still got Joza and Bazooka playing here around Lounge. They've got a bit of an extension, but Ty Lue, do they even care? They're still just working on the vert.
Yeah, of course, Ty Lue here now have the option to split blue and moto right now. Big impact comes above to put pressure on the blue hatch here. But right now, Ty Lue needs to recognize how many people are off site and need to go for the gap on site. But the thing about Scopus is he can TP back at any point here to help site. Better do the moto drop right now.
This might signal the start of the execute.
Valentino's back.
This is smart from Valentino. This wall continues to be soft, so he has to just back off as soon as he teleports in. Crazy finds Abe. That's a really big pick. Doha falls as well to Valentino, who's just rotated on back. It's one traded from Jackie Wu, but he's got so much now, 2v2. Songla up on the kitchen hatch. He's trying to hold this angle as the rest of the defenders are lurking around in sight. Bazooka unlikely to get picked up over towards blue. Close on the church wall. That's going to be Valentino. He doesn't have a phone anymore. He's taking a lot of damage to that Dokkaebi call. They'll throw one more call over towards Crazy. Jackie Wu holds the defuse kit at his feet. On the prone angle, Valentino gets slammed. He was aware. He might have heard that position change. Now Crazy, they know exactly where he's at, and he's on 1 HP. He's got to go crazy with this TCSG, living up to his name, but they're just going to go for a plant inside a church. They know that this one's safe. Finally, Songla's going to go down to that fire charge from the Goyo, so this is going to get very tough for Crazy. 12 seconds on the clock, but this plant will finish and reset to 45. Here's the long angle, and it loses. Songla finds that pick, and Ty Lue on map point.
Wow. What a round. Wow. Alula again in a winning position, but again, just over-peaking, the Thorn peaking before Valentino takes contact. You have to make them get deep.
Yeah.
They're not making their final play. They're pushing to the site. You need to make them force their hand.
Mm-hmm.
They're really separate right now. You can see their energy is zapped. They're not yelling at all. They're not as energetic. They're not smiling. They're tensed up right now. This is the worst thing that could happen for them.
Dave, we're 2 days, we're a day and a half deep into the Esports World Cup, and we've already seen some of the best games of the season so far in Rainbow Six. I am so excited for the games to come. Tyloo and Alula has delivered after a disappointing map won on Chalet, where it was a stomp 7-2 favoring the Middle Eastern team, taking their opponent's map pick. They went off to a 5-0 lead on Clubhouse as well, don't forget. They looked like they were going to run away, maybe a 7-0 on map 2.
Yep.
Oh, how the tides have turned. Now Tyloo get their chance to move back towards the defense. This has got to be the one hope remaining for Alula. They get to attack where they've found a lot of early success, but I'm worried about that momentum.
Of course, momentum is big because they're coming off of that map where they're feeling very confident. They go into a nice half. They go into the defense. They lose all of that confidence. They lose their OT round. And now they're here on the attacking side. I feel like if Tyloo can get an opening pick, it can really hurt them right here.
5 seconds.
Map 3, if we need it, will be Fortress. That's where Tyloo got their big victory over Chiefs, and that's where Alula looked really rough, losing to Chiefs in that 7-1 first map of the series. So you have to say that that third map does favor Tyloo. If they also have the momentum running into it, then things do look rough. Alula want to finish this out here and now. Both of these teams would have wanted to finish this series as quickly as possible so they could be well rested for Fnatic, but obviously that's not in the cards for Tyloo. They've got a lot of work to do, but they've been doing a great job so far.
Early entry into stock here to cut their own clear. Newt trying to make Vert, just missing him. Wow. Let's see if they have the Uzami out for the blue layer. Just looking to see Tyloo waste time on this roam clear, maybe get a kill, and then get back to site here and play for that site execute. Go for the wall. Good timing. Wow, get out, guys.
Okay, Songla, he makes that play. Abe takes a ton of damage elsewhere on the map too, just playing up towards Cash, but with that pick, you said it, Dave, now they can start to rotate back down towards the site. It's a really aggressive move to save Abe and take down Mahogger.
Yep.
Songla is going to rotate back towards the site with that Scopos utility, perfectly played by him, and everybody else moves down to the bottom floor as well.
Yep, very good round from them. Right here is going to be about Ulula trying to find a kill back inside the side, trying to work a kill here on the blue side. Jackie Wu is not back safe yet. There's still 3 people in blue. Jesus, this is bad.
Oh no, what are they doing? They're going aggressive here. They might have spotted that with Valentino inside of Lounge. They've got a couple of bodies over in this direction. They do down Abe, who's going for one of those flanks. Now a player in bottom garage. We're overcooking a little bit here. They get aggressive in bottom garage, but that does not pay off, and they throw their man advantage out the window.
Yes, it's a problem in the strat because they have the hatch open and they're not holding stock.
Songla goes back up towards the Raptors position too. He was never cleared out. He gets one, but Valentino gets the frag right back, and now it's Jackie Wu and Yovaker. They equalize with Yovaker finding the headshot onto Crazy. Now they just have to play sight. Surely we go back and play sight now. Jackie Wu and Yovaker, still over a minute to go, but they've really brought this down to a tense moment.
Valentino on 18, let's see.
Valentino 18, Jackie Wu with 15. They've both led their squads as the veterans on each side. They've been here before. They've played at these international events. Good information from Joza. He spots both of those defenders on the snake and can feed that over to Valentino. Takes the fight on a Jackie Wu, loses it. Headshot by the main player on Tyloo. He's done so much work to get his team here. Valentino, he's been the star as well. In the 1v2 with 35 seconds and loses it out to Jackie Wu. That's Tyloo taking their opponent's pick, shutting down Alula and forcing a third map.
Wow. What a map. Coach walks straight off the stage. Coach is pissed. Their coach is mad right now. And look at the elation from Tyloo. What a game.
I mean, they know they earned that victory, right, Dave? Like, that's got to be one that they had to battle back from.
Of course.
There were no doubt thoughts in their heads like, this might be us done in the tournament, down 5-0, and yet somehow they battle back. And I think you got to give so much credit to Jackie for the way he was able to step up, shut down Valentino consistently, and bring his team to the victory.
That clutch was a momentum shift right there.
Yep.
On the gym. Nice.
Jackie and Abe coming alive in that second half of the series here. A big congratulations to Tyloo, of course. They keep themselves alive inside of this competition. Very attacker-sided clubhouse, I feel like what we're seeing. And the response from Alula speaks words. It speaks books to me. The way that the coaches walk on stage immediately, the energy doesn't seem to be there for them anymore. And I feel like Tyloo were able to capitalize off the mistakes that ag.al were making, right? They were trying to do too much on the defense, over-peaking, getting aggressive. They were always trying to go for the flanks, but it seemed like Tyloo always had the information on what was going down, right? Player going back up main, we have that on lockdown, we have the Deimos, we have the Dokkaebi. So much information on the side of Tyloo, which helped them win these attacking bouts.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, it really just felt like they were able to take momentum back in that matchup. That they played so well, even on that final defense, right? Like, we're praising their attacks, we're maybe some critical of their defenses, but they played so smart on that final defense. They still put their Tyloo spin on it. They tried to retake Garage and got kind of slammed, but that's okay, because in the 2v2, they got their heads back on straight. They played it so smart down in that position and still clutched up.
I mean, they realized they couldn't get back to site, and so Song was like, I gotta go back up top for you guys. He gives his life away so his team doesn't get back into the site. So, I mean, it's just unselfish play coming out from the team, and it's amazing to see the coordination. They really understand that, okay, they wanted to flip into the game plan of going into site, and they realized they can't get back to site. And then, like, oh, we gotta stay roaming. Let's go roam a little bit more. So it was great coordination, too, from the site player, too, picking up stock to get the guy dropping into site. And I feel like, too, ag.al were kind of confused in what Tyloo were doing, and it really just kind of sped up their attack and made them make the mistake for Tyloo.
Definitely.
You know what I fear with what we're seeing? I fear that ag.al are going to get a taste of their own medicine, where they win the first map so dominantly, they struggle in overtime on the second map. It's almost like we're seeing a repeat of what happened yesterday, but the other way around for ag.al. They were able to capitalize off that momentum yesterday. This time around, with the things that we're seeing on this stage after this map, it seems like it is so much more in favor of Tyloo. Also, the amount of Scopels I've seen on this map. We don't see Scopels like super often, I feel like, in the current meta. A lot on Clubhouse, and especially for the flanks that we're seeing. But it makes me worried if ag.al is maybe getting complacent. We're looking at rounds as well where we praise Valentino. He's getting a lot of kills on the board. But if he's trying to win at a 1v1 with a deagle, is that the most advantageous position? Overswing and the overpeak and the prone peaking? I have my question marks with that.
I feel like the deagle, that's Spoit loves the deagle, always talks about the damage, because the damage is really good in the close range situation. I feel like, you know, you bring the deagle out, you should stay on the deagle. I feel like if he had the deagle out, he stayed on the server rack, he was in a better position than putting himself on the foam versus the drone hole. There's a little bit too much movement. I feel like they just need to calm down. And on the club, I feel like the Scopus is one of the better operators for playing Raptor, because it's the best at being able to, like Songlin was, he could get back inside, he could get out. I felt like Valentino stayed a little bit too long in Raptor, especially when they had a kill.
Well, seems like so far Songla is definitely benefiting from the birthday buff, turning 22 today on top of the scoreboard for this map, keeping his team alive. And we need to decide to determine whose key gets crushed, and we'll find out after the break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
We need a decider to find out who gets eliminated here. That is either going to be Tyloo or All Ula, and our decider map is going to be Fortress. Now, you can spin this two ways, whichever team you support, whichever thing you want to have as copium in the back of your mind. This map was played yesterday by both these teams, right? Tyloo beat Chiefs on it, but then Alula lost to Chiefs on it. So either they have learned from their mistakes, or Tyloo might have the upper hand here when it comes to the map veto. Which one are we looking to believe in the situation here?
I mean, maybe you could spin it either way, but I think you combine it with the momentum we just saw from map 2, and for me, this is favoring Tyloo.
Yeah, of course, especially starting on the defense side. I feel like Fort on the attacking side, it is kind of an attacker-sided map if you have really good theory on it and you can really displace your opponents and push them into just disadvantageous spots. But I feel like right now, Luna look a little bit frustrated, and I feel like Tyloo have that confidence. You're looking at them after the game, they're hugging each other in elation, they're saying one more map, they're ready for this game. So I feel like Tyloo they could win this.
They absolutely can. And what we're seeing with the momentum so far and how that played out yesterday, I want to talk about players in particular. We've already been praising some players. White Songlo put up a great performance in map 2. Valentino's been putting up numbers over the whole series. It's not been enough on map 2.
Yeah.
Who do you want to step up? Who on either side could be that key or the one player that we look to help them drag out this map 3?
I feel like I want to see somebody else stepping up from Alula, whether that's Joza, who can be really impressive sometimes, whether that's going to be Mahagar, who can have some really big moments on this team. It feels like there is more firepower that we saw yesterday that we haven't seen unlocked as much on Alula's side.
I'm looking at both shield players on each team, Yoviker and Bazooka. They really need to find some success on this shield, really opening up the round for their teammates and making sure they're not giving away their lives too early. We saw that he died to the double C4 some rounds he was just caught walking alone, especially on Chalet. So I really want them to use these shields to their full capability.
How's that going to translate on Fortress, you feel like, with shield play, especially going into the attacks?
Fort's really good because, usually a lot of times you see teams walk the Blackbeard up central to clear Horse out, and then the Monty's really good to clear Old Tower side. The shield's really good on the Con side, the top White Eagle side. So you can use the shield on all points of the map to put initial pressure in to force defender layers, and then the layer game can become really attacker-sided. If you give up too much space and you consolidate them, you can split extremely well in Fortress. So I feel like the shield's really important, how you use it and how you play around it with all your utility.
Yeah, I feel like as well, you got to be careful about how the defense are setting up too. You don't want to over lean into the shields if it's not working, if they're bringing a lot of Ella and Thorn and Clash, right? This is a really good map for Snake to get information outside the building. It's a really good map to try to rush in with some Ying plays as well. You have so many tools in this meta as the attackers. You've got to just play into the operator plans, figure out what style of defense is being run by the other team, and then adapt to that with the operators you bring.
Of course.
Again, as we see the players getting ready for this final map, it seems that Tyloo will be starting out on the defense, Alula on the attack. Is that going to change things going into this final one?
I feel like coming off of that last map, Tyloo finding success on the attacking side, I just feel like it's good because attack is always the hardest part. It's always this part where you have to have the most communication. And I feel like going into defense now, I feel like it's going to be a little bit settled down. The comms are going to be much better, and they're going to be more confident in their plays being called.
Yeah, it's interesting because Alula would have had the choice, right, as they had a more dominant win on their map. So they must have chosen to start on the attacking side. So clearly they think there's some value in that. I can certainly respect that, of course. But so far what we've seen today is that sometimes even starting on the better side, going up to an early lead, doesn't really mean much in terms of who's going to win the game.
Exactly. If you run out of that steam, doesn't mean anything.
Maybe it helps to be in the driver's seat so they don't have to sit on their hands and wait and essentially make, the timer their sixth defender on their side. The most important for this match is they don't want to follow the fate of mibr.los earlier, because I think many people expected them to make it through inside of the playoffs, but they just got knocked out by Keg over on the H team. Was it a spoiler? Sorry.
We did not know that. We've been locked into this game.
I just come here and I spoil things whilst I sent you guys over to
My
the
heart
final
just
map.
dropped. Wow.
We see the fist bumps. The players are ready for it. One more map to determine whose key gets crushed.
Well, one thing is for certain, nothing is easy at the Esports World Cup, and both Tyloo and Alula are finding that one out, as did mibr.los over on the A stream. That's a huge upset. I don't think anybody expected a Brazilian team to go down to CAG, but wow.
It's big from CAG 2 being able to bounce back, and then they had a very slow start, so happy to see them finding success here.
Underdogs have found a lot of success so far here at the Esports World Cup. Alula taking down Chiefs was an upset for a lot of people the other day. Even Tyloo being able to get a victory earlier on in this match, earlier in this tournament. A lot of people thought they might be struggling, but here they are on the second day of the event, playing for their lives.
Looking at these player cams too, very animated from the Tyloo side. Laughing, Jackie was holding his mouse up, laughing. Just seeing Just very to themselves right now.
A bit more calm on the side of Alula, and could be the nerves, could be the stress, but also you got to imagine that this is a team who have made difficult comebacks before themselves, right? Like, they were in such a tough spot yesterday. You have to imagine their mental will be strong today, even though that last map was kind of a disaster at the end. It spiraled out of control for them, and Tyloo really took full control of the reins. So let's find out. Operator bans are finished, and we've got Alula versus Tyloo. Map 3, loser goes home.
See the Ace Monty band coming out, and then the Cade Clash. That could be difficult, Jesse, because you're leaving the Smoke Goyo up. And if you are running shields, you're going to be dealing with traps, and then you're going to be dealing with the Smoke Goyo combination to completely stall it out. So you're going to be getting pushed into late round executes this map.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see kind of how these teams want to play through this push. I mean, we were talking about the shields quite a bit on the offensive side. We talked about the Snake. It does survive the ban phase, at least to start, but they won't bring the F2 in terms of that. They'll bring it maybe from Valentino on this Twitch, and Crazy will be rocking that Blackbeard. You mentioned it. He is the primary shield player for this team on the side of Alula, so we're going to get to see what he's capable of as this team tries to push in, maybe from the south side. We'll see what the push looks like.
Abana's going to be good to get the dorms wall open, because a lot of times some teams will double reinforce that inner wall. Just being able to have that hard breach potential is great. Push going to be good too to clear gaps right now, especially with the Thorn up. Flores is great too to clear the barbed wire off staircases for the late round walks here. They just need to put the pressure so they can clear some of these Goyles on each side, so that they can really not let Tyloo pinpoint where they want to go.
Here on this top floor, we're going to see Tyloo and Alula trying to battle things out on the roam game. This was something that Tyloo struggled with quite a bit on Clubhouse, where the roamers weren't really able to get back towards site. They've got a good ping onto Abe, and also some really good damage onto Songla. He's going to be the Azami holding down that horse position, while Abe tries to roam on that south side, maybe alongside Doha as well. They've got a couple of different options, but instead it's a swing from Abe, and he goes down to Crazy. That's really good information from Alula, and hard punished on the roam.
There's a shield play coming on, Jesse.
Uh-oh, there's another one from Bazooka. Instantly finds one back onto Doha. The shield play that you wanted to see is coming into full effect. A two-man lead now favoring Alula. What do you do if you're Tyloo in this spot? Do you need to get aggressive?
It's a difficult situation, because you can't get too aggressive off the initial kills, because they're going to be looking for that aggression. You have to wait until they go into their next round transition, when they're looking to take the next set of space, either horse or bathroom side. They need to look to make a play against that here. Especially too, they have the briefing walls full reinforced off. Trap did big damage to Crazy.
Wow.
And the flame.
Oh no!
There it is.
Jackie Wu hits that Vulcan canister and will finish off Crazy. He heard his own trap going off, of course, there, so they had good information on that Blackbeard. But he's done his job in some sense, right? He's pushed back those roamers. He's worked his team into a two-man advantage. You'd certainly like to have that shield to assist with the plant and assist with pushing out those site players, but I still like this position coming through from Alula.
Valentino switching scopes on the Twitch DMR too. I always think when you're switching scopes, you're kind of feeling a little bit off about something too.
Sure.
So something to watch for here.
Well, we're going to have to see what this ends up coming down to with 45 seconds. Joseph's actually going to go down below, of course, still playing on this Zofia. He doesn't have a perfect read onto where the players are at. Might have one now, get some good vert play, but it's not enough to actually get the kill into Yovaker. He's playing more passive by his mirror window. Jackie Wu falls to Bazooka, leaves it all towards Yovaker, and Songla now playing aggressive in towards Horse. Songla just backing towards the bomb site. There's a first fight, but it doesn't go the way of Yovaker. He misses some shots. Those were critical fights that he had to win. Ends up being him taken down. Songla gets one, but in the 1v3, he's got so much work to do. Bazooka just plays this passive, and even with the deagle, he swings back out. A really good round from Bazooka.
Very good. Very clean, but I still want better work from Crazy on that shield. Once you have an opening kill, once you have a 5v3, he's continuing to walk alone right now, so I feel like he needs to make sure that he is with his teammates for the trade potential here. Looking at the side too, look very calm right now. Valentino, the vet, showing up here for his team. Let's see.
So a good start from Alula. Of course, this roam clear was really nice to see them coming through with a couple of important picks. And even after losing the shield, it felt like they had really good control of how they wanted to close out this round. I believe it was a triple kill coming through in the end there as well from Bazooka. Indeed, it was. So just working some of that off angles, being able to apply that secondary pressure that the rest of his team needed from him as he was pushing more on that northeast side. It's going to start things off nice and easy for Alula. But as we know, Dave, it doesn't necessarily matter who starts off strong. It's about finishing the game that way.
Exactly.
10 seconds to go.
And 2, Tyler looked a little bit distinct in that round. Goyo swinging alone, Smoke walking to help the Goyo. Gets killed from the which he doesn't know about. They just need to sync up right now, and if they're going to fight the front, they need to fight it together. They need to fight it with utility. And that Smoke starting Glow. Because I feel like that's the thing. You kind of give Glow up on this top old tower side when you have the Smoke ban, and you don't have any clash, but you have the Smoke, you have the Goyo up, and even the Tachanka too. You need to make sure you're flaming, you're smoking, and stalling time on that position.
Tyloo's defenses have really struggled today. They had just a 40% defensive win rate yesterday through their 2 games that they played. Then,
low.
Yeah, unfortunately for most teams in Siege, you're going to be aiming for 55-60% on those defenses. Low sample size, only 2 games. They got kind of rocked versus Shopify Rebellion, but even still, they want to be battling back on this secondary side. You know how good it can be for these teams.
Good trap lineup too. The Thorn Denari here is going to be slow. Great slow potential. And obviously the Goyo smoking the Chonka right now. Lululand, they need to get into it right here. They need to make sure they're not giving them that late round execute to where they have the flames, they have the smokes, and they have the canisters, so they can stall them out here. Going for another triple impact. Let's see if he gets it this round.
Yeah, they've got the Grim information, but of course Jackie Wu quite a bit a ways from where Joza's playing, so they've got to kind of reposition, get a little bit more information before they can commit to that Zofia play. The triple stun can be absolutely free as a kill, but you only get that one chance, as you were mentioning, Dave, so it's got to be really important that you've got the good read.
Yeah, and that's all your utility too, going on to that triple impact. So if it doesn't work out, your Zof is using all the impacts for that.
Thorn Trap not going to deal any damage to Bazooka. He sprints past it in enough time that it's not an issue. And we see Joza as well has rotated his way up those white stairs so they can play alongside his teammate and clear this top floor. Not feeling like they have the information to go for that freebie pick. So good map control being held by Alula. How do you feel about Tyloo not choosing to fight there on that extension?
It's okay. I feel like they had good ops to clear it. They had the Grim, they had the Zofia below, they have the Blitz too. They're playing for a good layer here. They have the Denari, they have the Smoke, they have the Chocolate, and this Goyo. So they're playing really into their win con, which is very important for this round.
The Denari setup's really annoying to try to get in through briefing. You can see Crazy just stalled out by that tripwire, knows that his teammate needs to find some way to break that open before they can try to take that space. Otherwise, it's going to be a shock and a slow as they push forward on that side. Joza triggers another Thorn Trap. That's going to be devastating. Could prompt some aggression here on the vending window. You can see it being washed now by one of these defenders, but so far the swing hasn't come through, so Joza just says, all right, that's fine by me. Doesn't expect a prone angle from Jackie Wu. A really nice surprise play coming out from Jackie. Now we can continue to play close on the breach. He gets a second one. Beautifully done. Everybody on Alula trying to find a trade back, but they're not able to hit their shots. Yovaker finds one as well. 2v5 coming through. Bazooka good for 1. Straight on to Jackie Wu with the trade, but now everything is covered in Talk to Fade.
I like that.
Fire grenades as well. Cool. Bazooka holds W, but it's not enough in the end. Tyloo battle back for one more.
Very unlucky on that play. They really lost the round on Jackie Wu. Jackie Wu coming up huge right now.
Literally.
Vet status.
Jackie Wu playing so well for his teams, of course, was part of that huge Dire Wolves core back in 2022, 2023. I remember back at SI, I told the story yesterday. I'm going to tell it again for any viewers who are no longer listening. But he used to always talk to me, come up to events and be like, wow, I'm so excited to be here. I got a picture with Canadian. Like, I get a picture with all these pros. He got a picture with me back at SI. And he was just so amazed to be with these guys. And I remember telling him, like, Jackie, you're a pro player too. You qualified to the Invitational. Like, you don't have to ask these guys for photos, and you know, it's great to see how far he's come as an individual. He's now the star of the show on Tyloo.
Yep, like I said, idols to rivals. It's the best way to do it.
It's beautiful stuff. It's beautiful storylines being written here at the Esports World Cup. And, you know, the first map was dominant for Alula. The second map, towards the end, dominant for Tyloo. I think we're in for a competitive back-and-forth final map here, Dave. I'd be shocked if either team gets a big lead at any point in this game.
Especially on Fortress 2, Jesse, it's a very back-and-forth map. You know, there's a lot of potential for the win on the attacking side, but the defense really has to play towards that win con. Like you said, they're playing into that smoke, that Tachanka, and that Goyo extremely well. And that, I think that is a key issue for Alula, not leaving all of that intel up.
Right.
And they have the Azami still up too. They have so many power operators they can play, and not even talking about it, but the Wamai is still up too, so there's so much on the board here.
Something we always talk about on this bomb site, Dave, is the roam presence. Some teams like to play up above when the bomb site is waiting cafeteria. Some people like to just extend horizontally. A lot of the teams we've watched so far this week have chosen to extend up towards that top floor. It's just Songla who's going to be playing the smoke inside the site. Everybody else is going to be roaming around on that top floor. So what do you want to see from Alula to clear these players up above the site?
They need to put two sides of pressure on them, and they clear through the weak side here. Usually on this, the traps are going to be weak, so they need to look for like a courtyard side entry to help catalyze through briefing side. They need to have some pull pressure on the old tower and on the briefing side. Or on the game side, should I say?
Right. This is the same setup we saw yesterday versus Chiefs as well.
Oh wow.
Bit of a gap there spotted by Joza. He takes down Doha as he's trying to hit his way back in towards Med. Sometimes he plays that position on the Azami, but on the castle, he's not really able to find that frag coming back in towards the site. That's the captain down now 0-3, but Songlo will answer back. The lone site player finding the pick onto the Zofia. This is getting messy over towards Medbay. Bazooka finds one on Yovaker too. Players still inside the site. Everybody has fallen off that top floor roam as there's a lot of pressure coming through from Alula. Abe equalizes the man count, takes down Joza. Bazooka drops the hatch now. They are pressuring towards the site. The pacing this round's been so strange. Abe, another one straight into Valentino. They're just looking in towards the site. They're very separated. If Bazooka goes down, that'll be Diffuse Kit hitting the floor. He has to be able to find a way to team up with Crazy. They're trying to pressure in towards Waiting. There's a great shot, and Crazy finds Jackie Wu. Abe in the 1v2 had the opportunity to kill the Blitz, had another opportunity and a third. Crazy down to so low HP. Bazooka has to play around his shield. They've grouped up now. Abe rotating all the way over towards the oven. Jumps back in towards the site. They can start a plant. Crazy seems to use that smoke to be able to stop that vert denial. Horizontal denial even. Here comes the plant as it almost gets done, but he finds both! Abe with the pistol! They line up for him and he hits two quick shots to be able to end that one out. Perfectly played in the 1v2.
They're looking really tight right now, Jesse. Bazooka starting off hot, but I feel like too, when the shield is up, you either run the shield at him or let the shield plant, let the gun cover. You know, right there, shield. It's not a very good situation. It's very defender side there, especially on where the opponent is. Putting the smoke down gives it gives the Goyo time to push through, and it actually kills his play.
Right. No, it certainly feels like they had exactly the read on that final play.
Very animated from Valentino.
Yeah, and I think maybe understanding that they didn't play that perfectly, right? Like they had that round in the palm of their hands. It ends up being a 4K coming in from Abe, and I just feel like he has really done a great job of supporting the rest of the team, having those big moments when it's required of him. A 4K 1v2 clutch coming in, that's going to be a massive one for the resume, and it gives Tyloo their first lead of this third map.
Going up top here, we're going to see the Wamai, going to see the Mirror, going to see the Zombie coming out. Going to be a very nice lineup here. They did look to need to bring some util for the horse clean right now. That's going to be a big step in Nolula's attack right now.
Sure.
They didn't find success with the Zoe Impact below. Maybe could do a Deimos. You're going to see they got rid of the Goyo. That's a great ban. And the Blitz is good too.
I like these mirror windows being brought as well. Yovaker was running these windows back in their last round top floor defense as well.
Just add another layer to the strat, make them have to use that breaching to get the mirror window open, then you flex the deep wall, and they have to use more breaching to get that open.
Right.
So you're really just making them play a game of chess.
A lot of these strats have been similar to what we've seen from Tyloo back in their earlier game versus Chiefs. They have a couple different strats, so it's not like they're running the same thing over and over again, but it's definitely looks that we'll be familiar with on the side of Alula.
Valentino got cheesed.
Doesn't mean it's going to be easy. Valentino, the most important player for Alula so far through this tournament, 0-3, yet to find a frag through the first 4 rounds. That's just on the horse door where he goes down. It's a brutal one to lose early.
He was proning underneath that. That's a very nice one for people to try at home in their ranked games.
Yeah? Utility getting shot out too from Mahogger. He's trying to use these Flores drones to find ways to break through the Kiba barriers. Good damage being brought up by Songlo. Already one big pick from him.
Kiba deployed.
Backs off now from safety. What were you saying about the spawn peak, Dave? Good to know. Okay, we'll work on it, folks. Don't worry. 5v4 coming through from Tyloo. They're still favorites here in this round. It feels like they've had really good pressure up against Alula, and I just think that this might be a bit of a game of back and forth where Tyloo are just able to get that pick, then layer backwards, go for these reinforcements, play behind their shields. You've got all of these magnets stacked up as well. It's been really nice to see. now Joza inside of that kitchen site down below. He can try to use these Zofia charges once again. He's got them in his hand. They tried to use this to pressure out Horse last time they pushed onto this site, and it was somewhat successful. It didn't get a free pick, but it was forcing those players back. It was providing that extra pressure. You've got the teammates up above as well. Mahogger's holding that angle. Bazooka over towards Briefing, trying to use these flashes to force out a swing, but keep in mind, that Smoke's playing behind a shield. He's playing behind so many magnets. He doesn't have to play aggressive from that spot.
That's okay. Going for this Horse Grid with the Blackbeard. Standard issue here. Zofia doubling up right now, too. Tyloo just need to make sure they don't give a kill. They do give a kill. Let's get initial into the map right now. They have great space here.
Oh,
good trades.
Really good aim from everybody on the side of Tyloo. Now they've lost one in terms of Abe, but I don't think they're going to matter too much. Crazy falls to Yovaker, who's playing on that mirror position. Leaves Bazooka in the 1v3 up against a shield. No hope. Doha held that position the entire round, and they're able to lock that one down on the defense.
Jesse, what I was going to say about the spawn peek.
Please, tell me.
Valentino, you saw him in the previous round, a little bit animated.
Yep.
He gets spawn peek. He's 0-3. He's been performing big. He might be a little bit rattled, a little bit tilted right now going into these next few rounds. So let's see how that will affect them. Shaking his head a little bit here.
I mean, as the veteran, he kind of has to be the one that doesn't let that get to him, right? Like, sometimes these younger players, these guys who have never been to an international event before, you expect that from them. They get spawn peeked, they just don't find many frags, maybe they get in their own head, they get frustrated, fine. Valentino is the one man who cannot let that happen, because I feel like if his mental starts to go as the leader of the team, as the veteran on the squad, everybody's really going to look to him, and if they see their captain struggling to maintain his own mental, I mean, how is anybody else supposed to find their own?
Exactly, and you saw them giving that energy into his team, standing up, screaming. They need some fire back in them right now.
Right. Wow, they still got opportunities here on the attack. Keep in mind, they chose their starting side, so they wanted this offensive side first. Doesn't necessarily mean that they think it's the best side. Sometimes teams don't choose the stronger side to start on, and that is part of the strategy, but so far, Tyloo look really good on these defenses.
Yeah, of course. They need to look to get at least one. I'd say 4-2 is still doable.
For sure.
And then obviously 3-3 would be best case scenario, but the way it's looking right now, it's either leading to 4-2 or 5-1 here from Tyloo. So Tyloo needs to put their foot down. They're not running too hard of a denial lineup right now. They're bringing more traps out with the Thorn, and they got to have the Wamai extension right now.
Okay.
I want to see where they use these castle barricades.
Yeah, this is really interesting. They were on the Goyo last time for Abe, so they've swapped that out and now have brought the castle instead. A lot of these ops have been changed around, really, where you've lost the Denari for the Wamai, you've lost the Tachanka for the Mira as well.
Castle protecting the layer on court side. Okay, so they're going to stall in bathroom here. And they play off the mirror. Maybe a little bathroom hard zone. I do like this. Now, these walls double reinforce. They should. I would like to see them double reinforce these inner bathroom walls to make them waste another layer of breaching.
Right.
It will be really good. And they have to rotate there.
Couple opportunities. These castle barricades are being spotted out by Valentino. It means that certain parts of this map are going to be free to just walk in and take. Valentino sprints past the Thorn Trap and takes horse control now, but you're facing into bathroom. You said it, Dave. This is going to be the fortress for Tyloo, where they try to lock things down and slow this round to a halt. There's nobody currently like that extended too aggressively. One in the bathtub. That could be devastating if you're coming through from Tyloo. It's Abe. He's just ratting in this position, and they might be so focused on the mirror window and the magnets that they don't even think about this play.
Yeah, will he snake scan? Is the question.
Yeah, no mute jammer inside the tub with Abe. That's really risky given that Snake is on the board. You have to imagine Valentino will check that.
I don't know, because they've droned through, and they're not going to check it. Wow.
Devastating. Here's the pop-up. Abe for one. Immediately traded back, but that's still good damage. You take down the Habana. That's one of the main hard breachers trying to push in through the briefing. Valentino now hoping to get some more pressure, but it's being caught by a magnet. That nade not going to do anything for him. Playing close in this doorway is Doha with the smoke. This is such a difficult position to clear through. Good information. You said it from the Snake of Valentino. He knows these players' positions, but how do you root them out?
It'll be hard. The breaching really just took away their factor to open the briefing wall. That was a great play by Abe. Probably look to go macro side here with the player pushing briefing solo. Leave the Snake back so he can just track the guy close here. He's going to grab a nade so he can nade close. You need to look to have the guy walk old tower side. C4 comes out. I think the nade destroyed the C4 from the Wamai disc.
Been good Yutso ways so far. I mean, they burn out those nitro cells. They're using their smokes now, trying to get in deep to go for this plant. Here comes the cluster charge. Wow. This is crazy. He put it down earlier in the round. Valentino with a nade pill, and then one more from Joza. At least just Jackie Wu in the 1v3. A creative strat with the fuse, and it might be all that they needed to take this site. Indeed, it will be. Bazooka with the final one, and what a beautiful push coming through from Alula.
That was nice. Because when you go Masters, you force a player to play twin, and usually when you get the briefing wall open, it cuts the twin position off.
Yeah.
But now they use the fuse charge to force that guy out while they smoke and isolate it inside the site. Beautiful play right there. Working with what you have. That's what you have to do in these rounds.
And where was that cluster charge planted? I didn't catch it quite in the midst of the round. Was it on the...
I think it was on the briefing wall.
The briefing wall.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So he put it down earlier in the round, rotates to the door, then lets it fly right as they go for that push. That's a really smart play. I've never seen a team do that before.
Yeah, very well. And honestly, too, you don't really see Fuse too much on the site.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not an opera that comes through, but when you want the shield anyways, if you can get value out of those cluster charges, I mean, they got a kill out of it. That's absolutely massive. They force players back out of that position, so really cool stuff coming through from Alula. Gets them back into fighting territory.
See some energy, too, from him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's so important, right? Getting your mental back into this game. Tyloo, I still like their position up 3-2.
Yep.
The 4-2 split is possible for them. It's on the table, but Alula getting some rounds back, that's important.
Yeah, especially, too, with the attacker pick. You really need to make sure you get those rounds in because you're really betting that you're going to get enough rounds and you're going to go to the defensive side to be able to close the game out.
Sure. Last time we saw this waiting room cafe bomb site, Dave, it was a really heavy extension up towards the top floor coming through from Tyloo, and it looks like it might be something similar. We've got quite a few players up there, but as I say that, some players drop back, and maybe this is going to be,
the hatch. Yeah, this is mostly the meta strat you see a lot of NA teams run.
Yeah.
You make sure you have the med hard zone in the last round. It was a little weird. They kind of gave med for free. Med usually is like the focal point of this strat.
Yeah. Well, I think Doha's usually their med player, and I think he was a little late getting to that position. It was a really fast take of that.
Yeah.
So this time they can play him a little bit safer. He's just at the bottom of Old Tower Stairs. There's one player up towards the top floor. Jackie Wu, the MVP of Clubhouse, who really drove his team in to clutch that game back up. Does he have a mute jammer that he can play around? Because I'm worried about these snake scans.
I feel like always any people playing mute solo roams, so try to keep a mute jammer in your pocket because it's very important just to be able to just deceive the info. It'd be very good.
He's placed them around, though. He doesn't have one in his pocket, so he might have one up top with him. I'm not sure.
C4 on white. Does he get it? Oh.
Very close. Joseph's just barely off the mark. There's Crazy, though, for the first frag on a Doha. We talked about it. That's usually the medbay player, so the fact that he goes down to Crazy makes this really difficult.
Because he's usually the hardest player to kill, because you just need to sit, boost it, and let your teammates protect you.
Yep.
Not very good play from him.
Valentino seems to have a good read. He knows one on the scanner is going to be close here. That's Jackie Wu, who's moved his way over towards the new tower. Trying to find some way to provide impact on this play, but he gets naded out, doesn't hit his shots. They're holding him from below as well. Jackie Wu is dead no matter what in this position. He just has to try to fight his way through this. Might suspect that there's one at the bottom of his position. I mean, he knows that they know he's here, but Joseph's playing so aggressive on this angle. It makes it really claustrophobic. The nade pushes him back, and there will be the clean kill coming through from Joseph, 75 seconds.
Great time waste right there from Jackie. Makes it a little bit winnable here. One Elamine, 2 smokes left. Let's see. Is that one med? Okay, one med.
Yeah,
one playing in sight and then one playing lower Hammam side.
All right, so everybody's still giving up that top floor on Tyloo. They didn't want to try to hold it. They've still got some decent pressure. 2 Toxic Babes in the pocket for Songla. Still one of those Elamines in the pocket of Yovaker as well. So you've got good utility to play behind, and 35 seconds on the clock is not a lot to play with. Abe inside of medbay, holding this really important angle. Here's the Thorn Trap on the right side. That hit Jose, but he doesn't want to move his reticle. Knows that that's something he doesn't have to focus on too heavily. And he's got the smokes to stall out that position. That's the fuse kit. Don't forget for Mauger as well. So they've got to be really careful about that. Couple of important plays being held by Abe. He's still just over here. Yovaker dies over on the Hammam side. Valentino gets that pick, and you said it. They're rotating this push. They don't feel like they can get medbay, but they get the kills anyways.
That's great.
Flawless round for Alula. They perfectly capitalize on that man advantage.
Especially in that late round, they're so split up. Valentino walked that central gap. The central gap is always the gap on that, because if they're extending med and the site player has to hold hatch, has to help for the laundry walk down the laundry door, it really puts pressure on the side, and you can just walk straight into site, walk into oven. And that was great recognition from Alula not walking into their setup here. So, right, you said 3-3 here, any man's game.
Yeah, we didn't want to see any extended leads like we saw back on Clubhouse or even all the way back on Chalet. We are certainly getting a competitive map here to end things out between Tyloo and Alula Club. Loser of this game goes home. Their key will be crushed and they're out of the tournament. Winner plays Fnatic in just a few minutes, really. 30-minute break, maybe something like an hour. They will have some time to rest and recover, but it's a quick turnaround going into that second BO3. If you're a Fnatic watching this, are you happy about seeing how long this game's lasting?
I feel like yes, because honestly, it really gives you 3 maps and it shows you a lot of depth in those maps.
Yep.
And I feel like you obviously can't fully ban all 3 of the maps out. So if they want to pick one of these maps, it gives them that advantage to know exactly what they just did. They're not going to have much time to change anything. And also, too, these teams could be making live prep right now with their coaching staff and be ready to attack the gaps that they see. So if either of these teams don't have any pocket strats or aren't able to just adapt on the fly and make and create new problems for Fnatic to solve, it could be an issue with how long this game is going. Especially, too, just how much energy and just stamina this game takes. And this is an elimination game, too, so your back's against the wall. And if you're playing to be eliminated, that has its own pressure and its own stress. It's draining you to play one elimination game and then to go into another one immediately after. It's going to take a lot of mental fortitude.
Well, that's what the Esports World Cup is all about, right? These teams coming in from the lower bracket, they have maybe a slight disadvantage going against Fnatic. Fnatic went undefeated in the first phase of stage 1, so they have that advantage, being able to rest through this first game of the second day. It's going to make things really awkward, I think, for whichever team comes out on top, but it's not something you can worry about in this moment. You have to keep your eyes focused at the task at hand. It's 3-3 on map 3. Fortress is it's anybody's game still, right? It's a wild ball game, and do you have any favorites coming into this? I'm not going to force you to make a prediction.
Let me see these bans, and then I feel like it will determine whether it's going to be attacker or defender. The Monty ban's good. Let's see if they get rid of a Smoke or a Goyle, if they do another... The Lamai.
Yeah. Double shield ban as well from Alula.
I feel like it's going to be defender-sided.
Okay.
Because it's going to be hard for them to get that space in. They're going to need to use the Blitz very well here. And honestly, too, they're going to have the Yang, they're going to have the Glass up. I feel like I need to see more of those operators, because those operators are very good, too, for these splits.
Tyloo are a team who can run double shield as well. They do it from time to time. It'd be Yovaker and Doha, the 2 players that can run shields. They both run almost equal amounts of shields on this team, so you can definitely see them swap around on who might be rocking with that operator, but you said it, the Blitz is all that's going to be around. Doha, 1-5, the captain of Tyloo, is going to be the one to pick that one up for now. Valentino's gotten more active as well. He was 0-3 to start this game, and now 3-3. He's really been able to battle back.
Exactly. That's the key, too. It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
True. Bazooka's had some really big moments throughout this game as well, just consistently throughout these rounds, finding some good impact after his triple kill in round number 1 to start off Alula with the lead. It's the last time they had the lead here on Fortress. If they can win round number 7, they'll grab it back. And to do so, they're going to have to go for this first floor, this main site defense. What are you seeing from this first setup?
Mira, Ella, Azami, Bandit. You're going to be playing a layer game off the Bandit right now. I see that they're putting this initial layer where they have to get this wall open outside of the game's wall, and they're doing another briefing layer with the Bandit. So they're really trying to add this layer game. They're bringing the Mav out, so the Mav's going to be a lot weaker because you actually won't be able to walk through the wall and plant a close bed like you or close stall like you usually want to. So maybe I could see a horse split towards the end round, but they actually do switch off the shield for the Twitch here. So they're going to have some trouble getting into the building, honestly. Probably going to try to work a horse kill from below with this Zofia.
Right. Yeah, Yovaker going to be playing down below, trying to make that happen. He loves Zofia on this bomb site. We saw it versus Chiefs as well, where he liked to play this position. Going to run the Striker from time to time in the spot too, but today it's just going to be on the Zo, trying to force out these players. A lot of pressure early in on towards Horse. Is there any player in particular you're looking to see a big impact from early?
The Azami. I feel like the Azami's really... It's really crucial on this site.
Hogger, he's just playing over towards briefing at the moment. He's here at the 90 hallway. Can use these camps, try to find spot. They're getting good information. There's not a lot of pressure small tower. Abe some early damage to Valentino. He loves this upside down rappel, but you can kind of read into this push a little bit from Tyloo, right? Alula seemed to have a good idea that there's not that much pressure coming in on the south side. Drone's being shot up from Bazooka here in the top white position. He knows that there might be a player lurking down below. That's going to be Songla, who can hold this angle. The barbed wire is intact down below for Bazooka, so it's not like Songla can just walk on up here. This is not free. Also, Joza, take a look at this position, playing just at the bottom of this office as well. He's got the printer room right next to him, and he's going to swing on out, take this gunfight. Songla is ready for it. The information is flowing. Crazy one back on a Yovaker. Bazooka so aggro on this window. He has to play him aggressive for it, but Abe shuts it down. That leaves just 3 defenders left from Alula. Songla fries him on white. Beautifully done by by him. Now Mahogger steps up, knows it needs to do so much work to get his team back into this round, and it starts with a headshot on a Jackie Wu. They jump in the window. That could be perfect timing. It is. Mahogger gets now 2, and it's good back to an even man count situation. They're isolating the one guy up towards the north. Songla's here playing the position. They double fight him. They can't get the trade. Instead, Songla gets both. Pushing up from those white stairs. He is the MVP, and on his birthday, he gets the lead back for Tai Lu.
Wow, what a round. Actually,
so well played coming through. I mean, just what a round, as you said it. Tai Lu finding some success on the attack. I mentioned how their defenses weren't up to snuff so much yesterday. Their attacks weren't so much either with a 35% win rate, but they've been really turning things around. Their attacks were awesome back on Clubhouse, and I'm worried we might see the attacks continue to find success now on Fortress. Felt like there was a lot of aggression coming out from Alula, which was necessary at times, certainly from Mahogger inside of Horse, finding those big swings, but eventually it was nice to see Tai Lu recognize and punish that play as it was coming through.
Especially when you lose that top right position, you kind of have to fight one of the splits here. Yeah. You saw him take those fights beautifully on Horse here.
Well, the pressure is rising here at the Esports World Cup in Paris. Alula Club taking on Tai Lu. This game looked like it was going to be a wash. It looked like Alula were just going to run away with the victory, dominating 7-2 on their opponent's map pick of Chalet, then going up 5-0 on their own pick of Clubhouse. But against all odds, Tai Lu have battled things back to a third map, and they've taken the lead just here, 4-3 on the decider. I'll remind you as well, Alula were in a very similar position just last night up against Chiefs, where they lost their pick 7-1. They somehow battled back after going down early on map 2. They walked away with an 8-7, 8-7 victory up against Chiefs just to play this game today versus Tai Lu. No one said it would be easy. They're having to face both sides of the coin. First making the comeback and now trying to shut it down versus Tai Lu.
It's never going to be easy at any of these tournaments, so you have to force that you're working hard just in these rounds. And I feel like Tai Lu, they're really finding out in these attacks that they have good pacing here. But I really want Alula to try to work these solo players. Songla, he's lower white solo. They have one guy con solo. They have one guy walking Macros solo. When you allow them to get into those gaps alone, they're going to split together. They're going to link up. But if you try to pressure them before they get there, you're going to be able to just stop their push and break their split pressure and make their pushes a lot weaker.
Both these teams more or less brand new to the international stage. We've got a couple of players who have been at big events before, certainly back a couple of years ago, but even the experienced veterans in this game, Valentino, Jackie Wu, it's been a while since they've really dipped their toes into this international play, so it's good to see them back on the main stage. It's good to see them with a new cast of characters, and as we're just getting through a quick tech pause here, Dave, I really hope we get to see some of these players back at majors, back at international competitions, because they've been really fun to watch throughout this tournament.
Of course, and Jackie Wu, too, has been just instrumental for his team. Just amazing plays on club. Honestly, probably wouldn't have won club without some of his plays and his clutches and his kills. In rounds that didn't look like they were going to go their way, he pulled away back. He found a way to get it done, and that's what the best players can do.
Well, and it was crazy, too, because up against Chiefs, he was really punishing himself. Like, he did not feel good about that game. They won the match versus Chiefs, and afterwards, he sent me a message, and he said something along the lines of, like, I played really bad, but we still won, so that's good. And I'm like, bro, like, you got the W. Be confident. That's all that matters, exactly. And then obviously didn't have the best game versus Shopify Rebellion, likely the best team in phase 1 of the tournaments. But now they're down here playing up against Alula Club, and he's really been able to step up for his team, which has been awesome to see.
Of course, a little bit more of an even match right now. We're really seeing that.
We've got almost everybody set up in the lobby, so again, we do appreciate you guys sticking with us here for Chiefs, or sorry, not for Chiefs, for Tai Lu versus Alula Club. The winner of this playing Fnatic in the very next matchup, and
I just love seeing the key. Maybe we'll go back to the key right there. It's just so shiny, man. It's wow.
Beautiful. And to think that that could be dust in just a few minutes.
I know. Did you see the yesterday how he tried to eat it?
Yeah, bite it.
Oh my gosh.
Those things are well made, I have to tell you, man. They're not just cheap plastic. Like, those things have got some weight to them. And when they get crushed, you can hear it's like, it's right next to the stage, right next to our casting booth, Dave. And when it comes down, when they actually operate it, you hear it throughout the venue.
Wow.
Boom. The way those keys combust on themselves, they can be, it's quite dramatic, and I'm here for it.
It's a brutal way to go out of the tournament, you know. I feel like the key's like the heart, just crushing their hearts right in front of them.
Exactly.
It's devastating.
At the end of the day, all keys but one will be crushed throughout these next couple of weeks, Dave. We've got, of course, the group stage continuing tomorrow. Phase 2 of the tournament coming out with the top 16 teams battling it out for the rest of this week. And then next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we get those finals. A single elimination, 8-team bracket to determine who will be the champion here at the Esports World Cup. It's a wonderful format, and both of these teams desperate to get themselves in the conversation, to make top 16, to make top 8, to continue their time here in Paris, because ultimately that's what matters.
Yep. And Jesse, I'm thinking too, honestly, for the winner of the tournament, they might have to take a picture with all the keys, like they're laying on all the broken keys, all the souls they've taken.
Yeah, well, I believe like the way the trophy system works is they get to pick a couple of the keys that they beat along the way and put them in with the trophy. Like, it's really impressive, the stuff that that goes into this. So keep an eye out for all of that. The festivities will continue through the next 2 weeks. And keep an eye here on the stream, because it looks like we're back in the lobby. Tyloo versus ag.al Club, neck and neck on map 3 of Fortress. Again, loser goes home. Tyloo took the early lead on their first attack. What do you want to see ag.al doing differently in this round to tie the game back up?
Just really playing into the operator lineups here, making sure they're bringing just the most oppressive utility they can. And then when they recognize they go for these splits, like I said, they're trying to make the plays before they get into the 3-2-1, because once the momentum starts and they start to get in the gaps, it's going to be very hard for you to hold each gap while everything's happening at once. So you have to make proactive plays together as a team before it actually happens.
Joviker ran a lot of the blitz on this bomb site with against Chiefs just yesterday. He's going to give it up to Doha instead. Do you think this is maybe a different style that they're trying to use the blitz, or do you think maybe because Doha's not having the best day, he's the one who wants to run with this?
I mean, a lot of the time you see the ag.als on the shield operated too, because they're allowed to just really shape the round here, and I feel like Joviker can just be more beneficial on the gun here, especially if Doha is playing an off day.
Yeah, for sure. Joviker's been great so far today again. Used to play back in North America in T3.
More skill. They're going to impact him.
Oh, this is going to be freebie for sure for Songla, as long as he knows the setup.
Ping him.
Is that going to be close enough? Oh, they just waste too much time, Dave. Guys. Now Valentino's moving around. He still has the opportunity, but I think he's too far gone here. They could still have the ping. Hesitation, maybe wasting an opportunity. Never mind. Songla, the patience pays off. He takes down Valentino. That's a really big pick over towards Horse. He is on the critical operator.
Yeah, he's smiling after that one. Blitz down, though. That's it. Again, he's solo.
Yeah.
Like I'm saying, he needs to be with his team in a better position right there. Usually you want like a gun outside of Horse anyway, too.
Does that favor either team, losing the Azami versus the Blitz?
I feel like it's just both power ops are down, so it's an even game right now.
I agree. Feels like this could still be anybody's round. You've got a little bit of extension still going on from ag.al, but a lot of the space has been conceded to Tyloo now. You've still got some players inside of Master. Watch out for Joza, who's just gotten pings now on that drone. They've got really good read on where he's at. Jackie Woo's finding Bazooka elsewhere in the map too, so now this starts to get really high pressure for ag.al. 3 players left alive, and they start to rotate their way back towards the bomb site. Joza's still holding on to this hallway. He knows how important it is to get a pick back, because if he just falls back in the man disadvantage, it could be tough.
ag.al bleeding picks right now, you know, very solo deaths here. Need to try to sync up in these mid rounds.
Still sticking around. I mean, they're playing quite aggressive. Checking the bathtub. That's very smart from Jackie Woo. Doesn't want to fall for that one. It's been Abe that had a crazy play from that position earlier, going 1 for 1 in that position, jumping up.
Playing off the Ella right now.
Yeah. That Ella position could be so devastating. They're still looking towards the site, though, instead of dorms. That Nitro cell, not quite going to land where he wanted it to. Caught on the wall. So instead, maybe he'll just go for a bit of a swing. There's the push-up. Joza never fell back to site. They didn't have a read on that on the side of Tyloo. Not enough information, and now things get dangerous. Joza's behind the team. They've got to look in 2 different directions, so Crazy capitalize on that. One more for Crazy. Why not? Songla alive in the 1v3. His teammates have all fallen. He's still doing breach work outside of dorms. This makes things very awkward. They know exactly where Songla is at. He'll fish for kills, but this is going to be a tie game, Dave, unless Songla can do something absolutely amazing. 20 seconds, no defuse kit in hand. No information on these players as well. Defuse kit was dropped across the map from him, so he's just fishing for these kills.
10 seconds.
That was a great round, just trying to break their push. They had the play. They kind of faked the layer back, had the LSA in the hall, they didn't drone it. He gets the kill. He forces the Mattress player to have to react, to care for his flank. They have the guy coming up central. Crazy makes a great play off of coordination with his teammate. And that's what you need in this round. You need your players playing off of each other. When your teammate makes a play, you need to make a play off of him, and you need to help each other. And that's the key too on Fortress defense, because there's so many gaps if you allow, like I say, for them to get the split pressure established. But you have to make sure you're just throwing a wrench in their plans here.
Feels like ag.al do a good job of recognizing their win cons when they go down in a lot of these games. Like, it feels like even beyond just Fortress, we're finding positions where maybe they bleed some picks early, maybe they don't take the space that they want to in the first start of the round, but they do a good job of recognizing, hey, if we put Joza aggressive in this hallway, and then we have Crazy also swinging around the other side of the map, we might be able to pull some picks back and get this game back under control. Something that maybe Tyloo have done a little bit weaker of a job on yesterday. They had the lowest recovery rate of any team in the league, winning just 15% of rounds where they didn't find the entry. So it's good to see that coming back from ag.al. They certainly have the fundamentals down when they lose those opening gunfights.
And I really want to see, again, the Shield entering in better spots. You know, just try.
Time to read 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I feel like the Shield, of course, is going to be a big factor here in this round because Tyloo, they've been trying to run a good bit of it. We've seen it from Doha. We've seen it from Yovaker. It's not going to be brought out here for round number 9. We're going back towards the office bomb site as well. I didn't see it in kitchen cafeteria, and I got worried we might be Hammam for a moment, but no. Site's still unlocked as they lost it in round number 1, so running it back are ag.al.
Swapping mags.
Now in the 4v4, the 4-4 situation between Tyloo and ag.al, it's going to come down to kind of which of these teams can break through on this bomb site first. It was a good attack from Tyloo last time where they were isolating some of those players, pushing from multiple different directions, and even though ag.al did a good job of trying to pull those kills back, it still felt like they weren't really able to quite find the kills that they needed to. The timing was a little bit off, and it was Songla who had a really big moment around White Stairs.
Yeah. Right now, it's the wide extension that's really big here. If they want to go for this clear again, a lot of times you see a team force a smoke or a warden into that con position to make the attacking team have to deal with that. And it just makes it a little bit harder for them to clear.
Droning out the bottom floor, worried about somebody maybe going from down below. Sometimes we do see like a Pulse or a Solus down there in that position trying to do something cheeky, but right now it's pretty standard coming through from ag.al. They don't even have too much of an extension over towards that south side. Valentino playing inside of games right now, but I think they're recognizing that this roam game towards this, this play over towards site, it's going to be really what's important for Tyloo. This is what they're trying to take, and Songla in the exact same position where he got his triple kill last time at the bottom of White Stairs. Quad kill, not triple.
Throws a good lock up. He's going to layer White right now. Are they going to flex this wall? Good damage on the C4.
I like this nade. It's starting to clear out this position. They're starting to take space even with the Candelas. Yovaker only one more in his pocket to try to push these players back, but they haven't gotten any frags from it. 75 seconds still remain on this clock, and the Talk Babes are slowing things down even more. Songla's taking a bit of damage over towards White. He's playing with Abe. The defuse kit with Jackie Wu, though, actually over towards Horse, so they don't actually have the defuse kit here on the north side of the map.
I'm interested to see how they end this round. Maybe a mattress hop to walk Horse here. That's what they're looking to eye up right now. Smoke coming out. He's going to walk off that. Good timing.
Wow, perfect position from Songla. It does get answered back inside the site. Crazy's able to get him with the down, so that's going to be a 4v4. But now 4v3 as Jackie Wu finds Valentino, so this is starting to get a bit scary. Inside a Horse, Bazooka starts to go crazy. There's the Eagle. What a shot. Straight onto Doha. He's going to answer things back, and now it's a 2v2. Songla's down, and he might be able to get picked up, but he's a bit aggressive in where he died. They got to play with the shotgun. Yovaker is not really near to his teammate of Jackie Wu. They have to try to group up. There's 20 seconds. You could go for this pickup. It's a little bit risky. There's one down on both sides. The Bazooka has also been downed. They're going to try to get Songla up. They want to play this 3v1. 15 seconds left on the clock. If Crazy can deny this plant, that's all he has to do to win the round, but he doesn't know where the push is coming from. Bazooka trying to feed him information. It's a great shot on a Songla, but Jackie Wu with the defuse kit. He's going to be looking to get into bathroom. He's there in a plant position. Yovaker starting to cover with very little time. He does manage to hit F just in time. Starts on this plant, and Crazy's going to go into the post plant. He'll pick up Bazooka. 2v2. Yovaker with a shotgun. Close in the doorway, close in the rotate. Finds that first frag. Beautiful onto Crazy. A second, why not? Bazooka can't do it, and Yovaker plays that so perfectly on the Ying.
Great. That shotgun's so good close range, too. You know, one pump, especially guys 1 HP here. Look, they look energetic right now. Feeling it here.
Absolutely. The momentum is starting to swing in the favor of Tai Lu. This game continues to go back and forth, back and forth. While the score's always been close, it has been Tai Lu with the lead. We haven't seen Alula actually take the advantage in terms of the scoreboard since round 1. So it's been Tai Lu with the majority of the control so far. And again, you go back over towards Clubhouse. That's where we see the attacks being so powerful for Tai Lu. If they can continue to keep this up, focus on their objectives, they're in a good spot, Dave.
Of course, of course. It's just very clinical rounds coming out from Tai Lu. You know, they're not really taking too much pace, but they're really working Alula. They're having that split pressure. Jackie Wu, like you said, he's making a good rotation to go towards the backside there. And even then, he's very patient with the bomb. He's making sure his teammates can get that res off. He's planning in a good spot. He's playing extremely well to this team right now. You just see that veteranism coming out from him.
For sure. I thought Bazooka played so well over towards Horse. That Deagle secondary pick straight onto the doorway. That was clean, but
I thought it was going to shift in their favor after that one.
Yeah, for sure. Only so much you can do it with Ying shotguns in your face, though.
Yes.
Well, down towards Cafeteria, we haven't seen this bomb site just yet, David. We're the first time that Alula want to try to play it out, and we'll see what the push ends up looking like from Tai Lu. Yesterday, we saw this twice versus Chiefs. It was a win and then a loss. They really liked their glass play from Yovakur. They really liked their lion play from Abe. They're changing things up a bit, though. They've got Jackie Wu on the sends, and I'm really excited to see what this is going to look like.
Probably a med ISO here, especially with the Blitz Capital. Going to shoot some flames in, try to sends off across right now, and take some pace to them.
This is a style of push we saw from them back in the CNL League when they played up against Edward Gaming. They had a really nice push that looked just like this, trying to make that play happen in throughout that med bay. So we'll see if that ends up being the call. It likely will be for Tai Lu, but if you're Alula, what's your best bet to try to stop this push from coming in?
You really just need to make sure that your med player is playing extremely well. You have the help for the hall walk, and you have the help for the window hop here, and you want to shut down the laundry walk and just shut down any space that they can get to him besides the med window.
Good drones to start this off. Spotting up the cam, of course. The med player will be locking things down. It's going to be crazy in that position, playing on the go-yo. Of course, the zombie banned out. Abe already in for this top floor. There are roamers here to deal with Valentino. He's going to spot the drone, but he doesn't spot the gun across the way. Abe is hoping to find these picks. The nade's a little bit mistimed, but the shots won't be. Perfectly shuts down that roam. Up those central stairs, Bazooka is not too far away. He's playing close to try to trade out his teammate, but he's not quite close enough.
Very solo right there from Valentino. Needed his teammates closer to help there. They don't want to give a kill back instantly here, but they need to make a play in this late round.
Yeah, Bazooka in a tough spot where he needs to kind of gamble. Does he risk trying to push up, going down also by himself? He doesn't have teammates with him either, so he chooses just to go back down towards the site, and that would be great, but Abe's up here ripping up these floorboards. He loves the sledge in this position. Going to start to do some real damage as Jackie Wu is going to start to set up this util as well.
I want to see what he puts the sends down for to cut the cross. If he's going to cut the med side or if they're going to go sight from the hatch. Because something too, Jesse, that I like to do when they go med side is when you have the hatch control is you can have someone drop the hatch and you can have your guy outside of med baiting and the guy dropping the hatch will kill the med player.
Well, those sends walls will block off the position from the Hogger. The smoke inside sight won't be able to look in towards that B bomb site. So it's going to be a little bit awkward once those sends walls come out. Jackie Wu throws down 2 more after that as well. So Crazy might not have good angles in towards the bomb site either. Still holding this position, but there's a blitz headed his direction. He's got to be really careful about how this comes through. Shoots one of those gadgets down there on the floor, making sure there's a little bit less info for these attackers. But Songla starts things off, finds Bazooka now a 5v3. Bazooka was looking for that play earlier in the round, but the flank just does not go his way. Doha's got this defuse kit. He's made his way over towards the site door. Those toxic babes will stall him for a moment, but with 30 seconds, they've got to be quick to be able to get in. The full site just collapsing with fire. The Capital Bolt's not quite able to expand enough to find the smoke, so Goes is going to jump on in. It's a nice shot from Crazy on the hatch to take down Jackie Wu. The Blitz has got his pistol out as well. There's a lot of different fights going down on the map. These 2 anchors, they're going to go insane. Crazy will do his best, but he's only 1 for 1. Now inside the site, Joza and the Smoke and Mager, they're trying to do their best, but Doha finds the final frag, and Tai Lu extend their lead to 2. Pure chaos on that defense, Dave.
Very big round for them. I feel like Valentino was playing a little bit too got caught off, didn't have any help on the support side, gave them that free opening kill here, and they were able just to milk the round from there on out. And then Songla was amazing in the end round, finding a gap, because you saw that they were fighting, they were holding well, they were holding for the player to peek med door. They were trying to stop the blitz coming into sight, but Songla came in the back and really helped break that round for them.
It was 6-4 for Alula back on Clubhouse, where they had a couple different opportunities to close out the series, to send Tai Lu home, and to make their way into the match versus Fnatic. They failed both of those opportunities, then lost twice in overtime, and had a 6-4 lead thrown to an 8-6 loss. Now the shoe is on the other foot. Tai Lu will have 2 opportunities to close out this game and win it before overtime is even a factor. The TAC timeout comes through from Alula. They know how critical these next 2 rounds are. If they don't win both of them, they're out of the tournament.
Yes, this is the pressure here. Being able to be backs against the wall, being able to put up good rounds against your opponent right now. They're going to go into the clash right now. Denaria, Rooney, Bandit. What's the last? Ella here. They got rid of the Dokubi. Right to see Blitz here, but I still maybe want to see Glass coming out from Tai Lu. I feel like that could be a nice switch up they haven't run at all in this round or in this game, and there hasn't been a ton of Warden play either, so that could be something to look for here.
I like the clash from Mahagari. This is going to be a really scary operator to go up against. We haven't really seen this too much from anybody, but certainly not from Alula, who have only really played this map on a national stage once the other day. Alula, they're going to have to really dig deep here, Dave. They know that this extension is going to be important. They're putting players over towards Office and over towards Master. We've got a bit of a fun lineup, too. They almost ran the Blitz and the Ying. Doha goes back over towards that Maverick, so should be a little bit more standard now.
Yoviker on the Blitz, too, like you said. Back to his operator.
Trying to make his way in towards the building. You've got this main Blitz operator that we were just talking about, as you mentioned, Dave. We're going to see what this push wants to look like. Anybody that you've got your eye on at the start of this round?
Songla, I feel like. I feel like he's going to be... He's been key, getting below, getting those opening kills with the Zofia, the Deimos. He's been really extremely just talented at being a solo player. I feel like it's very hard just coming into a tournament your first time, being able to just handle the pressure of being alone down there, because you have to be very good with your drone work, with your listening, and knowing where people are and tracking the info off of your teammates' communication here. And he's been playing it extremely well.
Songla, 35 kills through the series up to this point. He turned 22 years old today, and he's really making himself known on an international level. We haven't seen him at a big tournament like this before. There's no doubt this is the biggest game that he has ever played, and he's been showing up in full force for Tai Lu, playing on that Zofia now, rotating up towards his top floor to help his teammates. Doha and Yoviker are here as well. This push has been slow so far. There's the first contact, though. Songla, we hyped him up for so long just to go down so quickly. That's going to be an early frag from the Ella. Joseph's going to be able to get that pick up, and now things stalling out a little bit for Tai Lu on the push.
Yeah, the Ella's going to stall the Blitz right there. They're going to look to help him right here. Then we're going to rotate. I feel like Alula just needs to look to give this control right now. Don't stay too long. Tai Lu looking to prompt somewhere else right now. They have the Twitch lurking. Might play for a central walk right here. The clash is pulled too. This is bad for Alula.
Yeah, this is going to be Doha trying to make his way in through these main stairs. There's barbed wire here, so this should be known, but the Maverick, it's going to quietly destroy this barb. It still makes a little bit of noise, but it's quieter than pushing. Not sure if they're aware of it. No, it doesn't seem like they do. You're hearing some of these smokes go out around the map, too. This is just going to be over towards the horse position. Jackie Wu's going to take this space, but Joza and Abe are going to get a kill across the board for both teams.
Right now, Jesse. They have old tower cut, too. This is big.
Tai Lu, even with the man disadvantage, they could make something crazy happen right here, right now. They can't deal with this Aruni gate, but they can still walk through it, of course. On the other side is Valentino. He needs to be good, but he's not good enough. Loses the fight to Doha, and all of a sudden, this gets so scary for Alula. The positioning's been so strong over towards small tower. Jackie Wu starts to make the breach. He can go in for a plant at some point. The Hogger's on this clash, but he can't really extend too deeply because of Doha's position. Abe creeps deep in towards the site. He's getting quite forward in for his teammates. Doha on the cross does go down, smoking for this plant, trying to hold F on Jackie Wu, baiting it out, but here's the close push coming in from Joza as well. Not able to find this frag. Joza goes deep and gets that one. Just going to leave it to the 2v1, and it closes out for Alula. They live to fight another day, but that round got way too scary, Dave.
Of course, you know, I feel like Valentino, again, kind of making another solo play, but it's difficult there. You know, they really needed to. They almost had that with the gap through matches. I feel like if they're a little bit more aggressive with the pacing, maybe they kept the ace here to double up and trade through on Valentino. They have the potential to plant matches and have the Twitch hold the deep cross, but they allowed the clash to rotate back and really push them back here.
Well, Ty Lu, they're certainly in the favorable position, but we just saw this happen in the last map where a 6-4 lead evaporated, and you have to have that in the back of your mind if you're Ty Lu. You can't over-focus on it, but that's reality with this. Again, the push just ended up getting so chaotic in the midst of that. It didn't feel like Jackie Wu had any real good hope of a plant. The second that Doha dies over on that other side of the window, it just feels like they don't have enough pressure to make that plant happen.
Exactly. Very unlucky with the opening kill too on Songla, and then the Ella completely stalled out their push. They had to flip somewhere else, but they tried to make it work, and that's what it's about.
But you can't dwell on the past. You have to be focused on the present. And for that, today, this means round number 12. Office and bathroom is the bomb site chosen by Alula. They have lost this site twice, Dave. They lost it in round 7. They lost it in round 9. The pushes from Ty Lu have looked really good here, but where else are you meant to go?
Well, yeah. I mean, honestly, you kind of have to go to the site. It's one of the strongest ones here. It's just mainly about trying to pick where you power at. And
right.
I feel like they're just giving too much respect on the top white side. It's one guy walking up. Your top white player needs to plant his feet and play the hard zone in that position and just play to stop him from walking up solo here.
Well, they're bringing a lot more traps than they previously had. The Malusi is brand new. The Thorn is new on this site as well. So they've got a couple different options to slow down these players and maybe get a good read onto what the push is looking like without having to actually check that. The Clash, of course, new too, coming in from Mahogany. You saw that in the previous round. It's the first time he brought it out this game. We'll run it again in round number 12, saying if it's not broke, why fix it? Ty Lu already starting to work on this extension. What's the key focal point of this round, Dave? What has to determine who wins it?
The key is the Clash, honestly. Being able to rotate and stuff the initial push here. You're seeing they're stuffing lower white right now. It's a great play. It's going to be difficult because Ty Lu needs to find a way to pull these people into this position and hit a weak zone out the gap right now. So let's spot that out here. They're looking very spread out right now. 2 outside of Horse, 1 outside of the old tower / court side here. They're looking just to play slow initial here.
Ty Lu have not really been keen on taking much map control in a lot of these office pushes, right? They're not taking as much in terms of briefing and bunks. They're kind of letting that be held by the defenders, saying we don't really need it, focusing more on big tower, on white stairs, on Horse instead. Clearly that seems to be the game plan once more. Doha outside this Horse window, holding with that 417. No swings being given.
Double walk in.
Here's the double walk in, just as you said. It goes 1 for 1. Crazy gets 1 pick, but ends up getting traded back out. So that's what the goal was, right, from Ty Lu. You go 1 for 1. You're happy with that. That's a good map control under your belt. Jozo jumps right back in and retakes this position, though. So you don't really gain map control. You just whittle those numbers down for the defenders. Here comes Songla up a ladder. Hello! Bazooka! Big tower. He's able to get 2 massive kills with the SMG, and now things are falling apart. Ty Lu, 6-5. Abe, the only one to be able to lock this down. He got 1 freebie on a Joza. A second on Abe. Hold on. Valentino goes down. He doesn't have the defuse kit. That's the critical factor. He needs to rotate so far to get it, and there's a Clash. I'm calling his every position. He's going to have to hit some miraculous shots. Bazooka playing with his teammate. He's got good pings, too. The drones are there. The Mahogger is better. He forces the overtime. The Clash pays off, and we're going the distance on map 3.
Beautiful. Until you see the Warden playing in that connector position, not giving them that control, even trying to flash, trying to go up the ladder on him, being able to shut down both of the push. That's beautiful. Bazooka going huge this last map here.
Bazooka has come alive in this game. I remember yesterday he had a couple of maps where he was completely quiet. I believe he got 0 kills when they last played Fortress up against the Chiefs.
Wow.
So to see him bouncing back and finding so much value, it just shows that passion, and you can see the players. They're active in it now, Dave. We've been focused on it all day long, but it just feels like that momentum. It's swinging one more time.
Here we go, OT.
What an attempt from Abe. I mean, that would have been one of the most ridiculous clutches if he won it out.
Again, hype, standing up. That's what you need.
They believe in themselves now. That doubt might have crept in a little bit through this series. Second half of Clubhouse, maybe even early here on Fortress, but they've done a good job of not letting that get to them. Even when their big player from Clubhouse hasn't been stepping up. Valentino, 3-9. He was 3-3 at one point. He's gone 6 straight rounds without a kill, and yet somehow everybody else is stepping up and finding that value. Crazy on double digits. Bazooka on double digits. Joza on double digits. It feels like everybody else has come alive, and it's not just a one-person show. It's not just an individual they're leaning on. It's everybody from Alula.
I mean, that's beautiful. You know, Valentino ultimately helped push them to the spot.
Yep.
So now you see his team coming in and helping support him. So that's amazing to see. I hope he can find his footing in this OT, have a few big rounds here.
Yeah. Well, it'd be so poetic to see him come alive just in these last couple of rounds to bring his team over the finish line, but Still, it's a huge question mark who's going to come out on top. Tyloo fighting tooth and nail, hoping to be able to get themselves in a good position here on the defense.
Bringing the Doku to be the snake, the twitch. They're going to be able to work gaps here hard.
Back on their own side. Tyloo got the overtime side choice, so they would have liked to start defense. They certainly did. This is going to be their decision to defend twice, where Alula will have to attack twice. This is going to mean that they might be in a slightly better position. They also won each of their bomb sites once on their first half and lost them each once as well. So for me, it's anybody's game here, Dave.
Starting to round out very slow right now. Working this intel.
Ooh, they spot out Doha here. He's playing over towards medbay. It's interesting as well. We've gone to the bottom floor, the tertiary site for a lot of teams, but you said it yesterday. This is still a really good bomb site, even though it is the third.
Very strong. A lot of teams, too, they do play it as a primary to throw teams off of the rotation, so it's just a very set-up site for the defense, especially when you do the Hori hard zone. It makes it so hard for the attack to get in. It's really just on this medbay player, making sure he plays his life, doesn't get overexposed, and it really allows the deep angles to stop him.
You see Crazy holding the angle from Laundry, just praying that a mistake gets made by Doha and he can get a free pick onto the medbay player, but the information's been so good from Alula. They spot out this roam coming through from Yovaker, and now things get a little bit awkward too. He's got teammates nearby. Abe is not too far away here on this north side, but even still, all the information being favored towards Alula. They get the track down from Bazooka too to stop down Yovaker. Can he survive on this roam game? Runs into an Elemine, so he might will rehab that utility to make sure that they can't walk through this door for safe. Joseph is doing such a good job of applying the pressure, but Yovaker is still somehow staying alive. He's going to get the Dokkaebi call now, trying to bait for Abe to make some kind of a play as well, but he's just deep inside of the site, inside of sitting. He's going to be trying to take so many different gunfights, swings on the door, but finally shut down. Good time waste. We're down to 45 seconds on the clock, but it's a man advantage for Alula.
Next step is dining control here right now with the Thorn. Thorn shotgun, though, playing close with the funnel.
Oof.
So it'll be tough. Need to maybe wrap a guy courtyard side here.
Oh, they have no idea. Abe's just holding the rat spot, and he's got the defuse kit. Now he's going to venture forward even farther into gun room, into music, play these tight corners where they've already cleared out. Yovaker was playing this position earlier, but with the fuse kit in his hands, Abe can start to play this a bit cheeky. The rest of the team, they're pushing into sight. They don't want the kit. They're going for the kills instead, but Jackie Wu holds sight like a rock. A triple kill for Jackie Wu. Exactly what he needed in Valentino in the 1v3, fighting a Thorn shotgun. He'll win it out somehow in the close range gunfight. Not able to get that victory, but there's no time on the clock. Valentino is hopeless, and it's a defense round win from Tyloo.
Wow. What a round. I feel like they just need to use their snake util a little bit harder inside of that gun room, be able to spot who's close enough, because they had a great opening into that round there.
Oh, it's getting tense. Last time on map number 2, we saw the 6-4 lead evaporate to an 8-6 scoreline. It will not happen again today. Tyloo, they break that curse. They stop the momentum from getting out of control. I have to imagine this goes 15 rounds, Dave. There's no universe in where it doesn't, right?
I don't know. I could see Tyloo taking it right now. Let's see if they put together a good attacking lineup. I'm very excited for this.
They have been a great attacking team today, despite some of their struggles earlier in the tournament. I really have liked a lot of their offense. It feels like they know exactly how they want to coordinate. They've been reading Alula quite nicely on a lot of these pushes. Interested in seeing the bomb site as well. It should be dorms and games. Indeed, it will be. This is the bomb site that Alula were successful on twice in a row now. So if you're Tyloo, you're looking back at this bomb site. What do you want to see them do differently so they can close it out 8-6?
The clash is going to be tough because you aren't going to be able to go old tower side extremely hard.
Right.
I'm looking to see them slow take across the master side, making sure they're getting in the briefing pressure, getting the briefing wall open, and then looking to flip matches late round and go for that plan here. I feel like working that slow clear is going to be really nice against them because Alula, they do give you picks, they do over peak here, so you can really play into that.
Right. I like this observing going on for us as well. They're trying to hide Crazy's operator. There was a drone in there, and I don't know if they caught it. Most teams will leave this half of the wall soft and put some footholds in, but they're actually going to commit to the bandit tricking, hoping to keep both sides closed.
Yeah, so that's going to make matches a lot stronger to play. So I feel like now you need to flip your plan and go for this old tower side a little bit harder with the Ying. Especially with the Buck, too. They can put the Buck below. And also, like I said, we're seeing the Glass coming out. No warning being run. So let's see what use they get from that.
Yeah, Glass Ying. It feels like we're back a couple of years in the meta, but that's okay. We've got a lot of opportunities for Tyloo to try to cause some chaos. They've got Jackie Wu, of course, on this Buck as well. He can try to play in down below.
That's a gap right there, too. Watch for that window. Call it the baby shark window.
Wildcard dominated this map when it came into the rotation back during the 6th Invitational. They've really defined a lot of the meta here, but now as it's gotten a bit older, teams have wised up. We've seen some really nice strats coming out here. And we're just waiting for this first little invite to come through. Jackie Wu down on this bottom floor. Is there any world they get this wall open as a bandit trick? Because I don't feel like they have the tools.
Get the wall open, because if you go for the old tower direct, popping this window is one of the best plays you can make. Especially with the Ying, they won't be able to hold him that well, so it's going to be very nice for them.
So good options for Doha here on the Ying. Here comes a potential peek from Jackie Wu. He sees Bazooka up above. He deals a little bit of damage, but it's not quite going to be enough to get that frag. His position now, no. They will be aware that this Buck is playing down below the bomb site. He can continue to try to work these positions, but he's got to be careful with his life. Yoza's actually going on a bit of a roam, too. You see him on the left side of your screen there. He's on the main floor, so he might be trying to hunt down Jackie Wu. Yeah. They've got a drone inside of Medbay, but he could still find a gap here. Instead,
powered him too.
It's Valentino who finds that kill. Doha goes down to Bazooka, and this is starting to fall apart. Inside a small tower, Abe gets one, but Yovaker falls right on the stairs to Joza. Abe and Songla trying to lock things down. 26 kills between the two of them, but this clash does not need to move. Mahogger's just playing this as safe as he can. Swings the other side. Abe is panicking, and he doesn't hit the shots that he needs to. Songla now will enter in for one. Gets the trade back. 1v2 still. This is winnable. 40 seconds on the clock. If he can kill this last player, he might be able to pick up Abe too. Joza's on the staircase, finishes off the pick. Now it's a real 1v2. He takes the site control, but he does not have the defuse kit. Knows about the player position from Joza, but doesn't know where Valentino is. Here's the fight. Songla almost gets an opportunity, but he doesn't quite get the secure. No defuse kit still, but he loses the fight to Valentino. We've been waiting to see him pop back up in this map, and in round 14, he does.
7-7, all the marbles. Said even Stevens. Let's go.
How else could it have possibly gone? Tai Lu and Alula have been battling it out for hours here at the Esports World Cup. Both of them deserve to continue on, but only one can make it here, Dave. This final round is going to mean everything. It's not going to come down to the strats. It's not going to come down to the individuals. It's going to come down to who can maintain that composure at the highest pressure moments.
Don't even ask me to predict who's going to win this next round.
I won't. Alula, they've got some experience winning these 8-7 games. Yeah. They took down Chiefs last night in an 8-7, 8-7 map 2 and 3 performance. Didn't quite get their 8-7 victory to start this series off, but still, they'll know what it's like to play a 15-round map at the Esports World Cup.
Of course. And that's what matters here. Let's see, they're going to go Master right now. The Mute, Arun. They have a great lineup right now. The Warden, 2, Zombie, Smoke.
Yep.
It's great here.
Yeah, this is the bomb site that, of course, they were successful in once and failed in once, as all of their bomb sites were. We saw a lot of shield play coming out from Crazy when attacking on this bomb site, and I expect to see that continue. The Blitz and the Monty banned out, but the Blackbeard is up and available, so they've got that tool to try to clear through the south side. It's been a while, but of course, we did see Alula liking to take the map control on this push.
Switch to the Snake right now. Probably going to look to clear a little bit. The Grim's going to be great for Horse. The Blackbeard too. Flourish is great to clear the traps out, and the Habana is going to be good for breaching right now.
Everything on the line coming down between Tai Lu and Alula Club.
Quick entry below right now.
Okay, Jose's in quite early and can start to work his way up the small tower. This might not be expected from Tai Lu because he's made his way here so quick. There is a player extending that direction. It's going to be Abe. He's playing on the mute.
Just made holes for him.
Perfect information. They spot him out just in a second there, but unfortunately, you're not able to secure the frag. It's a tiny bit of damage onto Joza, but that's going to be the game given away. He'll have to retreat from that position, and they'll start to take a more direct approach to clear out the south side of this roam. Valentino, of course, gathering information alongside the Bazooka outside of this Bunk's wall. They can use their utility to breach open and find some angles in towards Bunks. Abe and Yovaker, the two players that are roaming here on the south side.
You got Habanas to get rid of the game's extension right now. It might be muted, or he hasn't popped him yet. Let's see. Could use a Blackbeard to spearhead. Could it be a big C4 play right now?
If this
the can should push him back. Yeah, okay.
Really good can. That could have been so bad. Really if he gets the C4 kill into Crazy, that might just be the wraps. Instead, it's Joza who gets the first frag onto Abe. He will not be impactful through the rest of this game. He's just going to have to sit and watch his teammates as they try to secure this defense round win, but it's not over for Tai Lu. They're not overly bleeding. This drone hole position from Bazooka is being held, and he can still see through that, of course. No worries, client-side debris. Yovaker inside a briefing, hoping to go for a big swing on this wall, just outside the doorway now. The Kiva barriers slow things down for Crazy. only one reinforcement on this bathroom wall means that you could swing from either of those sides. It's an aggressive strat from Ty Lu, but not one that Alula will disrespect.
Yeah, they should flip horse here. They have the guy outside the painting window too. Just walk the Blackbeard, have a guy on the horse door, and you go quick right now. There's a gap on Valentino's hop. Let's see if he hops it.
Bazooka was providing a little bit more pressure, but now he rotates back over to help his teammates on the horse side. Everybody is coming forward, but Songla's watching this on the Azami. Valentino shuts it down. You were watching for that gap, and he gets in and he finds it. That's a massive pick to come through, and Jackie Wu now has so much pressure on his shoulders. He wants to stop this back pressure coming in from Valentino, but Bazooka's just taking down a teammate of Yovaker. He's all alone in the 1v5. Jackie Wu with everything on the line, but he can't pull through. Alula Club will take the series, eliminating Ty Lu from the tournament and moving on to face Fnatic.
Look at the energy. This is why Siege is my favorite game, man. Just the emotion you get from the players. You know, they've been battling for hours here, and it's just the beginning. They still have another BO3 to go. Wow.
Absolutely incredible performance coming out from both of these teams, Dave. I mean, this was such an incredible match between both of the sides. It felt like anybody could have won it. We saw series points coming out from both teams, but in the end, Alula just a little bit more composure, nearly a flawless round to end things out. I mean, that is impressive.
Amazing. Just
really is. A big congratulations to all Ula. They stay alive inside the competition. Incredible resilience on map 3 as well to push us through, because what a back and forth that was. I thought this map was never going to end with the way things were going. 3-3 halves on both sides. And what we were saying before the map, right? We wanted one player at least to step up besides Valentino. If he's having a quieter map, there were multiple people around him on this map here that were stepping up and carrying the numbers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were talking about how some of those other guys, they showed some really good stuff yesterday, but we didn't quite see it as much today. I loved Bazooka's play today. I thought his impact was so critical on the server.
Yeah, especially too with the shield play, crazy. He was a little bit closer to his teammates, especially that last round. He was in sync when he crossed the Grim, put the can down. They put the pressure on the breach. He didn't layer early enough. He tried to layer out. They had to cut on him and gave away the opening kill, and they didn't give any kills back extremely well. And they recognized that they didn't walk into their kill zone on the briefing side because they were playing the low fall. They were playing the double read, the double soft wall and bathroom, trying to force him into briefing. They saw that. They flipped horse with the Blackbeard. Valentino had to cut the perfect gap, and they played it well.
And it's good to see them turn this momentum around, because you were really fearing that they were going to get a taste of their own medicine there with the way the series was turning out. You have to commend Ty Lu, of course, as well. They will fall short here. Unfortunately, another CNL team that will be eliminated. B or C, their key get crushed rather. You have to give it up for Songla. His birthday, he was putting up numbers. He was trying so hard. But this is unfortunately not how you want your birthday to end.
No, I mean, he'll be sad about this birthday gift, of course, but I really expect to see Ty Lu continue on throughout the Siege esports ecosystem, right? We know how good they could be. This is their first international event as a unit. They'll be able to fight for more majors going forward. They can still fight for the 6th Invitational. I really hope we see them again on a big stage.
No, very good performance for them. You know, they were playing great Siege, and also, too, they weren't giving up. And I feel like they're going to keep learning more and more from this experience. And I feel like what's next for them is just adding in that next layer of pace to their gameplay.
Yeah, it feels like they've got the right pieces on this team. They've got the guys that they need to be able to get big victories, but now they just need the experience. They need the reps. They need to be able to control their mental in these high-stress games. I mean, you couldn't ask for so much more from them. I thought they played really well today, and it'll sting, but I hope they hold their heads high after this game.
Of course.
Yeah, that's what they got to keep in the back of their minds. They've given us some entertaining Siege, that is for sure, right? I feel like map 2 was a very good example of that too, with a big back and forth, like the really attacker-favorite halves, how they had the roam and the flanks under control for the side of Alula, but that's just how Siege goes, right? You say it's one of our best esports, one of the best games to watch, but sometimes it does come down to a very final round, and then tiny critical mistakes that you're making there end up costing you, and that means your run at the Esports World Cup is over.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes here. I mean, that's competition. That's why we love this esport so much, and it's why this tournament is so great as well. Ty Lu and Alula both playing so well. And what I liked about this game and this series is, like, there were mistakes, but I felt like as the game went on, both teams tightened up. They really learned from those issues, and they improved upon themselves as the game went on.
And that's the key, too. It's not always about who's doing the best plays, who's making the hero plays, but it's about who makes the less mistakes. And right then and there on that last round, you saw Ty Lu get a little bit tight. They gave away their opening kill, and then after that, it just spiraled out of control for them. So it's very unlucky to see, but I feel like as coming into this tournament, you know, no one's really expecting them to put up this competitive of a match.
For sure.
I'm really shocked, and I'm really proud to say that I've really enjoyed watching them.
Definitely.
It was good siege that we got here in front of our very eyes. It does mean that ag.al now have to go and play a match against Fnatic, which is going to be a tough one. I mean, if you look at the amount of siege, especially the amount of rounds that they have played, not just yesterday, but already today as well, then having to go through yet another do or die best of 3. I mean, I would not want to be in their shoes right now.
Yeah, they've shown a lot of their strats already. I'm sure they're really tired already at this point, but the next game is the most important one, right? Yeah. That gets you into the second stage of the tournament. That's going to be what gets you into the top 16. Fnatic are a great opponent, but ag.al, they're warm, and I think they're playing really well in this tournament, so do not count them out in that game.
Yeah, of course. And I feel like against Fnatic, they did it well, ag.al, towards the end of the game, trying to break the plays. Again, Fnatic is going to be a team like that too, where you have to break their 5v5 executes. And of course, they used the show player really well. They used the info ops really well. So you have to make sure you're not giving them the space that they want and making the game very uncomfortable for them.
For sure.
We're going to see, of course, more from ag.al in this matchup after, I guess, but I feel like that's going to be a really entertaining game as well.
The drums are going.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to give them some time at least to really regain their thoughts, because as you mentioned, they've been showing us a lot already, right? We're talking about going back to the same map. You know, you really have to pull things through. If that was a map that you lost yesterday and you immediately make these improvements to bring it out again today in the decider, I mean, Fnatic, they already thought they'd be playing 2 hours earlier or 2 hours ago. They must have been watching and saw exactly what happened here.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see kind of how Fnatic want to approach this game, if they've learned much from those matches. I mean, you've been in the spot before, Dave. Do you often find yourself sitting down and watching the opponents you're about to play? Do you think that helps your team quite a bit?
Of course, if you have the time to, especially like, say that this game wasn't today and you have a little off day, like of course you're going to be watching the game, but if the game is today, they're going to be watching the game beforehand and they're already going to have their prep ready and they're just seeing what has changed in their prep, or if nothing has changed, they're just going to stick to their game plan.
Absolutely.
We are saying goodbye to teams fast here. Of course, Tyloo, a team being eliminated earlier today on the A stream. We saw mibr.los eliminated as well. It doesn't end there because we still have to say goodbye to 2 more teams. These matches later on, I mean, CAG right now is playing against Shopify Rebellion. Don't worry, I won't give you any spoilers this time around. The only thing that I will say is it's very close so far. So that seems like it's a very competitive game. Are we surprised with that? Do we think like maybe Shopify, I mean the NA shills, expecting Shopify Rebellion to be a little bit faster with that one?
Okay, you don't need to be an NA shill to say, you thought Shopify Rebellion would beat CAG by Veril. I mean, that's a huge surprise if it is a close competitive game. We've been saying that Shopify Rebellion are the best team in Phase 1 out of all the regions, so if they don't make it to Phase 2, I mean, that's a huge upset.
Of course, and I feel like too, Shopify and CAG, they kind of have very contradicting styles. Shopify's very, set in their steps, and then CAG, they're really sporadic. So I feel like it's going to be a very interesting game to see.
Yeah, it must be really exciting going on there at the A stream.
Yeah, it was like, I think it was getting to overtime as well the second we were about to come back here. So we're not the only ones who have the long games here on the B stream. In general, I feel like the pressure is high with play-ins, right? I mean, you talk about 2 days, it's do or die, 8 teams go in, 2 come out. But we have seen quite competitive siege. It's not like, we see teams coming in, like, it's this is a clear cut, like this team's gonna lose, that team's gonna win. We've seen really close games, and especially for the side of ag.al, things have been very close. They must feel a little bit tired, but at least we have Lexing by for a little chat.
Thank you, guys. I'm here again with Valentino. It's like clockwork at this point. You guys are guaranteed to always be able to be doing these interviews. I mean, you definitely aren't guaranteed these wins. You've had to fight tooth and nail every single game. How are you feeling after this series?
I mean, after Clubhouse, we had to just stop trolling, to be honest, because the throw we did on that map, it was enough to wake us up a little bit.
Absolutely. I want to go back to that Clubhouse because you guys looked like you were running away with the series. I mean, you yourself, you easily, hands down, have to be the MVP of playing so far. And pushing into that last map, you kind of ran out of steam. But how does it feel that your players, having less experience than you, were able to still show up and display dominance?
I mean, honestly, I can't do all of this without my team. Like Mahajer, our ag.al, he's literally the GOAT. Most of the pushes we do, most of the things I do personally, Mahajer is the one behind the idea. So thanks to him, to the team, we're doing good right now, I think. Let's see how it goes.
Absolutely. I mean, you guys are looking beautiful. There was something that we were talking on the desk, me and Ann were also talking about. It really seems you guys like to use the information, whether that's the Deimos, whether that's the Grim, whether that's the Echo. Is that something that you guys practice pretty rigorously?
I mean, honestly, for us, if you have info, you have an idea on where they are, so you can basically do anything. If you know where your enemy is, you will think how to push him. So info is everything.
All right, well, I'll let you go because I know you got to get prepared for your next match. Is there anything you want to say to the fans as you guys extend your lead for the MENA region?
I mean, we're still at the beginning, so hopefully we pull this game as well.
All right, well, sounds good, Valentino. Best of luck in your match. And again, it's a big match. It's the most important one for them to be able to get through. I'm going to send you guys back to our desk to get everything underway.
Well, I absolutely love the confidence there coming out from Valentino. I mean, we're just getting started in the play-ins here inside of the whole tournament. And Siege 101 as well, right? I think a thing we talked about, especially in map 2, was that information that they had over on their side. And what Valentino was saying as well, if you know where the enemy is, it gives you an idea of what you want to do. And I mean, we saw that with a 5-1 half on the Clubhouse.
Yep. Absolutely. I mean, he talks about his IGL. He talked about the information. Like, I love giving credit to his teammates there as well. It feels like this is a team that really understands the fundamentals of, like, what they need to be doing to win these rounds. Yeah. How are they going to read their opponents? What is the IGL of Mahogger going to be able to call and make happen for his teammates? And so it's really great seeing that love spread around.
And I feel like, too, you see the veteranship in him at the end, asking Lax, trying to say if he's overly hyped, but he's saying, you know, we're still at the beginning. You know, they just won this game. They're not overconfident, not expending too much energy. They realize that, you know, we still have to take another step today. We still have to play another game, another match, and they're ready for that.
Yeah, we're going to give Alula a little bit of time here to re-gather their thoughts, because it is still one more important do-or-die match after this against Fnatic. We'll be back in just a few.
Here at the Esports World Cup, it's Rainbow Six time, and it's also time to test out the fitness of two individuals. We've got Citizen and Deepak from Fnatic. Firstly, great to have you guys obviously back on the international stage, but now the real test begins, and it's not inside of the server. So let's get things underway. I'm gonna go and bring out some challenges. When I say fit test, we are gonna check some fitness. First thing, grip.
Yeah.
Deepak, go ahead.
Oh, here we go.
Gonna go show the camera.
Oh, I thought I was gonna luck. 38.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Is that good?
Yeah, hand it over to Citizen.
Okay. I don't know if that's good.
As long as you beat me, that's all that matters.
Come on, come.
44.2.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
No messing around.
All right, no messing around. On to the next one.
What is this?
We're going to be measuring. Now, as we know, Rainbow Six, it's a lean-heavy game, isn't it? You're doing a lot of left leaning and right leaning.
Yeah.
So we're going to be testing your leaning IRL. Give us a lean. Hand down, all the way. And we're going to be testing it from the floor. What do we got here?
That's pretty good, no?
36.
That's pretty good.
I'll come around the back here. Citizen, give us a lean.
Oh.
Okay.
That's actually pretty good as well.
Well, that's going to be a 34. That is actually our best.
Oh.
Wow. That is our best. All right. Lean test done. Fnatic are doing pretty well so far. Pretty standard hoops test, boys. 2 balls, 1 hoop. Now, who wants which ball?
I don't mind.
Give me the rugby.
We'll do a best of 3.
Oh. What is the meta here? Should I bounce it off? I don't think it's good with the rugby. I think I need to do it recently.
That's an air ball.
I think I watch the cameras.
Please.
It's so light.
Wow.
Bro.
To take the lead, 1-0. Citizen up. Pressure on. He banks it in. Okay. Sudden death from here on out. Let's see who can get the win.
That's an air ball.
For the win. Fnatic on land.
No messing about.
Gone and done it. Citizen has gone and done it. He is our hoops master. Boys, we're not done yet. One last test. Stopwatch. This is trash talk stopwatch.
Oh no.
You get 5 seconds, your best trash talk. Citizen, you're first up. Trash talk. Give us your best trash talk starting in 3, 2, 1.
V2 suck.
V2 suck, apparently. All right. Deepak, 5 seconds. Try and keep it under. Maybe also try and go for a little longer than 1 second.
I'll try my best.
3, 2, 1.
Wizard, hairline, round goggles, lives in the basement. That's it.
Well, that was 6 seconds. Almost 7 seconds, by the way. So, Citizen, you win again.
Don't know how.
Wonderful stuff. Awesome. Thank you so much, boys.
Thank you.
Best of luck here at the Esports World Cup.
Thank you
very much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what what I mean? You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
It is our final match from the play-ins for the B stream here. Do or die for both ag.al and Fnatic. Their final match, their final chance to move into the group stage starting tomorrow. My name is Anne, and now for this match, I'm still joined by Jesse. We have Ace with us as well. Ace, so far in the play-ins, I mean, we're seeing all kinds of crazy things. Spoiler alert, CAG won map 1 over on the A stream with their do or die match. What's happening?
It's always the same, isn't it? You know, we come into tournaments with all these expectations, and they just get thrown on their heads, and that's what we're here for. That's what we love, and that's what these teams are delivering. It gives those players, you know, the big moments to stand out, to be that name that takes the day. And so far, I'm here for it. You know, we've got another couple of games yet to finish in this phase, and who knows what's going to happen.
Literally, I mean, we're a day and a half into the Esports World Cup, and I already feel like we've had enough crazy moments and crazy matches to fill an entire major's worth. So, I mean, I'm just so excited for what comes next.
Yeah, we'll get even more from that, not just in the play-ins here, but also in the group stage starting tomorrow. But we've been crushing keys fast here on the play-ins of EWC. Let's have a look at those keys that got crushed earlier today, as we see Tyloo's key getting crushed by ag.al, the match we just saw here on the B stream. Yesterday, we saw some crazy player emotions, I feel like. It's that kind of final nail in the coffin for your opponents.
And you've seen nonchalant about it, but I mean, this is a brutal one with how close that game was. Came down 8-7 on the final map. This could have been either key being crushed, but on that final moment, it was ag.al who were the better team of the two, and they shatter the key of Tyloo.
Yeah, that really is in pieces. I've seen them broken into 2. I've not seen them broken into 10 or 15 like that. Yeah. That was absolutely crazy, but like you say, it must have been absolutely heartbreaking for Tyloo. You know, they came so close. ag.al kind of opened the door a little bit, but then they got it done. Ultimately, it's been a tough day for a couple of teams. We see CAG able to crush their second key as well.
They are just aura farming. I mean, they were like, oh, I'm dropping the key. Oh, never mind. I'm doing some bicep curls with it. Like that. I love it.
I'm surprised Anaton's not crushing it with his bare hands. Usually that would kind of be his go-to, but maybe they're forcing him to use the crusher.
Yeah, I love it. And we're seeing keys like literally being shattered instead of crushed, right? It resembles the dreams of hopes being shattered as well here at EWC in hopes of continuation inside of the tournament. That's not going to be happening for the two teams that we just saw their keys being crushed on both these streams. We'll dive into our first game here with ag.al and Fnatic. Now, talking about these two teams and them going up against each other, it is kind of Mena's last hope of this tournament. Their only hope, their last hope in this tournament against Fnatic, who not only surprised in EML, but have also been surprising here, taking down some big opponents.
Yeah, well, the mystery team. As I said, you know, we didn't. It's not something that you can just write off because we haven't seen too much of them. You know, all teams, all new players come along at some point, and it's got to be their first time. It's got to be the first time on the stage. And honestly, ag.al have really, really impressed me over the last day or two, and I am very, very excited to see them play again. And this time, I feel like they're going to be that little bit more stretched, and we're going to start to see what they're really capable or not of performing at. It's going to be good.
No, I feel like Fnatic are a team who have come in here against all expectations, right? We thought it was going to be G2 playing in this tournament, but instead Fnatic are here. They've managed to make their mark already. I've been really impressed by Citizen because we've seen him on so many other teams, internationally, domestically. We've seen him do so much throughout the years. Now on kind of a younger team, he can be more of that leader figure, and I think it looks really good on him.
I feel like a mystery team is fair to say, right? Because it really was a big surprise to see Fnatic here with what happened inside the EML. We'll check in with Fnatic exactly to talk about the road to EWC.
It was a great feeling to beat G2 and knock them out from qualifying for EWC. I think that we got a lot of confidence from that, you know.
I mean, it was fun. It was a good game, really good series. Enjoyed it. A lot of adapting, a lot of playing with what we see rather than predetermined plans.
I think one of the big reasons we beat G2 is the pressure that they had. They lost to Falcons before, and then they had to face us, and it was either like do or die situation. So a lot of pressure on them. Yeah, the G2 roster is unreal. Yeah, I mean they have the GOAT Shaiko, they have Animal, great ag.al, they have Doki, he's like veteran, and then obviously they have Stompen, like one of the best players, if not the best player in the world.
It's been pretty difficult. There's been lots of ups, lots of lows, really bad games, really good games, comebacks. It's always stuff to improve. We want to get to at least the group stage. There is a lot of big names, but I think from scrims, like we know we can play against these people. We just got to hope we show it on game day.
Like we have a good chance of making the main event. Just got to make sure our confidence is high and what we've been practicing into work and go from there. My goal is to win it all.
We're here to compete.
I love that. I mean, it's the confidence that they're talking about. That was a good series. And of course, I want to talk about what Citizen mentioned there is the pressure that G2 are probably feeling as well after their loss against Falcons to then still make it that Fnatic are kind of able to capitalize off of.
Yeah, I mean, it's a similar story here, right? I mean, again, it's high pressure games. It's going to be that do or die situation, and their opponents, to be fair, ag.al have gone through a lot of these do or die games already, and they've come out okay, but this is going to be their hardest task for sure.
Yeah, this is just the regular run-of-the-mill match for ag.al. Well, the thing is, Fnatic are absolutely right. They were able to take advantage of that situation last time around. Maybe it was G2 facing the pressure. Now we get to see how did they react on the receiving end of it, because they're the ones that have the expectation on them. They're the ones that are under the bit of pressure here. They've played well so far. Got a great win against mibr.los to put them in this position. But now, you know, this is one of those great matches where it's do or die. It's you either go through or you go home. It's as simple as that. The key gets crushed or you're into the next phase. I've been, you know, really impressed with Citizen over the last 6 months or so as well. He's had to kind of almost reinvent himself a little bit, I feel. Coming back from NA into Team Secret, didn't quite work out, moves over to Fnatic, but he's doing some of these roles on Fnatic that, you know, it's not the big flashy plays all the time. He's happy, you know, Deadshot Wizard, they've been going out there, taking the entries, taking the kills. Citizen is quietly going about his business and getting it done.
It's been really impressive to see this team really come together. And one thing Citizen said in that interview was he said, we've scrimmed these teams, we know we can beat them. And that might be true, but something that Iconic was talking about on the desk is that he was chatting with ag.al, and they've been blacklisted in scrims from playing against Fnatic for 3 years. So they have not really been scrimming against each other as opponents.
Oh, so we're going to get some drama on the stage here. I would be all for that with these two teams going up against each other. Now, talk a little bit more about Fnatic, as they are an EML representative. We see them all the time, of course, inside of our own region. I feel like they have a much better recipe of success now, right? They have that actual clear voice inside the team. They have that player that's capable of playing the shields. We're talking about Smith playing just his first international tournament, by the way. Really incredible stuff from them over there. They played that opening game against KAG. It was close. Made some mistakes, you know, against a better team. They won't really allow those mistakes to still be working out in your favor. And then for the side of ag.al as well, I mean, what we saw from them earlier today, it's incredible. Super good and dominant on that first map. And then when you're talking about second map, you know, they sometimes on the defense, I feel like I want to see them sit on their hands a little bit more.
Sure.
Make time work as a sixth defender. There was some questionable overpeak, that could have been cleaner, that series, is my main point.
I'll say this, though. I feel like they got really confident with how map 1 went and how map 2 started, that they started being a little bit more over-aggressive. They started going for some swings that they probably shouldn't have been going for. It's unlikely they'll get as dominant of a victory up against a team like Fnatic, so they might not fall into that same trap of like, oh, we feel like we're the better team by a mile, we can start swinging these guys, and oops, we've just thrown a massive 5-0 lead.
No, exactly that. I think you're going to be laser focused in this, because you're going to know that you need to be. You're going to be locked in, and I think it's one of those. It's almost like a rising tide raises all ships, doesn't it? The better the team you play, you meet that standard. You get yourself up there, or you don't, and you lose. It's as simple as that. But yeah, I think we're going to see a bit of a different focus here from ag.al. As you said, we've seen Fnatic an awful lot. Consistency is the big key for Fnatic. It's the big question. I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. I genuinely feel if Fnatic play to their ability, they could be, I'll say this first, any team could win EWC. It's a tournament, anybody can go on to win it. I'm not discounting Fnatic when I say this, but I am saying that I think they could be a top half team easily here if they play at their best.
They still have to get through this best of 3, though, to verse themselves inside that group stage for tomorrow. Looking at the veto, Fnatic will come in with the first map pick. They've picked Cafe. Does that surprise you in any way?
Nope, not at all. I mean, this is a map that we saw them win yesterday, 7-1, dominant performance. Fnatic like to play on Cafe, and similarly, we saw ag.al lose this map 7-2 quite dominantly to Shopify Rebellion. So I think this first map of Cafe is going to be a really tricky one for Fnatic to lose.
ag.al picked attack.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's a power move, one way or another.
Sure, yeah.
It's a power move.
They were a lot better on attack back at Clubhouse, right? The map that they lost.
We've seen them pick attack a couple of times over the last few days, and they've actually come out really strong on it. And I think it is a little bit of a power move to say, you know what, we'll happily come out and do that. And we spoke about it, it kind of removes a little bit of that risk. You come out there and you think there's no pressure on us to start here. Nobody's expecting 4 or 5 rounds. If we can come out and get 2, 3, we're in the driving seat at that point. So I don't hate it, to be honest.
Let's talk about Fnatic a little bit, though, because they probably arrived here a couple of hours ago expecting to get this match starting a little bit faster than this. That does something with your mental as well, right? If you have to just sit and wait around until the match is ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, at least they get to be resting and they get to watch their opponent sweat a little bit. It's one thing if you can maybe prep for your opponent, but they also, until the final round, had no clue who they'd be playing.
Oh, that's true as well, right? It was really close. It came down to round 15. But as you can see, all ag.al back in their seats. They are fresh and ready to go for yet another best of 3 against Fnatic, and it starts on Cafe.
Thanks, and we will get into this one then. As I said, it is do or die here at the Esports World Cup in Paris. The winner will go through to the next stage of the tournament. The loser, their key, will be crushed right in front of their eyes by none other than the team that beats them, Jesse.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's a process.
Oh, it should be a lot of fun, Tim. This is going to be our final game of the day here on the B stream. The winner will make it to top 16. So you've been playing throughout these last couple of days in the play-ins. You've been playing a lot of different regions. You've been playing some of the lower teams from those regions. This time, if you can win this game, you'll get to go up against the best of the best, the FaZe clans, the Dark Zeros, the M80s, the Falcons, whoever you might be going up against. That's going to be on the table for Phase 2. So everything is on the line here in this matchup between Fnatic and ag.al. I mentioned it before we jumped in here, but it was a 7-1 victory versus mibr.los yesterday, Tim, which cemented Fnatic as one of the best teams in their group. They've got to show that again, I think, today versus ag.al.
And as you said, on the flip side of that, ag.al have played it, and it was 7-2 loss. So, almost as bad a loss as good as Fnatic's win was. And that was against Shopify Rebellion yesterday. So I'm sure memories of that will be fresh in their minds. We've just got a slight delay here. We'll get this one started and underway just as soon as we can do. Just a little bit of a tech issue. I think we see the back of a PC just being adjusted there. So hopefully we'll be on our way soon. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. I've got to say, not only, Jesse, have Fnatic turned up and had to wait around a little bit today. So I watched map 1. And ag.al flew through it, and I thought, you know what? I had a time, to leave for the venue, so I was here on time. I had a call time, and I got, involved, and I was like, I need to bring this forward by an hour. This is going far too quick.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be there in time if this goes to 2 maps. And I'm not joking. I stepped foot in this building, and it was 5-1 to alola. On map 2. And I'm like, okay, I'm just in time.
Yeah.
I'd better rush and get my makeup done and be ready to work.
Yeah.
And then Tyloo, they must have seen me walking through and thought, this guy's here early. Not a chance. And they brought it all the way back. We go to map 3, so it's not just Fnatic that's been sat around. It's me as well. But hey, at least I've got to watch some quality Siege along the way.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a little bit less stressful for you sitting there and
little bit less.
Waiting for the game to end. You got to jump up and do your job. They've got to jump up and do their job too, but for them, there's so much pressure because they won't get to do their job tomorrow if they can't win this series.
I'm not saying that I work under the same pressure or that my job's as difficult, Jesse. Right. I'm not saying it's not. That's not for me to judge, realistically.
Of course. And you wouldn't say one way or the other. Fnatic, you said it. They've got so much more time to rest and so much more time to watch back on those VODs. There's a huge difference in rounds played between these two teams. Yesterday, Fnatic played 30 rounds across both of their matchups, which is respectable. That's 2 full maps if it goes 15 both times. They played some shorter maps, so it was more than that, but that's a decent amount of rounds. Up to this point, alola have played 85 rounds, almost triple the amount of footage that they have shown compared to Fnatic. So that's going to play into things a little bit when you look at these maps, when you look at the strategies, and when you just look at the, I think, non-map specific tendencies of these players, right? You kind of know how Valentino plays. You kind of know how some of these guys like to move. mibr, the ag.al of this team, what type of strats he likes to call, Bazooka, the different positions that he likes to play. There's going to be a lot of reading into alola that Fnatic are going to be able to do. And on the other side, you're not going to have that same pressure because certainly there's fewer odds, but you also have been focused on Tyloo. You've probably not been putting as much thought into Fnatic.
You've got to look back to that game yesterday. As you referenced the footage from EWC, Shopify Rebellion have done Fnatic a huge favour. They've literally given them a blueprint of how to dismantle alola on Cafe. That, and I'm sure that Sethis and the team behind Fnatic will have been poring over that VOD and preparing, saying, do you know what? We're going to be playing Cafe here. We know how the map bans are going to go, because at the time the teams will go into the map bans and they will have a very clear idea of how they're going to go and where they're going to play. And I'm sure that will have been a big part of the plan to say, look, we've already seen them there. We've seen Shopify Rebellion dismantle them. We've got the blueprint.
Yeah, and that's probably the reason why they chose to start on attack as well. Because they started defense versus Shopify Rebellion. They got blown out of that first half in a 5-1 split. And it really was SR dismantling the defenses from alola and showing that blueprint of this is how you attack Cafe versus this Middle Eastern team. So the fact that alola have now started on the offensive side, there's going to be less of that footage right away to draw back on from Fnatic. Because the game was so quick, they didn't show too many of their own attacks. So this first half that alola play, starting on the offensive side, it will be a little bit more of a mystery to Fnatic because they just didn't play that many rounds on the offense versus SR.
Exactly that. Just having a look at our Esports World Cup Club Championship standings as well and where things are up to. Of course, for anybody unfamiliar, there is individual tournaments for each game, like we're seeing here played for Rainbow Six Siege and many others across the event, but they all feed in to an overall club championship. So Fnatic as a club can then be involved in that prize pool, in those standings, but, and it's a big but, the first thing you got to do to be eligible for that is to get those 2 top 8 finishers. It can be in any of the titles, but you got to get 2 top 8 finishers. Fnatic are, of course, one of the bigger clubs here. They've got plenty of entries across the board, but I'm looking through how things have gone. They don't have any top 8 finishers so far, and they're now down to 3 games remaining. They've got Siege, they've got Chess, they've got Trackmania. Right. Those are the 3 opportunities, and we were talking about this yesterday. I was talking about it with Iconic. Does that add a little bit of pressure to the players here? I'm sure that the club aren't in there mentioning it, but ultimately, you've now got to get 2 out of 3 top 8 finishers if you want to be eligible for that club championship and the big money that's up there with it. So, that's a little bit of added pressure there as well.
And unfortunately, Tim, I am not a huge expert on the Fnatic Trackmania roster. I You know, I've watched most of their games, but yeah, you know, I won't speak on the skill of that team, but getting those wins out of the way now, getting your top 8 cemented earlier rather than later so you don't have to rely on just those 2 other teams, that would be absolutely critical for Fnatic.
That's it, and like you say, winning here now, that gets them top 16 at least, and then they can start working from there towards that top 8 finish. And I've said it, and I will repeat it, I think, genuinely, if Fnatic play their best Siege, they are capable of a top 8 finish. I think that is possible for them, and I genuinely believe. And I know that may come as a surprise to some. You know, they had that little bit of a surprise win against G2, and believe it's the consistency that has been the issue. It has not been the quality, it has been the consistency. And when they can deliver that quality, they will hurt teams, they will cause those upsets.
Well, let's take a look for that quality that you're talking about, Tim, because we're back in the game. We appreciate everybody's patience getting this match set up, but we want to make sure everything is working correctly before we get into this critical elimination game here at the Esports World Cup. Fnatic versus ag.al. This is going to be one that decides who makes top 16 and who goes home. We're starting on the bottom floor for Fnatic. This cafe, of course, is a map that they have been really enjoying over the last couple of months. They got a victory here just the other day up against up against mibr.los in a 7-1 fashion. So I'm excited to see what this first floor defense ends up looking like for Fnatic.
Okay then, let's get into a little bit of tasty Siege. Monty, Snake, Wamai and Arune will be your bans. And we're going to have straight away Crazy on the shields. It's been absolutely almost permanent for him. We've seen so much shield play coming in from Crazy, and we've seen so much good shield play coming in from him as well. You know, definitely, it would be forgivable. ag.al Club may be one of the, you know, newer teams to you. You may not have seen them play before if you didn't manage to catch any of that action yesterday. I will tell you now, they are every bit as exciting as their MENA counterparts in Twisted Minds. I will tell you that right now. So stick around. You're not going to want for some exciting Siege, but one of the players you need to be watching out for is Crazy. He is definitely going to put up some numbers. Valentino along with him, he's been on an absolute tear the last couple of days. It continued in that last game earlier against Tyloo as well, but let's see what they can do with the Blitz, what sort of space they can create. At the moment, it looks like they're going to be going for a top-down clearance. We can see Crazy is already in on that top floor, and he's moved down to mid-floor now. Going to be joined by Bazooka pretty soon on the Deimos, and that's going to mean that they've got that control they need. Everybody on the side of Fnatic down on that bottom floor. Yeah,
only the Sledge here for vert control. Usually you'll see the Ram and or the Buck. Like, it's not uncommon to double up on these soft creatures, but instead we're seeing ag.al rely a little bit more into these guns. We're seeing, of course, Joza on the IQ. We're seeing the Habana come through for the hatches. You're seeing Bazooka playing on this Deimos. So they've got a little bit more of an opportunity to try to work some of these picks once they do make the vert control. And I guess you could also make vert with the Deimos pistol. Why not? This is likely going to be a pretty slow rounds. Not only is this going to be no roam happening from Fnatic, but they've got this clash. You were talking up Crazy as a great shield player, and he is. But Smith is the other great shield player here in this lobby, and he's going to be devastating, locking things down in VIP.
Yeah, I like this position as well. It's something that they're going to have to clear out, ag.al. They cannot ignore VIP, or it's going to really hinder them later in the round when they're trying to get themselves into sight. They also lose that entry kill. Bazooka being taken out. Deimos gone. A lot of value if you're trying to work from above through those verticals.
Mahogger, the ag.al, he's actually quite far away from the rest of his teammates. He was rotating over towards Bakery. Now he'll get up to that second floor. They're trying to work for the pick still, but with 33 seconds, Tim, they got to get a move on for this push.
Yeah, they certainly do. Going to have Crazy kind of rotating above. The hatch is open. It's going to be a drop down into Freezer, but this is where they're going to wish that they had cleared out VIP. They get away with it, though, because it's the Blitz. Crazy. Nice drop there. Keeps himself with shield facing towards VIP so that he's not going to take that damage. He's managed to find the space to get the plant down, but here comes Smith. Manages to get that kill. Two come in from ag.al, though, so we find ourselves in a 3v3. What more can the Clash do? Nothing, as Valentino shuts them down, and this is just typical ag.al. There doesn't look to be much space, but they find what's there. They put the diffuser down and they hold on to it. They've now got the verticals above, and this is surely their round to lose. They managed to win the fight at Pillars. Joza taking down Deadshot. Valentino picks up the last man. Really nice execute. I was a little unsure how it would go because of Smith's presence in VIP, but they pulled it off.
Yeah, not an easy round to win to start things off for ag.al Club. I mean, they really had that top floor control, but it's not something the defenders were worried about because they had that hatch drop being covered by the Clash. I do like Smith eventually going up above. He recognized that that was their only win con. He had to get above the bomb sites, try to play vert of his own, make sure the attackers weren't up there to play in the post plant. But unfortunately, he gets one kill, ends up going down after that, and it's just not really able to stall out that plant from coming down. They could have gone anywhere with that defuse kit. A lot of the time it was outside garage. It looked like he wanted to rotate a bakery, which would have been really strange from Mahagir, but instead he rotates back and towards his teammates. They drop together inside of that freezer hatch, and despite the really low time on the clock, I thought they did a great job of converting that execute.
It was really nice, and I think obviously we spoke about ag.al coming in here and taking the choice to go on to attack first off Cafe, where, you know, a lot of the time we would assume that the defenders are going to have the easier half of it. But if we look at Fnatic's stats over the last 4 times that they've played on Cafe, only 50-50 win rate, and I think that's ag.al kind of leaning into that. They're 61% on the attack, so they are better on the other side of things. Meaning 2 things. I think ag.al have made a smart, informed choice there to come in, take advantage of that situation, and think we can get ourselves off to a good start on the attack, but also that this is not going to be done and dusted in the first half. Fnatic have got that defensive half where they've the attacking half where they've shown us they can be better on Cafe, and that's something ag.al will need to deal with.
I love Smith on his signature pulse. He always plays this operator for their reading defenses. The last 3 times they've defended on this site, he's been there on the pulse, feeding information to his teammates. And so this is going to be critical just on reading what type of push ag.al want to go for, right? Sometimes on this reading room bomb site, you'll see teams full clear for the top floor. Sometimes you'll see them maybe try to go for something fast in through the reading door and pillar, but what you can see now from the pulse is that this is going to be likely a full top floor clear with these attackers getting towards the roof, trying to drop in through Cigar and slowly working their way down towards the site.
I like that reaction on the windows there, managing to take some damage off Deadshot. The more that you can hit Deadshot and Wizard with that chip damage through the round, the better it's going to serve you. Look at that beautiful team play coming in from ag.al. We see the nade come in, forces Deadshot out of position. Bazooka's there to pick him up. They've got details. They know where the Pulse is playing as well. They can deal with that. They need to be careful, of course. They don't want to send Crazy in above and find him taken down with that Nitro.
I mean, this is what we're saying, right? If you're just a Fnatic fan and you've not watched any of the ag.al games, this is a very formidable team. They're so good at coordinating these clears. Now, Citizen gets one back. That's a critical pick to be able to answer back for your teammates. You take down Valentino, the best player on ag.al, and Wizard as well. He takes down the ag.al, so that's going to be massive. But Deepek continuing in the top floor. This is just bad information from ag.al. They're trying to panic and make through this top floor push, but there's still players working about up here.
Yeah, well, just getting ahead of themselves essentially there. I think, you know, hoping that they've got him on the run. There's a little bit of space to be taken. They've given away 2 bodies, and that's going to be a lesson for them to learn as they move up through the tiers of sieges. They move up through the teams that they're playing against. Those small errors will be punished much quicker and much more severely.
Toxic Base being tossed out here to stall out Crazy, and of course we're down towards the pillar door. It looks like Rose is going to be able to take down Deepek. That's a good little frag to be able to take things down to a 2v3. You're still working the vert, you don't have defuse kits, so you've got to be able to recover that. It's across the map. They probably won't. They have to go for kills here, Tim.
Yeah, definitely do. They're going to look to see if they can get anything more on the vertical with the pistol from Crazy, but Wizard, he's poised, he's in position. As soon as they go here, he's going to be above them and causing a problem. Nitro goes out, does do some damage to Crazy, taken by Wizard from above. Beautiful rotate from him. He saw it coming. He was ahead of the game. He drops down and gets the second as well. Great finish to that round from Fnatic. They were, despite losing Deadshot early in that nice coordinated push from ag.al, Fnatic completely in control of the rest of the round.
Yeah, I'm glad you highlighted Wizard at the end there, because that whole time when there was 2 players up above, Wizard was playing quite aggressive on the white stairs. You know, he was not very far away from that top floor, ready to go for a flank. The second he heard that blitz drop and he realized that's what was going on, he just went up those staircase, make sure he had the immediate response back in case Crazy did some damage. And while he did, it was really good response to come through from him. This top floor hold again, I just feel like we were a little bit over eager on the side of ag.al. They were doing their best to try to explode through that top floor and find their picks, but credit to Fnatic, you know, they get those kills on the top floor, they rotate back down towards the site, and they only flank back up when the drop has happened. So they were never in any danger after those first couple top floor fights of losing that top ground again.
Round 3, it's going to be the 50-50 that Fnatic statistically have shown us on their defences of Cafe over the last 4 games. They're going to be looking to improve upon that, of course. Citizen consistently picking that mirror up, being left available. You know, I think I'm going to say banning a little bit outside of the box there. I think we will see the Wamai bans creep up a little bit. I think we'll see that percentage, you know, over the next few months of competitive Siege will raise due to those changes that he's seen. Of course, anybody who doesn't know, recently Wamai's magnets will now activate quicker, so he gets them out there quicker. You know, he's also affecting a bigger radius. There's just all sorts of buffs going on. He's got the C4 now. He's just much more valuable. But this is the point that we're at with Siege. One ban means somebody else is left open, and right now the mirror is a big problem for Owler.
It's weird to see both the Mira and the Azami left up. I mean, these are some really powerful operators on Cafe, but Deadshot and Citizen won't complain. They'll simply click the good ops, and that's going to be all they need to do at this point. A lot of window pressure early coming in from Alula. They do have some control inside of Cigar, but the gunfights are already coming down. Deadshot on that oh-so-powerful Azami, taken out early as Valentino finds him from outside the building.
I commented Deadshot's been one of the best players for Fnatic so far at the Esports World Cup, and he's really struggling to get himself into this game on Cafe at the minute, but it's Citizen on the mirror, manages to take down the Twitch. A real direct counter kill there. Take those drones. You know what? You're coming for the Black Mirrors? No, you are not.
That's the defuse kit that gets dropped as well. Now Citizen gets traded. He's outside the building. He jumps out the white window to try to make that play, so it's a valuable frag, but the fact that he can't get back in means the man advantage will still be firmly held by Alula. And with this attack, they've got full top floor control as well, so plenty of time to recover the defuse kit, plenty of time to try to make this conversion happen. I'm looking at guys like Deepek and Smith, maybe Wizard as well, over towards the red stairs to try to make a play and get this man count back towards even.
Valentino's on a real play. He's really committed to it, isn't it? It's almost like an old, you know, I'm talking old school Vitality play where they just sit and watch an angle for 2 minutes. Nitro goes out!
Oh,
no! It was just on the hard surface. Nearly got a double. He teased us with it, Jesse.
Oh, tragic, but Alula, they're not making the mistake of droning on a soft floor when the pulse down below. Still, Smith is good for one. He takes down Bazooka as things get traded back down to a 3v2. Smith and Deepek inside the site will have to have solid coordination as the flashbangs come in from the attack.
Crazy manages to pick up Smith. That's going to be the pulse gun and the intel along with him. All up to Deepek, 1 versus 3. Crazy and Joza are both pretty low health at the minute. That's at least a point in the credit, but taking some damage. Not ideal. Swings around, and for a second, you just thought there was a possible lineup for Deepek going to happen there, but the stars were not aligned. Luck was not on his side for that one. Alula managed to close out the round. It's 2-1.
Really like that early play coming out from Valentino. He gets the first 2 frags for his teammates, first finding that pick onto the Azami, then trading out the frag on a Citizen. So we talked about the Mira and the Azami. Valentino dealt with both those operators immediately. The Mira value, of course, still being put down earlier in the round, but still, it's nice to see them punishing that aggression. When you see a jump out, you're able to get that frag back. One thing I've noticed, and it's not necessarily an issue, but I just want to mention it before it gets out of hand. Every time Alula dropped the defuse kit and it's a player outside the building on rappel who dies, this has happened in the last 2 rounds, even if they have almost 2 minutes, they don't bother recovering it. They're just saying, screw it, our guy with the defuse kit died, we're going to have to play it for kills now. And it hurt them a little bit, I think, in round number 2. It didn't matter so much here in round 3, but yeah.
They were so lucky there. I knew there was a bit of hard floor under there. I thought, I know there's a bit of soft floor, and it's just on the especially when the guy's running the other way. I thought if this just creeps over that threshold, they might just get it, but it wasn't to happen for Smiths. And interestingly, after those first 3 rounds, we've got Fnatic have been on the timeout. Sathas calling that one in and deciding, look, we're a little bit behind the curve here in terms of what we need to be doing on our map pick. You know, we need to get a hold of this one.
I believe this will be just Sathas' second event as a head coach for a team where he's the one calling those tack timeouts, because back on Rogue and Koi, he was just the assistant coach, if I'm not mistaken. So, of course, they had Reload where they got the invite, but this is definitely the biggest result where we've seen him step up as a head coach to be able to make these plays and make these calls for his teammates. He's a very capable coach at these levels. He's been the head coach of Fnatic for quite a long time at this point, and he'll know what the boys need to hear to be able to bounce things back, but definitely concerned to have to burn that just 3 rounds deep into the series.
Okay, then back down to the basement we go. The additional bans come in. It's going to be Blitz, no surprise there. Crazy. I was actually going to pick up on that and say I feel like Fnatic have really been struggling to deal with that Blitz on the whole. We've seen one good round where Wizard got above him and managed to get that shotgun kill. Yeah. But otherwise, I think the Blitz of Crazy has been terrorizing them a little bit and making it, you know, pretty difficult for them to do anything inside of the map. But they've removed it for the time being. That's going to be gone. And the clash is ag.al's ban.
All right, we'll get to see this one coming through now, and it's going to be exciting kind of how this round plays out without the shields. The rest of this game shouldn't see too much brought out unless we do see the Blackbeard or the Fuse. Fuse shield is not terrible on this bomb site, just because you usually get top floor relatively free. That's going to be the case more or less here from Fnatic, as they, again, don't really want to hold too much up on that top floor. Wizard is inside a pillar, but I'm not so concerned about what he might be trying to do up there. He's probably just going to get droned and fall back. Still, ag.al have to take their time with this. They're trying to work in through this vert play and also pressure the bakery at the same time. Unlike the last round, this might not finish Freezer. It might be trying to go straight into the bakery.
Going to be clearing off the gadgetry as the Selma charge goes onto the wall. That's a great play from Deadshot there. He's been a little bit quiet so far, but anything he can do in these early rounds, he's always going to be in the early engagements. Anything he can do to support his team is going to be great. Taking down one Selma, probably not enough though. Bazooka manages to find the kill onto Deadshot, 5 versus 4, and that is a great start for ag.al in another round.
Yeah, it's a third straight opening pick for ag.al, and they've been really good at trying to convert on these. They've done a great job so far of finding these entries and making sure that Fnatic are punished without having that man count advantage. But now it puts the pressure onto Wizard. Can he make a big play? Can he spot someone out and try to get for a flank here to equalize the numbers? They've still got this 90 cam on the second floor, so it gives Wizard a lot of information to play with. He can feel quite safe going for this flank, but it's all about the timing.
Just looking to hold that main door. It's something that I like from ag.al. They've been using these kind of...
Smiths.
You got to move a little bit quicker than that. He was concerned about standing up because ag.al have been holding those long angles. They've been punishing them repeatedly. A couple of kills come in. Bazooka and Haga manages to get one. Bazooka with a triple in the round, I think that was. It's going to be a quick round for ag.al. They are proving why they went attack, and they are proving why it's working.
So not exactly the result you're hoping for after your attack timeout, but Fnatic, they'll have to find other ways to bounce back. A really good round from the Capital. You said it. Bazooka finding such huge value in the midst of that with his firebolts. That perfectly counters the Echo, who's trying to play behind the shield. He was able to find that opening frag, of course, onto Deadshot as well, who was playing in that bakery position. This one right here, it really starts them off on the right foot. And Smith, he's just hoping that the fire doesn't spread along enough, but he just has to sprint out of that position. Then he's holding the flank. Then he gets the final frag as well. That might have been a quad coming out from Bazooka. And something else I'm noticing, Tim, 3 rounds in a row now, Deadshot has been the first player dead in the server. Fnatic need a little bit more out of Deadshot in this game.
Yeah, they definitely do. Like I said, coming in, Deadshot, Wizard, they're the two that Fnatic have been looking towards so far at the Esports World Cup, and they just need to somehow facilitate them and get them firing. This is exactly what I've been talking about with Fnatic. You might be looking at this so far, you know, thinking, Ace, you were talking about them being capable of getting up to top 8, top 10 here at Esports World Cup. And I do genuinely believe that if they're playing their best Siege, and that's not what we're seeing here at the minute. You know, at the minute, ag.al completely in control. That attack start pick has really paid off for them, taking advantage of those low defensive numbers that we've seen from Fnatic on this map before and getting themselves a great start at 3-1.
I'd like to see Deadshot and Smiths work together in this round to try to work themselves into an opening pick. Deadshot historically is the roamer who gets the majority of those frags. He found 31% of the entries on the defensive side yesterday, so if he can now step up and find some of that value with the information being fed to him, that could completely change the game and start Fnatic off on the right foot that they've been looking for on this defensive side. It's not going to be immediate, of course, that first frag, as ag.al need to get to the roof and start working on these hatches, but once they start to drop into this top floor, once they take Cigar, once they take Piano, I want to see Smith relaying that information over to Deadshot so that he can work those frags like we know he's so good at doing.
Smith again just relying on that pulse for intel. Will be calling out these positions, but the early stage of the round, I'm not saying there's no value in it, of course there is, but there's going to be a reasonable assumption that those players are going to be on those rappels, that they're going to be coming in through hatches, that, you're pretty much seeing the same things, one or two variations each time.
For sure.
The mirror window is going to be dealt with by the Hibana as well. Good work from Valentino on that rappel. That's just going to force them back a little bit deeper again. Last time around, the problem that we saw for this top floor clearance from al.al was they got ahead of themselves. They didn't clear out enough. They tried to move in and take areas like barback storage. The shield that they were doing it behind, Crazy on the blitz, was punished for doing so. This time, they're going to get aggressive, and it's going to work because they've cleared out those other areas first. Deadshot, first death again, Jesse. What are we saying for Deadshot?
Oh, that's 4 rounds in a row now for him. Not the game that he wants to start here for Fnatic. And we talked about the blitz earlier. Sorry, not the blitz, the fuse earlier. It's not going to be for Kitchen, but Crazy still finding good value on this operator. You have to be able to win those fights, but he couldn't quite find the head. So now the cluster charges will rain down on towards the bomb site. Citizen is praying that he can land a nitro cell at some point, but they're still moving. They know this pulse is down below, so everybody on Alula is just continuing to hold their arrow keys. They're not giving an easy C4 to anyone of Fnatic.
Just looking to move on in towards bottom white stairs there and start to get things going a little bit. Crazy does have diffuser in hand. You've commented a couple of times, Jesse, that it's, quite often they'll find it dropped outside of the map and it just gets left there and they'll go for kills instead. Citizen managing to get himself in a lovely position here. Gets himself 2, taking down Valentino and Bazooka. We're going to have the Nomad down as well, so we're effectively 4 versus 2 for Fnatic right now, unless this revive can come on through, but it's not going to matter. Either way, it is 4 versus 2. Smith picks up 1, Wizard another, and Fnatic are just in cruise control here in round 5. It is all that they can do here. al.al to try and get themselves down and into a fight. Smiths with the shotgun on the close angle. That's going to be a round for Fnatic.
Yeah, nice to see them battling back despite losing that opening duel. I think you got to give a ton of credit over towards Citizen for the way that he battles back. He was playing kind of extended, like below piano. He was playing over towards mining and train, and he was trying to find those players. They really didn't need to worry about him, I felt, on the side of al.al. They had full top floor control. They had good vert up above reading. They could have maybe just tried to convert a plant in through pillar, but instead they get a little bit lopsided. They're trying to make that push multi-dimensional, and they end up just walking into Citizen, who's holding the perfect time, the perfect angles to shut down a lot of that play. Huge credit to Citizen to get them back in this game and keep them alive 3-2.
Fnatic going to be looking for that 3-3 half. If they can do that, then they'll be on point with their previous statistics, what they usually will be delivering on the defense of Cafe. That's going to be what they're looking to secure. Going to be down in the bottom floor for this final defensive round. If we have a look at what happened down there previously, we saw it in round 1, round 4, and it was an al.al win 4th times around. They've been able to get good attacks here, find that space, and take advantage of it. Fnatic really doubling down to try and get it done.
I'm really surprised we're seeing Kitchen once again, because, I mean, you said it, twice now al.al have bested Fnatic on this bomb site, and whilst reading is locked, mining dining is still unlocked, and Cafe top floor, while it's fallen out of favor, it's not a bad site by any means. I know it's not your favorite site, Tim, but you could go top floor here if you really don't like those other options.
Look, if it's as a little pocket play or as a one-off, I might allow it. But
okay.
Yeah, the defensive win rates really don't support too much play up there. I would say that. We're going to have, once again, it's going to be Smiths this time instead, actually, rather than Deadshot. Deadshot on the Azami. It was Deadshot that we saw previously in this position. He's actually a little bit more aggressively forward this time. Rather than being in there on the Goyle with the TCSG, he's got the Azami, the extra protection of the Kiba barricades to try and battle on towards that double door.
And you see all of this work on the prep wall, right? They brought the Kaid specifically to keep this wall closed. They used both Electroclaws on this wall, and there's still an angle that was opened up by al.al. That's a massive piece of utility, because Fnatic thought that's the one key difference, right? They thought they lost this bomb site, particularly because that wall got opened up, so they commit so much to it. Now it's still going to be available. If they want to get an upside down rappel, they can have this angle to play with. No more Echo to burn out with the Capitao bolts, and Smiths is able to play here a little bit more aggressively, but keep an eye on that wall. It's so important.
Oh, beautiful spray down, just finding Citizen on the Tuberai, but the comms are there. Deepak up the stairs, manages to get the trade. Joza, Bazooka, one apiece. Deadshot continues to be silenced in this first half. 1-6 at the minute. He's going to need a big performance on the attack for his team. Fnatic, 2 versus 4, and backs to the wall here in their final defensive round. We can see the Capital utility being used just to try and force Smith into a bad position, but all it really does is force him to react. 3 versus 2 now as he gets 1 back for his team, but look at the health on Deepak. Doesn't matter, still manages to find the kill.
Yeah, he had his phone call blowing up. That brought him as low as it did, but he chose not to answer it. Here's another phone exploding onto Smith. He has no time to be able to answer that call. Deepak is playing with him now, and they both fall. A perfect 2v4 to come through Fnatic, and they will tie the half.
Deepak's just got a 3k on about 10 health, maybe less. Absolutely phenomenal stuff from the finish on the Echo there, especially an operator. If those Yokais are left alive, you kind of almost wanting to maybe play it a little bit safer, but no, he recognizes the situation. They're in that 2v4. He's got to roll his sleeves up and get involved, and he does exactly that.
What I like particularly about Deepak's play in that is sometimes in a 2v4, you'll say the 2 players, especially on defense, they have to group up. They have to be able to trade, and that's nice, but when it's a 2v4, you kind of have to take some risks, and Deepak chose deliberately not to group up with his teammate in that position until he'd already stopped that back pressure. After he got the frag on the other side of the map, then he rotated over to help Smith, which is what you're seeing here. But before that, he was taking 1v1s and he was trusting Smith to survive in that bakery position. Smith played it really well too, not overextending, waiting for his teammate to get to him, and then they took those fights together.
We get to that halfway point then. The coaches will be here, will be able to interject at this point. It's almost like a slightly longer tactical timeout. They have 2 minutes to get in the comms, talk to their team. Setha's going to be delivering what the plan is that he sees for the second half. I actually think 3-3 is fine for Fnatic here. Coming in, I said how they had that 50% defensive win rate and 61% attacking win rate here on Cafe. So getting that 3-3 split, it is right on par for them, and then they can start looking towards a 4-2 half here, take the map, 7-5 or better, and you start then moving on through the rest of the game. But as we know, ag.al are not a team to lie down. They will come up with something a little bit different. We've seen a bit of unpredictability out of them. I like that. It's, you know, very similar to kind of the play style that we see from Twisted Minds sometimes as well. They're willing to swing, they're willing to take the fights, and like I say, for me, over the last 2 days, they've been one of the most entertaining teams, and I think we're going to see a bit more of that today.
Oh, I certainly hope so, Tim. I mean, ag.al, this is not a squad who play fast matches. They are going to overtime. They are winning things out in overtime more often than not. They've been very confident in their ability to bring games late and to not get shaken on the mental, right? Fnatic, as a younger team themselves, might be a bit more susceptible to getting in their own heads a little bit. They haven't really been tested the same way ag.al have. So, you know, it's 3-3. I don't want to predict the future too much. This could easily just be a 7-3 Fnatic win. But if we go late in this series, if it gets to round 45 on the 3rd map, if we've had a long battle here between these 2 squads, whether Fnatic shake or not is more of an open question. ag.al will not be shaking in that spot, so just keep an eye out for this team. A lot of Fnatic fans might not be familiar with the guys on ag.al, but they are so devastating, and they've been really good this tournament.
Yeah, they have. They've been absolutely phenomenal. Really, really impressive stuff. Like, you know, I went through at the beginning, I'm like, you know, yeah, watch out for Crazy, watch out. But you can kind of name any of them. You know, you can go through, and they've all had these big moments. Valentino, obviously, very, very difficult to not mention his name. I've loved his interviews as well, by the way. His interviews have been fantastic. With Laxing yesterday's, particularly after they got that, you know, they went 30 rounds across map 2 and 3 yesterday, and you could see the fatigue that was setting in at the end of that game. And in the interview, like, the emotions poured out of him, and it was it was great to see. It's what these big tournaments like Esports World Cup are all about. So we're going to get back into this one. It's going to be round 7. The bans have come through. We've got Castle and Wamai taken away by Fnatic. So again, seeing that Wamai ban rate creeping up, and it's going to be Monty and Grim on the other side. ag.al deciding they don't want to have to deal with the big shieldy boy.
Yeah, Smith has played a ton of shields on Cafe, so it's not a shock to see that being taken off the board for him. We will start on the top floor to be removed from ag.al. And Fnatic, of course, will just continue to run Smiths on these shields. It won't be the Blackbeard, it won't be the Monty, but it'll be the Blackbeard instead. I really like the castle ban on this site as well. Obviously, we don't have as good footage from Alula in terms of what type of defenses they want to play, but certainly those castle barricades on the top floor can be so devastating for the attackers to go up against. I will mention as well, our observer might have some issues, but the game is actively ongoing. We'll see if there's a rehost or not, but we can maybe radio cast this a little bit, Tim, just in case this round does come through for a full round.
Yeah, I mean, at the minute we are seeing a top floor hold coming in from Alula as the starting point. Wizard does pick up an opening kill, manages to take down Crazy. That's the Warden taken off the board. Always a valuable operator if you can remove them to begin with. Just looking at the positioning of Fnatic here, going to be particularly important information for you if we can get it across. 4 of them actually still external. There's only Wizard that's got inside of the map, and he's the one that's done the damage. You actually find the kill underneath. So, of course... Warden having that nitro, looking for... He didn't actually have a... No, he did. He did have a nitro. And he's going to be taken down. Smith manages to find another, and they're really coming to blows now up on this top floor.
Oh, everything's falling apart all of a sudden for Alula. They just rushed in with a Blackbeard, and while Smith died, it felt like the space he got for his teammates was absolutely critical. Now it's Valentino and Joza in a 2v4, trying to lock things down, but Citizen will fire for his second kill. Just going to be Joza in the 1v4 now. He's on white stairs. He wants to go below to try to get some kind of a kill, but unfortunately he doesn't have the utility, so he walks back up, dies to Wizard, and that's going to be the round. We're right back in it for round number 7.
Right back for that final kill. You just see Wizard picking it up on the top of white stairs. It was a comfortable, confident round from Fnatic. You know, they've just really controlled the area really well there. So it was, you know, a little bit of fighting on that second floor. Managed to go in, clear out anybody playing down there, and then from there they just used that confidence, push across, pushed into them, and got the job done. So good stuff from Fnatic. They take their first attacking round, 4-3, and that's exactly what I was talking about there. That looked really comfortable from Fnatic. You know, the stats say that they're not the best on defensive cafe.
Right.
I was expecting to maybe see this in the second half.
Frankly, that was the most dominant round we've seen since this map began. I mean, that was really clinical coming through from Fnatic. At no point did they look like they were struggling with it. We saw them get down below inside of reading, find that opening pick, and then they just spotted the gap. I think that's the biggest thing. Smiths or somebody else realized that they could just drop in through Cigar. They could push their way up on the balcony and get into that bar bomb sites, and so they did just that. It was a very explosive execute where they came through and managed to find that that value for the team. So huge credit to Fnatic. That attack looked really, really nice from them. And now, of course, heading into these next couple of rounds, Alula will have to change some things up, I think, going against this Blackbeard in particular on the defense.
Yeah, I would agree with you. They're going to have to, you know, come up with a plan to deal with that. They are a team that will, I'll use the word, abuse the shields.
Of course.
You know, most teams are now teams that will abuse the shields. You know, they're always going to be brought along, but they're a team that definitely do take advantage of the power of those shields. And so, you know, you're quite right. They're going to have a plan to deal with it. And, you know, the easy way at the minute is to bring the Clash along. That's a great way to deal with those shields. The electricity of the Clash, of course, just creating that shield break each time and putting them at a real disadvantage, making it difficult for them to push forward and take ground in particular, because you don't want to be swung, you don't want somebody coming around that angle.
Yeah, I'd mention the Ela as well. It's Joza's most played operator and one of the best shield counters that we have in Rainbow Six Siege. So watch out for Joza these next couple of rounds. I know in the first rounds of defense he was playing the Mozzie over towards the white stairs, but now we have seen him hovering over the Ela as we've got our top-down view here. So do expect a lot of that Ela play to come out later in this match from Alula in an attempt to stop Smiths on the Blackbeard, on those shields, as he's so devastating when he runs that Blackbeard and Blitz combination. So definitely going to be something to worry about if you are Fnatic. That's Ela is probably going to come out as a response to you quite soon. And again, we appreciate your patience as we're just getting our observers all set up. None of the players have had any issues, but we're just making sure things are running.
Just a little bit of a technical issue that we will get sorted.
And we might be able to watch a little bit of that last round, Tim, for the viewers at home. I know our radio casting was exquisite, but if anybody does want to just watch things back, we should have some highlights at the very least for you guys to be able to take a look at. So you get to watch how Fnatic really went for that execute and how they were able to take things down onto that round. Again, up against Alula, it just feels like Fnatic have been the slightly better team, you know, after their tack timeout in particular, I think they've really come alive, only dropping 1 round since Safest had the chance to talk with the team.
Yeah, it's one of those where you look at it and you think, well, you know, the 3-3, ag.al have had some good rounds there, they picked them up, but for me, like I said, it's more about I am expecting more out of Fnatic on the attack. So I think a 3-3 half was actually fine for them. I think realistically, ag.al needed a 4-2 in that first half. So I would agree. I think Fnatic come away with what I would call the win of the first half and have now set themselves up to start pushing forward. Honestly, the big key for them here, they are not a one-man team, but the big key for them here is if they can get Deadshot activated on attack, that is going to be a difference maker. It's going to be finding that next gear for them. We do have that last round for you whilst we're resolving that technical issue, so we're going to play that out. So the score does say 3-3 at the minute, and we can watch this and enjoy it, Jesse.
Absolutely. Well, it should be fun to see Fnatic up against ag.al and how they manage to take things down. We don't get to do this very often, Tim, but cast around where we know everything that's happened.
We better be right. That's all I will say.
Could you imagine ag.al? They just like go off to a crazy start. They stop Fnatic, and we've just been lying the whole time on the cast.
We've been hoodwinked.
Well, I'll tell you this: keep a close eye in onto Wizard, because he will find this opening pick again, playing on the snake down below the bomb site. That's really what opens things up. ag.al, they didn't really go for too much of an extension down below, with the exception of Crazy. I believe Joza on the Mozzie does manage to make his way back up those white stairs relatively quickly here in the round. So we'll just have to see kind of how this one does go down, and I think it might have been the vert kill onto Crazy. He's going to be
I was just keeping an eye on the warden there, because of course we know that is the entry, and he's got himself actually quite a way up into barback storage, so he's right in the middle of the map there as well, and it's going to mean, of course, that Wizard does have to go quite far in. I don't know, he didn't find him with a nade. It was, I assume, spraying through the floor eventually that did it. He does have the F2 as well. A lot of people will forget, of course, Solid Snake does have an option of a DMR, which can be great for that vertical destruction if you want to create a few new angles, or if, like me, you're just terrible at controlling the recoil of the F2, you can bring along the DMR. But yeah, he's gonna, I think, move in underneath. There we go, he gets the kill with the F2 from underneath. A lot of pressure coming in from those windows straight away as well with the nades, and now with the Solid Snake freed up underneath, they're just able to start opening up a few more just micro holes, but what it does is it takes away those power positions.
And this is where the gap's about to be spotted as well. They've killed one, and they know one is down here on this bottom floor, just walk down the brown stairs. So Smith is going to make a call here and just drop in towards the cigar hatch, find a way over towards the bar bomb site. Smith will go down in the midst of this push, but the space he makes for his teammates over towards red is incredible.
Yeah, he manages to find himself a kill before Valentino is there to trade him out, but this is the problem for ag.al. Every time they get something, Fnatic takes something else away from them, and they just keep themselves in that driving seat consistently throughout the round. 4-1, Citizen's having a great game, by the way. This is what I've been saying about Citizen. His numbers aren't like astronomical at the minute. Smith is on 6, Wizard's on 6, Citizen's on 6. You know, there's plenty of them that are chipping in and getting involved there. But Citizen, those kills, of all 6 of them, have been really, really impactful. Really, really good from him.
Well, now you've gotten a chance to see that previous round. Fnatic, as we mentioned, do take the lead up 4-3 versus ag.al, and this is going to be the real test. How do we see the adaptation coming through from ag.al? Are they able to counter some of this shield play that's been coming through? The snake's been a real big issue for them as well. We always talk about these power operators on the attack, and you can only ban so many of them. They banned the Monty and the Grim. I'm not going to say that was a bad set of bans for ag.al, because those are 2 extremely powerful operators, but you're going up against some real big threats on this offensive side as well. Wizards likely to continue playing this snake throughout the rest of this half. Smith's likely to continue playing this Blackbeard. They have no reason to play off these ops.
Interestingly, so far as well, ag.al have absolutely dominated the entry. We saw this on map 2 yesterday, if you recall, Jesse. I think it finished, it was 15 rounds, it finished 11-4 on the entry in favour of ag.al. And they're doing exactly the same here at the minute. 5-2. Fnatic are scratching to find opening picks at the minute. And again, it's another one of those areas, along with getting Deadshot activated, if they can start finding a couple of openers, you feel like it's just going to take them up into that next gear to accelerate through this game.
This attacking lineup from Fnatic is the exact same one that they brought versus mibr.los just yesterday. So ag.al should have some kind of an idea of how this push is going to work. They've got both the Nomad and the Gridlock to lock down some of these stairs and the jump out so that you can be really shutting down the aggressive moves that some defending teams like to go for. At the same time, Smith on this Blackbeard is able to try to play around these windows, make some space when he eventually hops in towards this top floor. The Azami setup from Bazooka inside of Piano is devastating to try to deal with, and this is going to be really the focal point of Fnatic for the first half of the round.
Just battling on this window here. The Azami will just play a keeper barricade, try to give themselves a little bit of safety to move past at least. Just having a look at the positions of Fnatic here. Nobody really established inside of the map yet. Citizen is the first one to drop the hatch, gets himself into cigar shot, but Wizard manages to pick one up as he joins him. So they've got themselves a little bit of a beachhead here, Fnatic, and they start to push out from there, picking up the kill onto the Azami. I said they needed more on the entry, and they deliver. Deepek, Citizen, they managed to find two. ag.al really starting to struggle on the defense.
Yeah, this has been a massacre on the second half, Tim. Now we see Crazy in the 1v5 doing all that he can, watching towards White Stairs, but the Blackbeard able to spot him out. Might not have seen him. He might have ducked away in time. It doesn't seem like the Blackbeard has perfect information, but with the drone, they will know. Nothing they can do in this spot. He's got 5 different angles trained straight on him, and it will be a nice little play coming out there at the end. So a beautiful push in through the top floor. Back-to-back opening picks from Wizard on that ace, and a very excellent push from Fnatic.
Yeah, it was a tough finish for him there, wasn't it? You could see the tracers just flying in from every single different direction. There was absolutely nowhere to go. ag.al will take a timeout at that point, having lost those first 2 defenses. Fnatic starting to really find their feet on Cafe. They've decided that it's time to try and just pump the brakes a little bit.
Yeah, ag.al, I mean, these defenses have not gone their way at all. It really feels like Fnatic are doing an incredible job of playing together on the offensive side. You see a lot of times they're spending a minute and a half outside the building, droning, clearing utility, spotting out players like the Azami, like the Aruni, right? Figuring out where these positions are at, and then on a dime, it feels like everybody says go. They're doing their 3-2-1s. They're pushing through that building together. Wizards got the best gun in the game with the F2. You've got Citizen walking forward with his great, incredible mechanics, finding good space. Then, of course, there's the Blackbeard from Smiths. Like, it's a really tough attacking lineup to try to take down at the side of ag.al, and whether they can stop them from pushing forward and taking that space, whether they can slow them down, whether they can even retreat and stay alive, like, any of those options are fine, but they have to find some way to have some value, because right now, the second Fnatic go, everything falls apart for ag.al.
Yeah, exactly that. It's time to put the foot against the wall and push back. Try and take a round or 2 off Fnatic. Let's see how much of an impact that tactical timeout can have. As I always say, though, they work both ways, much like those angles that we see opened up. It gives Sethus an opportunity as well to reinforce with his team. Exactly, I'm sure what you've been saying there, Jesse. You know, these 3-2-1s are working really well. Let's keep them together. Let's keep working as a team, but also maybe just to offer a little bit of a blueprint for the next couple of rounds and how they get this one done. We'll see them move on. It's going to be an attack onto the ground floor this time. So a little bit different for Fnatic. There's going to be more of the map to deal with, more of the map to clear out. There's going to be that difficult VIP position that needs to be handled as well. It's Bazooka who's playing in there on the Fenrir. So we see a real mixture. We see the Tuberai, we see the Clash, we see the Fenrir, we see all sorts played in there. It's going to be the Fenrir this time around.
And ag.al, they're going to go for a bit of a roam here, Tim. We've got both Crazy and Joza playing on this top floor at the moment, and what a shot from Crazy. Okay, one tap on the window, dead shot, good night. The entries have just not been kind. That's not even his fault. Like, that's just a nasty TCSG shot from Crazy. So now things get a little bit more difficult. There's a player here on the mid floor too that they have to be worried about down inside a museum. That's going to be the Tachanka from Valentino. This is a very weird hold from ag.al.
I like that from Valentino, though. As soon as he gets picked up with that Soliton radar, it warns him, and he takes a really good educated guess as to where that scan is coming from. Sprays through to red stairs and nearly does some damage to Wizard, who then ultimately does take some damage from the player moving up red stairs. So right now, Fnatic are struggling to get confident control here. I like the way that ag.al are standing up to them. As you said, they needed to find a way to push back, to find those kills, and Crazy getting the opener was a big part of that. Another one comes in as Deepek loses his life as well. 5 versus 3, and whatever's been said in that tactical timeout is certainly doing the job.
I mean, they're playing so much more loose, so much less predictably. Finally, they answer one back onto mibr, but I mean, we saw Joza finding another frag right before that too. You take down the shield player of Smiths. They're worried about the Valentino Tachanka roam. They'll shut it down. Good shots from Citizen, but now he and Wizard have so much more work to do. Everyone from Alula will rotate back down towards that bottom floor, and I'm telling you, Tim, if the game plan was, hey, we're just getting rolled when they know where we're at, let's just play crazy.
I think if you wanted 2 players on the side of Fnatic in this position at the minute, it would be Wizard and Citizen, but it's not going to be enough as Crazy pops around the corner and manages to find one. It's all going to be up to Citizen on that sense, but they know exactly where he is. You can see the shots coming in towards bottom brown stairs. He does actually have a lot of time here, Jesse. He can rotate away. He can try to change up his angle. The only problem he's got is that right now, Alula can watch a number of those different areas. Crazy steps out and gets that final kill, and that's going to be Alula taking the round on the back of that tactical timeout. We've seen them do this countless times. Dig deep when it looks like they're on the back foot and fight their way back into it. Resilience has been one of their most impressive qualities so far over the last couple of days here at the Esports World Cup, and they continue to show it.
Well, it's a hat trick from Crazy, and the round really lived up to his name because the defense style from Alula completely switched coming into this round. You know, they wanted to play aggressive on these top couple of floors. I thought they were going to go cafe, and they were going to say to themselves, all right, we've been just getting cleared out of that top floor. Let's ignore the top 2 floors and just play 5-man in sight. But no, instead, they had players on the top floor. They had players on the mid floor. They extended across the whole map, and they just made it so difficult for Fnatic to pin them down. The information was so much weaker from Fnatic in that round because the positions were just way less obvious. On the previous 2 rounds, whether it was the top floor hold or the top floor extension, Fnatic used their snake to get an early pick. They spotted those players out quite early in the round. They pushed as a unit to clear those positions, and it just kind of was going by the book to Fnatic. Once you throw out the book, once you start playing in ways that Fnatic have probably never seen before, that's where you're starting to find success on the side of Alula.
Yeah, exactly that. You've got to give Fnatic that extra bit of a job to do. If they can come in here and play those nice set plays, play those 3-2-1s, that's where they're going to have the most success. Like you say, if you can throw a little bit of a wrench in the works there and say, actually, you don't know what you don't know what you're coming up against here. You don't know what you're facing, and they've got to take that extra minute to kind of think their way around that, reposition, maybe use utility in a slightly different way. That's going to be what maybe just gains you that little bit of an edge. But as we stand, it's 5-4, round 10. Alula have managed to get themselves one back to keep themselves fighting here on Cafe, which is the map pick of Fnatic.
And immediately you see the response from Fnatic, right? They say, okay, you're going to play wild, you're going to play crazy, you're going to try to find these positions that we're not expecting. Let's bring the Lion. Let's pin you down. Let's make sure that if we do find your position, we can get that trade back. Also helps that they banned out the Snake, so Wizard can't play that op anymore. But multiple good reasons to bring out the Lion, I think, here for round number 10. And they're going to try to find some of these aggressive moves. It will exactly pay off. They spot Joza trying to run out that front door. It's a very bold push in 2026, but it's answered back. Valentino with the DMR and Cocktail playing some really nice siege.
See the Nitro go out and find its target as well, losing Smith on that Blackbeard again. They've really struggled, I think, Fnatic, apart from that first round, to get too much value out of that shield. It's been a bit of a running theme, a running conversation over the last couple of days about how teams are using those shields and how well they are able to do with it. The more that we see them, the more that we see defenders capable of dealing with them. 4 versus 2. Going to see the shot just coming through the wall from the Pulse there. I think Fnatic have got a good idea here, but not going to get the opportunity to find the kill as he just goes prone for the time being. Going to wait around this corner. Again, shots just millimeters above the head.
Citizen and Deepak, the old man on Fnatic, hoping to find some way to break through this 2v4. They've got full top floor control. No defender is still trying to lock this down, so they can maybe start working on the floorboards, but it's flashes from Deepak. They just don't have a good way in towards this vert control. They see Valentino inside the site, but they can't do much to punish him. The Pulse is feeding all of this information continuously to everyone on Alula, and as the time ticks down, the position just gets worse and worse for Fnatic.
Going to be trying to move their way down white stairs here. Intel, everything is stacked against them realistically. I think we're going to have the pillars drop come through from Citizen there. He does have diffuser in hand. It's going to be Deepak on the cover, but he can't even take one bullet, I don't think, here, depending on who it is that shoots it. But Citizen does move in, try to put the diffuser down. He's got the cover coming from above. Deepek is there and able. It was a little bit of a bait. Get them moving. Citizen finds another. This is really good from Fnatic, just forcing that little bit of movement from ag.al and taking advantage of it. Is there an opportunity to get a plant down here? Citizen, for a second there, just looking like he might go for the push instead. 15 seconds and a decision needs to be made. Do they go for the plant or do they go for the kills? He finds one. This is surely the moment. This is the opportunity. Deepek now effectively in a 1v1. He's come downstairs to try and support. Does he know where the last man is? It doesn't matter because Citizen goes around the corner, backs up his teammate, and it's another one of those pivotal kills for Citizen.
What a crazy round from Ben. Citizen just does everything in that round of the 2v4. He's faking the defuse kit plants. He doesn't want to overcommit. He knows that if he just sticks that diffuser, this is going to be tough for them to be able to hold down the post plant. They've still got a 4v2. They'd probably retake up above. So Citizen instead says, let me just do it myself. Goes in, gets those frags, breaks double digits, and played so perfectly. What I like is they also didn't group up. I said this earlier about Fnatic on their defense, but in the 2v4 situation they won previously, they won it because they didn't over-focus on grouping up and trading. This time again, they split up their forces. Citizen went towards Pillar Door, he went towards Reading and tried to fake a plant. At the same time, Deadshot went White Stairs. They had a crossfire, they could still work together, but they weren't obsessed with playing on top of one another. And I think that's the real difference maker for Fnatic that gives them these advantages in the 2v4s.
22 kills at the moment across Wizard and Citizen, only 11 deaths, so they are on a clean 2 KD between the pair of them combined, and that has certainly been a big part of Fnatic finding themselves 2 rounds in the lead and with 2 opportunities to close out map 1. A reminder of the stakes for everybody here. What are we playing for? Well, we're playing for all the marbles at the Esports World Cup. The winner will go through to the next phase of the tournament. The loser will see their key crushed, their right to play in this tournament removed. They will be eliminated. They will go home. I've been enjoying the key crushing. Everybody's been enjoying the key crushing. And one of these teams is not going to enjoy the key crushing, I'll tell you that. But one of them will. And that is the position that we're in. So winner takes everything. Loser gets nothing.
Fnatic on their own map pick, feeling confident, up now 6-4. 2 opportunities to close this one out before overtime rears its ugly head. Bazooka in a crazy aggressive position. They throw a track stinger right on top of him. That's going to deal a lot of damage, actually. Bazooka fighting through this lion charge at the same time. He's got all the utility in the world fighting his way, and with that information from the window, it looks like Wizard was able to get that down. No chance they can recover Bazooka from the position he's in. It's the nade to finish it off in the end there. Really good util play from Fnatic.
Yeah, brilliant teamwork there, just forcing him out of position with the track stingers into the line of sight. Fnatic, again, you picked up on it, Jesse, and they continue to show us those little set plays, those little team plays, and it is working fantastically well for them. 5 versus 4. I'm just having a look through. They've been much better on the entry over the last few rounds as well. They've had now 4 out of the last 5. It was something that needed to improve in this second half, and they have done. Going to see the Goyo taken down. 5 versus 3. Fnatic have this map in the palm of their hand.
Someone's got to be a hero for ag.al. The information is strong, being fed by Crazy, so Valentino and Joza, those are the 2 players you look to try to make some kind of a play. Crazy's in a bit of a rat spot too, inside of Dining. Might want them to try to jump in this window and make a play around him. He can feed information to his teammates, but he can use that himself as well if he wants to get aggressive, if he wants to hear this vault. I don't think Wizard has any idea of his position. Even with this play, that's exactly what he needed. Brings out the secondary and takes down the Lion.
Citizen does manage to find the trade, takes the intel off the board. They see the angle through. Are they able to get the kill? Joza, no, will be taken down. Smith's shield on back, planting, manages to pick it up. It's Deepek with the final kill, and that is Fnatic taking map 1 in style.
Huge round from Deepek to close things out. The longest standing member on this team, the core from way back in the Rogue days, stepping up on another international tournament. It's been a while, but Deepek is looking so good now that he's back.
He is rolling back the years to 2022 with these important 2v4s that we're seeing twice inside this game. The player on your screen right now, and I mean, in fact, the loudest person in the room seems to be Fnatic support staff. He's going absolutely crazy in the crowd, watching his team stomp all over ag.al. But what big moments we've seen in this game. We already talked about it, the 2v4s on their defense as well. I think a 3-3 split was okay, maybe you want more from the side of Cafe, but information was such a big thing for Fnatic, not just on the defense with the Mozzie, the pulls, having all that kind of information, but also on the attack. That last round, the opening kill, the way they got it was just incredible teamwork.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it, right? It's the information, and I think it's being able to read ag.al. Like, they get a spot on a player. They recognize, okay, he's here, and they're already in position to punish it. They're already in position to trade off each other and to hold those cut angles. So I think that's really impressive coming out from Fnatic. The only times they lost rounds on their offensive side was when they just couldn't get a hold on the positions from ag.al.
I think, to be honest, the rounds that went in favour of ag.al was them winning rounds. They were just playing well, and it was difficult for Fnatic to stop them for, one reason or another. Like you say, a lot of the time maybe it was a bit of an unexpected play or a little bit of a surprise coming their way. But I thought ag.al, performed really well on Cafe, but ultimately Fnatic were that bit better. We are expecting that from them. I'm going to say it again. I think they could be a top half team here, and so ag.al are going to have their work cut out where maybe over the last day or two they've got away with a couple of these maps. Fnatic are the team that will put it to bed.
Yeah, that's a good thing to see, because Fnatic were kind of struggling with that earlier in this tournament as well, right? Getting away with things, but again, against CAG, and then, maybe a team that is more comprehensive than CAG in this case, would not let them get away with such mistakes. But for ag.al, you mentioned it as well, these big rounds they were winning, I feel like many of them came after that tactical timeout when they were contesting map control much more. They were getting much more aggressive, really making it difficult for Fnatic to get any kind of foot into the map. And that's something I want to see from them more going into the second map, because you can't be in ag.al's shoes, having played, 6 maps over the course of yesterday, today, back to back to back, with so much pressure on your shoulders to then fall short just before the final hurdle.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned just the start of the game, right? ag.al had played 85 rounds of the tournament coming into this one, compared to just 30 from Fnatic.
Wow.
So even if there's not, specifics you're noticing on some of these maps, there's a lot of play styles that you're recognizing. There's some habits that you might be able to pick up onto your opponents from, and I do think that they were at their best when they were being unpredictable. That bottom floor round right here, round number 9, when they're defending on Kitchen and Cafe, I've never seen a hold like that from any team, certainly not ag.al. So if they can continue to channel some of that unpredictability, I think that's going to be their best bet on map number 2.
I mean, 85 rounds is just, I dare say, if we had a look back at a few of the W7M wins during the Dynasty year, there's probably entire tournaments that they've won where they've barely played 85 rounds, to be honest. They've done that inside of 2 days. So fatigue is another very valid point for ag.al. It's how many times can they do this? It's the men. We saw it. I referenced Valentino's interview last night. It was a brilliant interview, and the emotion was clear. And you're going through that process. You're going through the ringer. It's going to tire you out. You can only do that so many times. You've only, as a person, got a well so deep that you can dig into to pull these performances out and keep fighting back. And I think ag.al have got more in that. I think they've got plenty more that they can bring forward. But there is going to come a point where it gets difficult and they start feeling that fatigue.
Yeah, we've seen some really high highs from ag.al, but some really low lows as well. And they lost map 2 in the previous series. Their coach ran off and just, of course, seemed to be really mad with a team. That does not seem to be the case here. So we are hoping that ag.al still has that mental resilience to bounce back in map 2. We're going to get there after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
It is time for our second map here between Fnatic and ag.al. And whilst ag.al have played a lot of rounds already, they've played a lot of different maps as well. We're going to add a new one to the tally now, Nighthaven Labs. We are really digging deep in their map pool. They're giving us a lot away already.
Yeah, Nighthaven Labs, not a map we've seen from them at the tournament, which for a team that's not even a professional squad, they don't play tier 1 in our ecosystem, the fact that they've got this many maps in their pool is really impressive. We'll maybe hold off. I mean, they might be...
We haven't seen it yet.
We haven't seen it yet, but the fact that they picked it gives me some confidence.
I think they're just trying to make us work harder. That's what it is. Just it's like they know that we don't have any information on that. Any that they play again, we can say, oh, we saw this already. Hey. But yeah, Nighthaven's another one that we don't really have too much of a clue, but we can think about their play style. I think there's plenty of opportunity on Nighthaven because of the size of the map for them to bring those unexpected little plays, maybe a player in an off position, maybe an unusual defensive setup. I think there is opportunity for that. I'd actually quite like them. It's something I've been talking about loads recently. I'd like to see them maybe avoid the top floor a little bit, use that towards the end, go to those lower floors so that they can use the extensions, the roams, and they can stretch Fnatic on the attack a little bit. When they go up to the top, it allows Fnatic to just focus in on that one location. I think keep them guessing.
Looking at this second map then, and especially on the side of Fnatic, I mean, they won map 1. There's certain players that are not having the greatest of times yet. It makes me worry a little bit, should, for example, Desha come alive into map 2 as well. On the other side, ag.al, you played so many rounds. These could be your very final few rounds at the tournament. If you can't get things sorted here, we hear them getting loud. They need to be getting loud. Their survival is on the line on Nighthaven Labs.
Thank you, Anne. We will see whether this is the very final map for ag.al here at Esports World Cup or whether they are able to keep on fighting. We've seen them do it so many times. I dare say that they've picked up a lot of neutral fans over the last 48 hours, Jesse. A lot of people, I'm sure, will be enjoying watching this side. They are fun. They are explosive. They like to get loud in the server. I've thoroughly enjoyed them being at the tournament. I'd love to see a bit more from them. Can they dig deep one more time?
Tim, I've cast every game I will have played at this tournament, and let me tell you, the answer to can they dig deep is always yes. It's always yes. It doesn't matter how badly they might have lost on map 1. This is a team who will bounce back on maps 2 and 3. They have so much resilience on this roster. It's been a long 2 days for ag.al Club, but I'll tell you what, this is a team you can never count out. They battled back 8-7, 8-7 versus Chiefs. They battled back versus Tyloo just a few hours ago, winning 8-7 on map 3 as well. If this goes the distance, if this goes long, ag.al will be here for the full fight.
It will be the top floor to kick things off with ag.al on the defense. I'd kind of just voice that, maybe I'd like to see them use this as the third site, go elsewhere, try and get themselves a little bit of space in the map to play into. But look, they've got a game plan. They're coming in here. This is their map choice. I'm sure they're going to be more than capable of holding on up here as well. Just expect to see them under, I would expect to see them, if Fnatic play this well, under a little bit more pressure, a little bit more quickly than they will do on the other sides.
Interesting to see the Kaid Mira band out rather than the Kaid Bandit. Usually you'll see that double electricity band. Of course, Mira, Kaid, and Bandit, the 3 best ops in the game at keeping walls closed. Crazy, the best player in the game at finding spawn peak kills. He will take down Wizard early in this one, so that's going to be the Twitch off the board. course, they bring the Zofia, so that might just be something that they're more comfortable playing, and Zofia's a great bandit counter on the game as well, so that's probably where the heads are at in terms of Fnatic and what they want to remove off the board, but a great start for Alula, continuing to play aggressive.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. That's exactly it. Take the fight to Fnatic. Don't let, especially on this top floor, don't let them get established because that pressure will mount quickly, whereas now it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Fnatic to achieve that. As it stands at the minute, we're going to be looking towards getting some sort of breach on that RT wall, I would imagine. Yep. That's going to be the next one, and it is happening as we speak. The hard breach gadget goes off. They've already got the connector wall done. Rotero drone goes in, trying to catch that mute jammer. Does it get it around the corner? I think it probably will have done. Nope. No, the mute jammer survives to fight another day.
Brutal. A little bit of a lack of utility coming through from Citizen there. That's tough. Going to make these drones a little bit more ineffective on the side of Fnatic. They've already had a bit of a rough start losing Wizard, of course, so they've got to find some other way to break through. The IT wall is open, but if they can get these Ying Candelas in, they might be able to break their way in through the site. I do really like the Snake ban as well. It's forcing Wizard off of his favorite operator, so now he has to play this Twitch instead, even though he's not able to find value in this round. Down below with the Zofia, this should be the focal point. If they can get a ping on someone with the Grim or with any other utility, it's a freebie.
Yeah, we've seen ag.al do this themselves yesterday successfully. It's just waiting for that moment. It's having that patience underneath. If you're Smith, you just want that little bit of intel. You need to find somebody not moving.
Yeah.
You want them to be sat still on cams or something, just holding an angle, and then you can punish them from below. Meanwhile, the attempt to push into Catwalk is unsuccessful. Crazy will not be moved. He manages to find the kill onto Deadshot. Deepak, one onto Valentino to get something going for Fnatic in this round.
Didn't look like they knew Crazy was up there. He was playing quite aggressively on that Raptors position. Deadshot ends up going down, so that's maybe a lack of information. Now they're going to try to work their way through with the Candelas. Deepak's used all of his utility. Down below, the Zofia still fishing for kills, but he's not really finding anything from this position. You've got E-Box control. That's great from Deepak, but it's not worth a whole lot, especially not with this rat play just inside a connector.
Yeah, he's got no idea here. Exactly that. Joseph just steps up, finds his man. Deepak not a clue, and the intel just lacking a little bit for Fnatic here, and I think that's probably to the credit of ag.al with those mute jammers, able to take a few drones out along the way as well, and they've made it very, very difficult for Fnatic to know what's going on. But how about this? Citizen and Smith managed to pick up 3 in quick succession. They've got to find the final kill. They will not. That's 4 in the round for Crazy. I said to watch this man, and he delivers in round 1 of Nighthaven Labs.
Well, it starts with a spawn peek. It ends with a 1v2 clutch up on Rafters. The time was so low, Fnatic. I didn't think they had a shot at winning that round, to be honest. But when Smith came in from the Aqua side, he opened it wide open, and it gave that sparkle of hope in the eyes of Fnatic. But ultimately, just not quite enough time on the clock. A brilliant 4K from Crazy. And I really don't know if they gave the Rafters position as much respect as it maybe deserved. He was playing there the entire round. He had those Kiva barriers set up. This pick from Deadshot as well. Again, just didn't feel like they were super aware of his position over on that side of the map. A couple of bad swings, I'll say, from Alula as well. That death from Mahagir is ending up probably going to be costing them a little bit. Probably one that they want back, but thank God they got Crazy. He's there, and he's going nuclear for 4.
1-0 then in favor of ag.al, and Crazy certainly getting them off on the right foot. It's going to be down to basement. We go for round 2. We'll imagine that we'll see a standard stock rotation, which is going to be top floor, basement, and then followed by storage and control in the 3rd round, and then rinse and repeat. We occasionally get treated to a little bit of kitchen here on Nighthaven Labs. It's not the most unviable of sites, if we want to say that. It's certainly doable, but I'll be honest, I don't think we'll see ag.al bring it out. I think they're going to keep this nice and steady. So here we go, we're into it. We've got straight away a presence up on the roof, which tells me it's going to be a full map clearance from Fnatic. They want to make sure that they've got no roamers around. ag.al, we know, are a team that will play out in the map. They will commit to taking those fights elsewhere. If we have a look across the bottom right of your screen, you're going to see Bazooka is up on that top floor. He's up there on his own. He does have some Link players. Valentino and Josa particularly are Link players on that first floor. Mahagi is just joining them as well in and around storage. So there's plenty of opportunity for Bazooka to move back if he needs to. He has indeed now dropped down to that first floor.
Yeah, good track from the Demos. They're trying to spot out these roamers up above. They've got this glass play being run by Citizen, which might make me think that they're going to go for something kind of fast and aggressive down towards the bottom floor. If they play that, they have to deal with the Warden up inside of storage. This could completely shut down the glass push as it comes in. That'll be the job of Smiths. He's playing on the Thatcher so that this Warden won't have his goggles available when they go for the execute.
Just going to send the Nitro out as soon as that breach is there, but it's actually going to be the reverse angle. Wizard manages to find the kill. I think before the Nitro was detonated, it was just sat up there. We could hear it beeping. Valentino does manage to get one back in response, so it's Deepak taken out, but not the end of the world. The breaching has already been done. Citizen working the angles with that glass through the smoke, just trying to find anything he can inside of sight.
It's a critical kill from Valentino. He kills the planter midway through holding F. Citizen's not able to cover on the glass. Here's another fight from Wizard as he drops down in through the freezer, finds Bazooka. That's the player they were hunting earlier on in the round, but there's an instant trade back coming through from Joza, finding that 3v3 advantage now, thinking that this could be a little bit better if they're back onto even man counts. And these players on their own, they've all fallen back towards the site. We've still got Vert potential as you're hunting for this frag if you're dead shot, but it's not really coming his way. This plan A has completely gone out the window. Fnatic, they attempted that rush, but now in the 3v3, they're still not in that poor of a position. They can still work to try to go for an execute.
They just need to find that little bit of space, find that gap, maybe find that next kill. Crazy low health, maybe not going to be able to get too aggressive on these. Bulletproof cameras can be tough to find the angle on, but does manage to do it eventually from above. We're going to have Crazy targeted out as well on the Goyo. Shots will come in, do not find their mark. Not always easy to fight down through those steel beams, and Deadshot now going to have to move away to join his teammates, try and find some space on site. Does exactly that with a kill onto Joza. Takes down the Thor, and are they able to get in and get space to put this down? It's Crazy again with a double. Can he continue saving his team? No. 3 seconds, but Smith, he's not going to be able to find the last man in time. Valentino holds on, and it's 2-0. How many more of these rounds can come down to those final seconds?
It's a beautiful defense from Alula. I have to say, they respond to the rush so perfectly. Valentino inside of tank. He stops that plant from Deepak right as it's starting to go down. They were trying to plant under the cover of smoke with the Glaz watching out from above. And they were so focused on that top floor denial. They were so focused on the Warden that I just don't think they put enough thought into Valentino's position, because his kill was the most important to start things off with that frag onto Deepak. Afterwards, he wins that 1v1 on time. Some huge kills from Crazy. The fact that he outduels Citizen on the breach there is absolutely wild with the TCSG, but he does just that, and because of it, Al-Ula now take the lead 2-0.
Great start from the MENA side. Exactly what they would have wanted. If we just, I want to have a look at the stats for Fnatic here on that, Evan. We don't have too much to go off.
No.
Got 2 previous maps. Attack win rate 25%. Not great. It's only across 8 rounds. 2 out of 8 of they've won. So not a huge sample size, but still it paints a picture that they're not off the pace at this point.
Sure.
It's also a great opportunity for Alola to A, get themselves a really good lead here, but B, take the whole map and go to the third.
Yeah, I mean, both of those games that they played as well were back during kickoff versus Twisted Minds and Rebels, before they had Citizen, before they had Smiths, so it's not really the same full 5-man stack. Of course, the core of the roster does remain, but it feels like a new map for Fnatic, right? It feels like a breath of fresh air where they haven't really shown all of these
I'm not sure how fresh the air is right now, Jesse, to be honest with you.
Listen, it might be a little bit toxic, this air that they're breathing in, but it is new. It's not something that we've seen before from the 5-man squad, so hey, they're at least showing us what they can do with it. They've brought some newer ideas that we haven't seen in the past. I liked that attempt with the Glaz rush, but huge credit for Alula reading into that, despite the fact that they haven't shown it before with this 5-man team.
Joza up on that top floor. I always love to see, this is why I wanted to see these sites coming out from Alula, you know, that opportunity to get out into the map to try and hold those positions. Fnatic don't necessarily need to find an answer to that. Depends what the win condition they're looking for is. If they want to get the plant down inside of storage around that pillar, so long as they deal with basement, make sure nobody's playing inside of that double wall, and as long as they've got that RT wall open, they are then in a position to go in. If they go open garage wall, it might just help them a little bit as well, but they can go in there and start thinking about putting a plant down. But for the time being, it looks like they are going to play into this roam.
The Azami position in Rafters has already been so valuable for Alula, but this might be a direct sight into the bomb site. Citizen's working his way in through Garage. He saw Crazy for just a moment, but wasn't able to secure that frag, so instead moves over towards Control, finds a different way to the bomb site, knows there's probably one bottom Aqua, finds him, but again, not enough for the frag. That's okay. This team maintenance cleaned up on Crazy, and Deepak will commit to the plants.
He's going to stick this. He will see it through without a doubt. No, he won't. He was a fraction of a second away, and it was a perfectly timed Nitro from the Vault to take him down, but Smith is straight in there on the Blackbeard, gathers up that diffuser. Instead of going for the replant, he's going to go for the kills, takes down Valentino. That gives him the space that he needs, but it's Wizard who picks up the final kill, and Fnatic get themselves their first round here on Nighthaven Labs.
Well, it's back-to-back rounds where Deepak has died planting the diffuser, but it's okay. His teammates there for the cover. Really nice attempt there from Fnatic to not over-panic off of that misplay, right? There were 4 players on the side of Alula roaming on that top floor, and that can be great, but it also opens up a bit of a gap. I think Citizen spotted that after bottom garage was open. He realized, hey, I can just kind of work my way in. The Rafters position that was being held by Azami was forced back into Control, so instead he was able to just kind of take that space. The team collapsed in on towards the mute, and he did a great job of just opening up the bomb site for his teammates who were able to stop that out. Also, huge credit to Smith getting that pick onto Valentino late in the round. Valentino was flanking up above in IT, and somehow he hits that vert shot on the Blackbeard. That is not an easy kill, but Fnatic, they find it regardless.
They do indeed, and they're starting to find the way. I will need to make sure that they keep the pressure on here. As we said, historically, it can be a tough map to attack.
Yeah.
And any rounds that Fnatic can get 2 is going to be the absolute minimum for them. 3 would be a nice benchmark if they can get there to move on to the defense, because you're looking at 2 very viable sites in top floor and basement particularly. If you can get your wins there, that's going to buy you 4 rounds. So, much like we said on Cafe, if Fnatic can get the first 3 on attack, it puts them in a good position to move on. Let's not forget, they chose to start attack here on Nighthaven as well, and I feel like, again, it's one of those little power moves. You know, we're going to go in, we're going to take what we know will be the more difficult half, we're going to see what we get, and then we can move through the second half with confidence. So, round 4, we're going to have the additional bans coming in. Deadshot has lost his Deimos, that will be taken away. He's going to bring the Lion instead, and Solis has gone by the wayside from the other side.
Yeah, interesting to ban out that Solus. It was played the last 2 rounds by Bazooka, so he's going to have to change up his strategy a little bit. Of course, he plays the smoke on the top floor defense, just trying to hold down those Aqua stairs, so not necessarily a big change up on this bomb site. Instead, it might be Joza who goes for a bit of an aggressive play. No, it's going to be Wizard and Crazy. They go 1 for 1 on that Rafters position. Crazy got a 4K the last time they defended this site. This time he's only good for 1.
Yeah, it's not a guaranteed win in the round, but it's certainly a good first step for Fnatic, because last time around, Crazy just had the run of them. Everything that they tried to do, he was the answer to it. It was, push from Aqua, Crazy. Push onto Catwalk, Crazy. Opening kill, Crazy. It was just everything was going through him. So taking him down and getting rid of his army as well is going to be a big one. You can't be losing your exothermics quite so easily. They will get away with it. 3 in pocket overall means that there's plenty of opportunity to still get that done, and I think the connector wall is open as well. So Deepak's job is done, and he now reverts to just being a gun, but the Bandit is waiting around the corner. Deepak knew, and he just outweighted him, used his patience, gets that kill, 4v3.
That was bold. That was very bold from Mahager to try to make that play happen. I mean, he's close on the breach. Didn't feel like he'd go for the bandit trick up against the thermite, so instead he tries to make that play in through IT, in through Rafters. This might be a quick one from Fnatic as the Toxic Babes start to slow them down. Deepak will have to take another look in towards Electrical and in towards Connector. These players on Alula are still trying to roam around on that bottom floor too. Don't forget about Valentino with a Nitro Cell. That might be the difference maker, but it barely misses its mark, and Fnatic will keep 4 alive.
A minute 10 left on the clock as well. They've got plenty of time to work with here. We can see them just rotating, moving positions here. Maybe they've just seen a little opportunity, a little gap that they can start trying to exploit. Bazooka is aware of Aqua, but he's going to wish that he wasn't, because Deadshot is there, ready and waiting, picks up the kill. Joza manages to find the trade. Alula, again, just keeping themselves in these rounds with those trades, but it is still advantage Fnatic.
Wizards gotten into the site. This could be a really good position that they're holding. He does find the pick on a Joza. That's just not going to be expected. Valentino in the other site will win 1 duel, but there's 2 more still to find. Goes for the reload. Deepak finishes the plants.
And then it's going to be down to this final fight, and it's that man once again. Smith is really making a name for himself here at the Esports World Cup. Continues to do so. Final kill of the round. That's going to be 2-2. Fnatic are doing real work here on that even now after we were a little bit worried coming into round 3, but they found the answers.
Tim, at the start of this game, you really hyped up Fnatic. You said they're not always consistent, but when they're at their best, they're one of the best teams in the world, and they're capable of getting top 8 at this tournament. I feel like you might have been thinking a little bit more than top 8, but regardless, you hyped them up a lot.
I'll commit to top 8.
Okay, you'll commit to top 8, and I respect that. But honestly, from what I've seen on these last couple of rounds, their attacks are so well coordinated when they're good. You know, in that previous round, what they did was they rotated a couple of players over towards Connector. They opened it up early, but most of the pressure was either towards IT, Raptors, or even Aqua. They had a little bit of pressure earlier in the rounds. The fact that they go Connector is completely unexpected on the side of ag.al, and then Wizard, who's still in IT, finds a little bit of a gap. He sneaks into the site and gets the pickup onto Joza in the midst of that round, and I just feel like the coordination there is really impressive. They're a very difficult team to read. No matter how good ag.al are at reading their opponents, you just can't expect those types of movements. So I want to give huge credit to Fnatic. They are a really tricky team to predict on the offensive side.
And I think they just need one out of these last remaining 2 rounds, and they're going to feel like they can then take this map in 2. It's going to really put them in a strong position going on to the defense, and ag.al once again are going to have to dig deep, and we're going to see just how deep that emotional reservoir can run, because at this point they've got to be running on fumes. 85 rounds coming into today. The fatigue has to start setting in mentally at some point. You know, you've got to get to a point where you're thinking, can we actually do this again? But look, I'm sure that they believe that they can. Smith gets that wall open for him, and then in goes the boogie drone straight away to start that work of opening up IT.
Unlike last time, there's no roam in the top floor, but there certainly are nitro cells. A really nice opening pick takes down Smith, the main shield player on Fnatic, and this is a scary round for ag.al. If they lose this one, that'll be every bomb site that Fnatic have now found success on the attack, and we might be looking at a 4-2 for Fnatic, but they start off really strong, taking out the spearhead of this push, and just because they get that frag, that doesn't mean they have to completely give up on the roam game. They've still got some players over towards the staircases, they've still got some cafeteria control, and oh boy, the Warden here almost gets shot through the window, but it looks like he's made it back towards vending stairs successfully.
Yep, just gets away with one there, and ag.al again, they've used the utility fantastically well, actually. That's a couple of nitro kills that we've seen them from them today. Yesterday we saw them using the Zofia really well. You know, they are certainly no strangers to the utility. Deadshot does manage to pick up Valentino. Beautiful headshot as the Ela tries to peek around on the back of the Gashmot man. You've always got to be careful when they detonate, because it kind of gives away that, hey, look, I'm here, and you're going to peek around the corner, so I'm going to pre-fire you.
Yeah, I mean, the stun is nice, but it's not that overpowering. You can absolutely win gunfights with that concussion. So Valentino, he loses his life, and with it, loses the opening man count and advantage that they previously had. This push from Fnatic is really starting to build over towards this tank side. They've got players in towards Animus, ready to go for the drop. They've got players towards cargo stairs as well. That means this position from Joza, you see him, he is quite far away from the attackers. He's going to have to go on a really long flank if he's going to have impact in this round. That's exactly what he's doing, working his way through the top floor now.
4 versus 4, 30 seconds is going to be much bigger an enemy for Fnatic than ag.al. The Warden manages to find the kill onto Citizen. That's going to leave them now 4 versus 3, and with 20 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be a tough finish, but there goes Feedback again. He's rolling back the years. It was Ann that said it. Wizard gets another 2v1. 15 seconds. Where have we seen this before, Jesse? We've seen it here on Nighthaven Labs over and over again. Fnatic are having to win these rounds right down at the deadline, but they continue to find a way. That's 3-2. That's 3 in a row. And the European team are starting to hit cruise control.
Just not an easy round to win by any means. They lose their shield immediately in that round. They have to kind of pivot what style of strategy they want to go for. They get one back onto Valentino, and I think Deadshot deserves a lot of credit. Wasn't a huge factor back in map number 1, but now on map 2, switching to the attack, I feel like the kills he's getting are so difficult to find. He's just getting fractions of a second when the swing comes out, and he's landing those headshots exactly when he needs to. Deadshot's been phenomenal. Deepek as well, trying to make his way in through the main breach. That was just a really solid push. And I like that Deepak didn't have the diffuser there as well. Usually you'd kind of see it with Deepak on the thermite, on the main breach. That would be the expected position. But instead, Deepak was really that secondary angle. He was opening up the other bomb site while the team was mostly focused around cargo and around tanks. So just good stuff coming out from Fnatic. Again, I think their coordination and their problem-solving ability on the attack is leagues above some of the other teams we've watched this week.
Well, ag.al, they need to find answers and they need to find them quickly. Like I said, for Fnatic, for me, the benchmark was 3 at the half. They've already secured that. If they go 4-2 on attack, it's never over. And we've seen that from ag.al. We've seen it from Tyloo earlier today, 5-1 down. They were able to come back. We've seen ag.al do exactly the same in response, 5-1, and then come back with the 5-1 half themselves. Yep. But 4-2 on the attack for Fnatic is going to be a phenomenal start here on Nighthaven Labs. You said it yourself, Jesse. It's a map that we maybe haven't seen. It's almost, we could call it a fresh map for Fnatic. I think there's going to be a lot of teams looking at these attacks and thinking, do you know what? Maybe we just leave that one on the ban list if we're playing against Fnatic.
Yeah, it's a huge W to be able to win a map that you haven't shown before, because now it's scary for every other team, right? Sure, you've got one map of odds, but if Fnatic came out and they played so well today, how deep is their strat book? You really don't know. They haven't played it enough for you to be able to tell, are they repeating strategies or not? Is this a map that we can take them on and know what to expect? Probably not, because you've only got one VOD and it was a solid victory, so it becomes really scary. And much like this 6th round, it's going to be a scary situation for Fnatic's opponents, because as I mentioned earlier, all 3 bomb sites that get played on Nighthaven Labs have now been won by Fnatic. Sure, they went down at a 2-0 deficit, but then they won the tertiary site, they won their second attempts on the top floor, and they won their second attempt on the basements. So you start getting into a really difficult spot if you're ag.al, because you almost have choice paralysis. Do you go back to the top floor? Do you go basement? Do you try control? Do you go kitchen? I mean, I don't think there's any wrong answers here, but it's not going to be an easy call.
No, either way, you know that you're going to be seriously challenged here. We've just got a little bit of a technical issue, a technical pause. We're getting everybody back into the lobby now, so hopefully this one shouldn't be too long until we are back underway. I don't know who this really benefits at this position. You know, at the end of the day, these are out of our control, but you've got a position now where Fnatic have just had some really good momentum there. They've got 3 rounds in a row. I could look at it both ways and say, you know, that maybe this breaks the momentum a little bit. But on the flip side of it, I feel like you've now just got to a point where you think, we've got our 3 on attack. Right. And I was talking to Iconic about this the other day from a player perspective. You know, how does that feel? And he said, you know, it's brilliant because you've got that mentally. When you go into a half, you're thinking like, right, this is what we need. This is the target. He said, and when you can hit that early, you come in and it's like, right, it's bonus time. You know, we can come in now and we can just go for that little bit more. And it's not just about putting the points on the scoreboard, but it's the mentality boost that it gives you as well. If you start winning those, so if Fnatic can come in here and now think, right, actually the pressure's off, so it doesn't really matter that there's a little tech pause. Yeah, we'll just zone out, we'll come back into the game, and if we get this, then great. They're going to be absolutely flying if they can get this going into that second half. Onto the defense, oof.
I mean, you referenced Iconic. I'll reference a conversation I had with him as well, where he talked about some of these tech issues. And it's not even necessarily about which team is in a better position to benefit from the tech issue, but it's really how they handle it. The teams that thrive after a tech issue are ones who are able to not let it get to them. You can't get tilted by the game stalling out. And some of their most successful rounds have been after a tech timeout where they were just able to play loose. They were able to play happy. They weren't able to, or they weren't getting tilted off of the delays that came through. So that'll be important for both Fnatic and ag.al. They won't have to worry about not getting tilted anymore, though, because we're back in for the match. 4-2 or a 3-3. Those are our only possibilities coming into the final round of the half.
Okay, then. Final round, as you say, up on the top floor. That is the choice. You spoke about choice paralysis. ag.al, they didn't have a choice. They didn't have a choice about making a choice. They had to pick somewhere. Yep. And they've decided they've gone for that top floor. If we have a look at how it's gone so far, it is one of the 2 sites that they've won. They did win top floor. They did win basement. Yep. They've then subsequently lost them afterwards. So they decide to go back up there. My problem with the top floor and the way that they won it was the fact that it was on the back of Crazy. It was, we've already spoke, it was on that hero player, 4K in the round. He's now hiding himself off to one side, but they know he's there. They think he's stood there. They might actually lose this gunfight. No, Deadshot goes in, picks him up, and this is what I mean. If you can get picked up like that, that is now Azami gone, Crazy gone, and the warehouse catwalk is going to be tough to hold on to. It's a big start for Fnatic, and if they start locking in now on those fundamentals like that, ag.al in for a really difficult few rounds.
Exactly. Raptors is now not going to be held by the defenders, so we'll see Smith start to take this ground freely. It also puts good pressure on the Clash. This is one of the biggest adjustments they've made on the side of ag.al. They've brought mibr to be able to play inside of IT, to be able to try to lock that down, but once the IT is controlled, or once Raptors are controlled by Fnatic, he can no longer play in that spot. So this is something we see from ag.al from time to time. They went down 6-4 to Ty Lue back on Fortress, and mibr decided, I'm just going to play Clash. They won both their defenses, forced the overtime, and won the game. So the panic Clash is not something that's new for ag.al.
Yeah, they're managing to take the catwalk now off Fnatic. They've got the secondary hard breach going on that wall. That's going to put a little bit more pressure on the Clash as well. Smith, I think, is just a little bit of indecision. He's going to head over to the Aqua side that he saw some joy from last time around, but Bazooka is there with the smoke canisters to hold him at bay for the time being. But look at this. Citizens moving underneath. Bazooka is aware. Challenges at just the right time. It's siege timing at its finest for Citizen. He just checks the cam as the smoke peaks around, loses his life, but that is big for ag.al because it allows Bazooka to stay in position around Aqua.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you hold on to that map control. It's really hard to make and execute with just IT and Raptors. You typically need control, or you need a connector or Aqua. Aqua doesn't work out, so Deepak says, screw it, I'll go connector. That's not working out either. Joza hits a brilliant shot to be able to take him down.
That's the diffuser on the ground as well, and it's at the feet of ag.al. So Fnatic have really got their work cut out for them. Wizard tries to get things moving. They've had to push and prod and try and win these rounds in the dying seconds a few times now. They're not going to get away with it this time. Shotgun on the close angle. Smith's down, 3 versus 1. ag.al, 27 seconds left to hold on. Wizard, the only one who can really do anything about this. It's a triple in the round for Bazooka, but he's hungry. He's going to be looking for more. If they're going to offer it, he'll take it. There's Zafia going in, trying to deal with the Clash. Bazooka taken down. He wanted that 4K. He wanted to fill the shoes of Crazy, who was taken down, who managed to get 4 in the first round. It's going to be the Clash for the final kill. And that's going to be ag.al leveling things up at 3-3. But now comes the real test for them. How well can they attack on their map pick?
That's going to be exactly it, and certainly they've set themselves up nicely with that third and final defense. If they got 4-2'd, I would have been very concerned for this map, but thankfully they've got Bazooka. What a play around those Aqua stairs, Tim. It felt like he did so much good work. Of course, that first frag on a Citizen, that's great, but then what did? They finally read into Fnatic. Fnatic went for a very similar pivot, where after Aqua didn't work out, they moved their way over towards Connector. Bazooka recognized that and said, okay, well, they're not pushing Aqua anymore, so I'm kind of free to leave my post. He took the shotgun, he sprinted towards Raptors, he killed the Raptors guy, he killed the IT guy with the shotgun. He played really aggressive in that moment, but he just knew that he could because he had all that space. He had the read on Fnatic. At the same time, of course, this is the double shotgun play from him. Joza was able to get that pick over on Connector side on towards Deepak, and I think at that point the round was just too far gone without the defuse kit. So beautiful little defense from ag.al. Fnatic are a very difficult team to read, but it felt like at least on that final round, ag.al were starting to get a good grasp on it.
I mean, I said at the beginning that they couldn't rely on a 4K from Crazy. I was half right. They couldn't rely on a 4K from Crazy, but they could rely on a 3K from Bazooka. He stepped up and put the numbers down where his teammate was unable. But like I said, I think if we look at this overall, Fnatic will be the happier of the two teams coming away in that first half. Grabbing the 3-3 is really good for them. They can now look to just lock down those primary site choices, top floor and basement, make things as difficult as they can for ag.al. I would expect to see plenty of traps coming along, I'd like, from Fnatic, because we know that they're going to play the shields. Crazy is going to be bringing the Blitz, the Blackbeard, whoever you leave standing, whoever you don't ban out, that's going to be the one that he's going to bring along. So yeah, I think we need to see some traps. We need to see the Ela, we maybe need to see a Fenrir, we maybe need to see a Legion, a Thorn, definitely, you know, getting in there, making it difficult for him to have any impact with that shield.
Yeah, it's difficult sometimes on Nighthaven Labs too, because the operator bans can be quite predictable. Bandit Kaid always getting removed on those defensive sides, but even for the attack, I mean, oftentimes what you'll see is you'll see hard breachers banned, Ace and Thermite, or you'll see displacement operators like Ying and Grim that will start eating the dust. So it often leaves a lot of shields up on this map. We'll find out what Fnatic think is the most troublesome in the pocket for ag.al. It is going to be Ace. I'd expect it to be followed by a Thermite. So full focus on the walls for both of these two teams, understanding that I think without a ton of VODs on each other, right? ag.al haven't played this map so far through the tournament. Fnatic haven't played it since kickoff. You just want to ban the basics. I say that. They are going to pivot off of the Bandit and go to the Clash instead. So a very interesting move. That's probably a target onto Smiths, as Clash is his most played operator.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to bring along the Bandit at this point, aren't Fnatic. I wondered whether they would. Having taken out two of the quicker breachers, you then left with the Hibana, who is very Bandit trickable. But on the side, you then kind of attract the Maverick, so it's a little bit dangerous to be playing the Bandit in that kind of situation because you're right there ready for the challenge as soon as they open that wall up. So I kind of get it. I think that's fine. They've instead gone for the mute. They've gone for the Soulless of Deadshot. He will likely play underneath, looking for any denial that he can find. Wizard will be playing on the catwalk with the Azame. So yeah, I think the setup's looking pretty good from Fnatic. I'm just a little bit concerned that they've got the Fenrir. They don't really have much else to deal with this Monty. That's going to be the big problem at the minute.
Clash ban also good just because of how popular that Clash top floor of Nighthaven has become. Big Bad Nadian, of course, making that extremely popular, and he and Shopify Rebellion just finished a game versus CAG by Varel over on the A stream, which I actually don't know how that one went, but I can see that there's nobody in the seats anymore, so it's clearly finished up.
I can read the board from here that says winners!
Oh! Well then, Tim, that's going to be interesting.
That happened. I mean, assuming that graphic is right, assuming this is not like, you know, because the teams and everything are gone, so assuming that's not some testing or something, I think that I'll double check it now.
Okay, well, we might not be seeing a lot of Clash coming through the rest of the tournament on Nighthaven Labs, and yeah, I am getting confirmed here that result is true. So
full confirmation. Spoilers.
Yep.
But Cag by Varel have beaten and eliminated Shopify Rebellion.
Just a brutal result over on the A stream. Everybody was talking about SR as the team to beat through phase one, but that's the thing about this format, Tim. It is a very unforgiving format. Only two teams make it out. One of them will be Cag by Varel. The other will be the winner of this best of three.
7-4 on Lair was the last map, and they basically got Sharit. It was 15-5.
Okay.
For Sharit. He went a little bit crazy, but there you have it. Back to the match at hand, though. Fnatic versus ag.al here on the B stream, and we've got 5 versus 5 still, a minute and a half in the round. Fnatic doing well, not losing any bodies yet. And to be honest with you, ag.al, they've not really taken too much ground, Jesse. They've got that catwalk, and that's about all.
Yeah, the catwalk is kind of okay for giving that up on the defensive side, right? If the attackers are in IT and catwalk, they still need one more dimension usually before they can go for that execute, before they can go for the push. There's really nobody else I see from ag.al who's working another spot. They've got some players down below, but even that, I mean, Bazooka, who's going to be joining his teammates up here over towards Rafters. Nobody's pressuring Aqua, nobody's pressuring Connector, and the Connector wall is actually still closed, despite the fact that there's nothing but a mute jammer locking down that wall, as you see now. So a little bit surprised to see so little map control being claimed by ag.al.
The Monty is going to be the operator they need to look towards to get that move in. Citizen manages to pick up Valentino. Good start for Fnatic with only 40 seconds left to go. Dead shots on the flank. They've never really dealt with the Soulless underneath. And what he's done is he's taken away the Monty's cover. But crazy, he doesn't mind. He's his own cover, Jesse. He goes in and gets a double with the pistol. 3 versus 3, 25 seconds. That's the big problem. That's the enemy for ag.al now, the clock. They need to get in there and put the diffuser down. Really, 2 versus 1 as Citizen finds the shield. Citizen again. What have I said time after time today? When Fnatic needs somebody here at the Esports World Cup, Citizen has turned up. He might not have the most kills, he might not have the biggest KD, but what he does have is a whole bag full of pivotal kills. Unreal from him again.
The kid from Essex here in Paris is making things happen for Fnatic. It's beautiful to see, and he was just able to line up those bodies as they all came from IT and or Rafters. It felt like they were really just pushing from that south side of the map, and Citizen said, great, I don't have to worry about my backside, I don't have to worry about utility, I can just watch these 2 angles that you're trying to push in towards my bomb site, hold them, and hit my shots. And if there's one thing Citizen's great at, it's hitting his damn shots. So really well played from Citizen in that round. I like the flank coming through from the Soulless in the midst of that too. It was only one kill that ended up going the way of the flank, but still, it was that value that they had, distracting those players over towards Rafters.
Moving into round 8 then, Fnatic heading down to the basement, and they are recognizing straight away the power of that Monte, of that shield that they've had to play against. This makes it really interesting coming into that third operator being banned, because normally with an Ace and a Thermite, you're looking at the group ban. You're looking at that commitment to taking the hard breaches away, so you kind of expect to ban an X, but looking at the way that first round went for them, the attack from Crazy, the way he got them kills, surely you've got to take the Monty away from him, but does it really benefit you at this point, because he's going to play Blitz like he is doing now? But they've brought along the Thorn, they've brought along the Ela. This is what I wanted to see from Fnatic. Bring some traps, bring a method to deal with those shields and make it difficult for Crazy to have that kind of impact. He's 11-6 so far in the map. He's head and shoulders, the leader for Alola inside of this map. They've got to slow him down.
Yeah, I mean, even that last round, Crazy was really the only upside for his teammates. He might have to be just again, because Bazooka's gone down early to Wizard, who's able to find that frag, extending up towards this top floor on the Solus. It's been a really effective roam from him. 11-5 here on the second map. Wizard has just been absolutely incredible to play here for Fnatic, and while he is kind of alone, he doesn't really have anybody to support him. If they're not going to commit to push him out, if they're just going to leave him up here towards command to be able to have these late round flanks, they could really come to regret that.
Timing could be an important factor here, though, as Fnatic do start to lose manpower elsewhere. We see Deepek taken down on the mute, and we often see this with the roamers. Sometimes they make it too late to have their impact in the round. Smith does use that utility well. I complimented Alola earlier on their utility use. Fnatic showing that they are just as capable. Picking up a nice Nitro kill that takes out the striker as well. So not only is it good use of your own utility, you're denying an awful lot for the attackers.
Wizard an important pick, and he wins it. That's the defuse kit down inside of IT. A massive frag, and now Wizard, he doesn't have to leave this if he doesn't want to. He could go back to site, but Valentino is not too far. Here's him running through E-Box and gets the frag as well. Wizard is on a tear on the top floor roam, completely unsupported, but he doesn't need it. Going for a good time. It'll be Deadshot that ends the round up on Rafters. What a defense from Wizard.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Deadshot to finish things off as well. Always tough to find the head above those shields. So much so, we've got Alola being drawn into a tactical timeout. They are, I'm not going to say at panic stations just yet, but they've decided that they need to try and apply the brakes to this runaway train that is Fnatic right now.
Yeah, and this is a tough timeout, I feel like, as well, from the coach of Alula, because the 2 rounds that they've lost now on the attack were lost in very different ways. The first time, execute on the top floor, it was just quite a one-dimensional push. I didn't feel like it was the best execute that we could have seen coming out from Alula, and they really paid the price not having enough map control towards Connector or Aqua. This one was just a Wizard style, and the fact that nobody was able to group up and take him down, I think is the biggest issue in my mind. Great you're calling him on the Dokkaebi. Great Valentino is kind of nearby to help out the fight inside of IT, but they were just nowhere near together enough. And even after he got the opening pick, after Wizard found that first frag, it felt like a lot of the players on Alula just didn't really respond to it. Like, they had a couple players going up above, but a lot of them were still working on the vert plays. One guy ended up dying to Smiths on a Nitro cell. That was Mahogger, who ended up going down over towards the vending stairs. And so it just felt like there wasn't a full team reaction to Wizard up on the top floor when, frankly, he deserved it.
Absolutely, I think he played it brilliantly well, and like you say, maybe that's something that we could see as an improvement from Alola is, identifying these problems early, somebody like Wizard out on the roam, and going in numbers to deal with it. You've got to make it your focus. You've got to go through. Yes, it burns a little bit of time, but you lose the round if you don't, so not much of a choice. We'll see whether that's something that gets picked up and changed after that tactical timeout. But right now, they are playing for their very lives inside of the tournament here. 2 rounds left to go, or they will see their key going into the Crusher.
6 minutes, that's all that separates Fnatic from top 16 at the tournament. They were certainly one of the favorites to come through from kickoff to make it to that second phase of the event, but a lot of people talked about Shopify Rebellion, a lot of people talked about mibr.los, Fnatic turning a lot of heads, and I think surprising a lot of people with how well they've been playing so far here in Paris. just passing that prep phase mark. We're here onto the third and final bomb site for Fnatic as they extend up towards that top floor with 2 players inside the storage hold. Very standard stuff coming out from both these teams. Nothing too unexpected other than the double shield setup being run by Alula.
We hear the Nitro ripped and sent by Smith, but it won't find its mark, and he's just going to hold back for the time being. Does have a little bit of support from Citizen just underneath on the Aqua stairs as well. Deadshot it is, though, that manages to pick up the kill onto Bazooka. They brought the double shield this time, crazy, on the Monty as well, but one has been dealt with. Wizard manages to find the Grim. That's going to leave us now in a 3v3, though, as again, Crazy gets that Monty pistol singing.
Valentino answers one right back onto Deadshot. Mahagar probably will get picked up. He's outside the building, so if they can have the time for it, they should be able to make this a 3v2, but they've got to be careful with how aggressive Fnatic are playing. It's not a free path straight towards that body to get picked him up. Might be trying to bait it as well. They're not in IT, so you won't be able to get that Nitrocell kill from Deepak, but still, in the 3v2, they've got a lot of good information. Alula have time to play with. They've got full top floor control. They've got the man advantage. They've got the shield. This is really their round to lose, Tim. It feels like if they take this slow, they use their drones, they should be able to work in a plant up against Citizen and Deepak.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no reason that they shouldn't be coming away with this round, and on the back of the TAC timeout, that's going to be a big confidence boost for them, getting that achievement, getting themselves over the line. Citizen, I think they've got a good idea of where he is. Needs to be careful or he'll lose his life. He sees exactly where the boogie drone is active, but he's going to get a little bit mobile as well, which is good for him because it's going to prevent him. He goes straight back to that same spot. Like I said, I do feel like Alula are aware of that. A minute left to go, though, and there comes a point where they're going to have to start thinking about getting that diffuser down, and that is this point. Shield on the back. The Monty is looking for it. Are Fnatic able to do anything? They know that there's one up above here. 2v2 as Deepak does manage to take down the planter, but not before the plant is secured.
Up inside of Raptors, Mahagar watching for these rotations. Deepak and Citizen over towards the site. Deepak's already gotten the one from down below, so he walks back up Cargo to try to stick this disable. Citizen has to be the one to get the kills. That's the first one to Valentino, not watching the right position. Mahagar's position is also unknown, though, and with 18 seconds, this is very difficult for Deepak to try to win. He'll hop on the disable through the floorboards. He gets the frag! Somehow he finds the vert angle and he's got plenty of time to stick the disable. In what world does he get that kill?
That is absolutely unbelievable. We've said it and we'll say it again. Deepak just rolling back the years all the way to Berlin when he won the major with Rogue. What you didn't see there was Citizen straight up out of his seat as soon as Deepak hits that shot, because we know how they like to get a little bit loud. They're shouting across. As soon as that kill goes in, Citizen was up out of his seat, shouting across at the other side. It's all in good spirits, but right now, those spirits are high inside the server because Fnatic know that they are one round away from qualifying on to the next stage and guaranteeing themselves top 16 here at the Esports World Cup.
Unbelievable. Fnatic. That's a dominating way to get yourself up towards match points. Now Alula will have to win 3 straight on 3 different bomb sites as Fnatic will get to rotate through all of those bomb sites once again. I said you can't count out Alula, and I stand by that. I've seen this team make bigger comebacks than this, but my God, it just feels like after all of the rounds that they've played at this tournament, after going so deep against every other opponent, 8-7, 8-7 versus Chiefs, another 8-7 versus Tai Lu, asking for yet one more overtime win versus Fnatic just to force us to lair. It's asking a lot from these young players.
10 seconds.
You know, I mentioned it at the beginning, we've got that overall Esports World Cup Club Championship to think about as well. For Fnatic, 3 games left. They need 2 top 8 finishers. And you have a look at this, it puts them through into the top 16. But what does that look like in terms of the Club Championship? Well, 2 wins. 2 wins will get you qualified through to the quarterfinals, which would be your top 8 finish or above for Fnatic as a club as well. So it is big is this for Fnatic. It doesn't get much bigger than this. It is the first step along that journey to getting themselves that top 8 finish for their club at the Esports World Cup to really help push them towards. And then, of course, Fnatic can look towards chess and Trackmania.
And I'm sure the Fnatic fans will be watching those with bated breath, excited to see their organization, their club, find success in the club championship. But now, all eyes are focused on the top floor of Nighthaven Labs. Fnatic, this will be their best chance to close out this game, to be able to get themselves the victory. The Fuse has been brought up by Crazy after his Montaigne got banned through the final set of operator bans here on Nighthaven. So going to be able to use a little bit of that destruction, did some damage over towards Smiths, but ultimately that's not going to be doing too much that you have to worry about on the side of Fnatic. The real question is, what does this push look like? Because they can get IT control. That wasn't the issue last time. It's how do you actually convert for a push, especially with Wizards still playing Rafters.
Not had the entry yet, almost halfway through the round. This is very much the story that we saw last time around on this site. Fnatic were able to keep their numbers and hold their positions for a long time. This time, however, Joza is able to get in there, get the kill onto Smiths. We find a second coming in, Citizen taken down. That's big. I've commented on those pivotal kills that he's had. Real round-changing moments have happened to come from his location, usually. Another one, Bazooka picks up Wizard, and it is looking like it could be a flawless round here for ag.al. Is the fight back on? This is a team that only really come alive, Jesse, when they are facing map and series point.
They don't have Diffuse kit. It's dropped outside of IT. Joza will go grab it now, so they should be able to start working in for a plant. Deepek down below does not have a Nitro cell, so even if he has intel, maybe he shotgun denies this once, but doesn't seem like he's got a good information, so he's going to start to work his way up these aqua stairs. Post-plant begins. They won't know necessarily where he's pushing from, but getting all 5 is a very tall ask for Deepek.
Yeah, it's going to be, well, I'll already call it. It'll be clutch of the tournament if he does it. If he pulls it off with the SMG, it's going to be clutch of the tournament.
And I'm not... This might be a crash in the lobby, Tim. I don't see anybody moving. Indeed, it will be us having to disconnect. The 1v5 from Deepek there, almost certainly a loss, but it's a shame we didn't get to see him fight it out. That would mean that the match does continue, of course, here. 6-4 would end up being the final score, and I really think for that push, Tim, it all comes down to the second dimension. I mean, we talked about round 7. They only push without Connector or Aqua. It's just Rafters and IT. The Hogger makes his way in through Connector, and he gets 2 big picks that round. I mean, I think it's as simple as adding another dimension to that push. These guys over on the side of ag.al Gaming or ag.al are doing a really good job of finding these picks when they can get good map control. That time they did a much better job of grabbing the map control, so they were able to work themselves into a winning position, a 5-1 and a post plant. It's not technically a round win, but you don't get much closer than that in Siege.
No, not realistically. I think whatever was said during that tactical timeout for ag.al has certainly given them a new focus. It's certainly, you know, got them back into that round. They played it a little bit differently, like you say, and were able to get themselves on top of Fnatic. It was halfway through the round still before they picked up that entry, but once they did, there was absolutely no stopping them, no slowing them down. It was just one after another, and I think that's kind of the ferocity and aggression that they need to continue bringing here against Fnatic. Just don't give them any breathing space whatsoever. You've got to get right on top of them. That's the point where you're going to be able to force mistakes out of a team like Fnatic.
I'd like to see them continue to play through these bomb sites, right? The top floor of Nighthaven Labs, it's a strong site. Nobody's going to deny that, but just with how they were able to rotate back and take those spaces on the side of ag.al, I want to see Fnatic continue to play the bottom floor, continue to play storage, continue to provide new problems for ag.al to try to solve. This is the benefit of going up 6-3, particularly on the defenses. You can play with your food a little bit. You can choose where you want to go and when. So I still think Fnatic are in a dominating position. They don't have to go back to that top floor if they don't want to. We saw how dominating they were down on that bottom floor as well, with, of course, Wizard roaming on that Solus. Now, the Solus was banned. That was the one retrieve that we managed to see taken off the board by ag.al. They are able to take that off the board, so you won't be able to see the exact same Solus roam from Wizard, but even still, it's not really a situation where we got to see the best push from ag.al, so I'm hoping that this can be a spot where we see Fnatic just reset after that round. It didn't go their way, it didn't even come close, but they should be able to bounce back on some of the other bomb sites.
Well, that's it. I mean, Fnatic need to be a little bit cautious at this point because they've got to think about the energy within the team as well. You know, this is something that we've spoken about in Siege for the longest time. It was something that Canadian said, you know, in an interview a good couple of years ago now. It was a long time ago, but I remember him talking about energy within the team and, you know, how it has to kind of be regulated. And, you know, we saw those years where he was absolutely screaming all the time. And then it went, you know, it kind of dropped away from that. And sometimes he'll get drawn into it, but he kind of spoke about that and said, you know, look, we've got to make sure that the energy is kind of middling. We don't want everybody to be too hyped up and too on top of things, because that's when you can start to make mistakes. And equally, if then you lose a couple of rounds, the crash can be pretty big as well, and it can have an impact. So kind of the job within a team often is to try and just keep everybody on a little bit of an emotional level. There's nothing wrong with those high moments, and that's something that Fnatic maybe just need to keep in mind. We saw Ben jumping up out of his chair, giving plenty back. A lot of excitement after the Deepak clutch, but then you come into a round where you've just got swept away effectively. And so it's, you know, you're going from peaks to troughs, and it's just something to be, it's not the end of the world. It's not game defining over 2 rounds.
Of course.
But you've got to be aware of it, because it's those little things where if this ends up in overtime, it can have an effect.
Just watching this back, and it's
unbelievable.
Incredible, because he's shooting the bar for most of his clip, and then he moves over to the left side just at the last second, and that exposes his head. That's a brutal one to come through. Looks like we are going to get that round confirmed for Alula, so that's the right call from the admins.
I think so, yeah.
It was a 5-1 post plant. Let's be realistic.
Yeah, let's be real. And Deepak was on the SMG. It would have been an all-time clutch.
Yeah.
You know, had he pulled that off, that's a 1 in 1,000 or less.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that's all confirmed. The admins have had a look at that, and the round will be awarded to Alula. So 6-4, and we continue on with Fnatic's defense. They are going to go down to the basement this time. We saw them win it back in round 8. The good thing for Fnatic is that they've had a win on all sides. They had a completely clean rotation. So wherever they're going, they're doing it on the back of having already won it there.
And do you know what I love as well about this bottom floor bomb site in particular? Is they won this site without really anybody having to do too much other than Wizard. So not only are you playing the site, but it's almost like a brand new site where Alula haven't really seen your defense. They haven't tried to break open and go for an execute. You don't know how this bottom floor execute is going to go. I would expect to see Wizard play a little bit more passive. I say that. He's currently inside of Rafters on the Azami, so that might not be the case, but even if this early round doesn't go as catastrophically bad for Alula, we still don't know if their execute's going to look very good, and I'd have to imagine it'd be a little bit rockier.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Jesse. You know, I've got a tool that I often use, you know, when I'm looking at rounds like that, and I like to call it the botheredometer, and that's how bothered were the players inside. And so I bring out the botheredometer, and I can tell you now that last round, when Fnatic were in the basement, it didn't even move the needle. Didn't even move the needle, Jesse. There was no bother whatsoever for the Fnatic players, and like you say, maybe they can lean into that a little bit and just get that top floor action again, make sure that Alula have problems to solve. As it is, nobody up there apart from Wizard. Last time around, he was enough on his own. Will he be enough this time? 14-6 so far. He's having a hell of a game.
I think it's the right call to play this passive from Wizard. The second he faces any pressure, he's going to rotate Dak back down those cargo stairs. He's going to relieve that from his teammates, because you know Alula's response is going to be to throw everything at him this time around. You're not going to get away with that same crazy roam game, so just play down to the basement, make it a little bit more passive. And he's even trying to kind of bait a little bit, because there are still some players here on the mid floor, right? You've got some players over towards the cargo stairs. You've got Deadshot there. You've got Wizard even rotating back up the vending stairs to take control of Lounge. So if they're still worried about you over towards cargo, they might have no idea that you're still playing aggressive on the mid floor.
Citizen has managed to just had himself away in kitchen as well. I'm not sure how aware they are of his position. Nitro, is it going to be pre-placed, or are they waiting for a little bit of intel? Now's your time, now's your time, now's your time. They've missed it. The Nitro will be deployed. Will it be detonated? No, they're waiting for some comms. They're waiting for a call. A little bit of intel, particularly from Smith on the pulse. He will be the one, and I'm sure that the call shall be to detonate if anybody gets above there. But right now, the challenge is on. It's Deepak. He wins it out. Beautiful headshot onto the Ram, and there's a big moment. Deadshot with another onto Valentino. It's looking good for Fnatic as they take the first 2. This round will qualify them through to the last 16. If they can get it over the line, it's 5 versus 3.
Hardly even in the building. Joe's has got to try to use this Dokkaebi call to make some space inside the mid floor. There's still roamers they've got to worry about. Deadshot needs to answer his phone, or he will blow up. He will just blow up. Fair enough. The rest of his teammates still in a good spot.
Yeah, it's good progress again. Fnatic can play this game of attrition now, just 1 for 1. Citizen, Deepek, 1 apiece, and that is Fnatic taking the win on Nighthaven 2-0 against ag.al, and they secure their place in the last 16 of the Esports World Cup. Commiserations, of course, to ag.al. What a fantastic team they've been out of the MENA region. They have provided us with pure entertainment and some huge moments, and they deserve their credit for their part in this tournament as well.
You know, it's not just this game, Tim, but from the very start of Phase 1, Fnatic have shown up and proven that they are the most dominant team here of the first 8 that we get to see at the Esports World Cup. I really have been impressed with how Fnatic have won all of their matches, the only team to go fully undefeated, and a statement heading into Phase 2.
It truly is a statement. A big congratulations to Fnatic, the 4th seed EML team, will make it through to the group stage. Some incredible individual moments that we're seeing on this map. We got to see the highlights a few times of Deepek getting that kill on the vert, getting around on the board. Wizard as well, having the time of his life. According to Citizen, eating chicken nuggets for breakfast, and it's been paying off so far inside of this tournament. As you mentioned, the only team to be undefeated. I think that's incredible, and they should be a force to be reckoned with going in group stage.
Definitely. I mean, you know, I was just doing the numbers during the game. Yeah. 2 wins gets them through to the top 8 now, and that is, if you look at the way things were going, the roller coaster that they were on through stage 2, top 8 at Esports World Cup would have been, you know, out of reach, you would have said, realistically. But the time together now as a team and the way they've been able to use that and build together, all the work that is going in, this resurgence that we're seeing from Citizen as well, it's just brilliant stuff, and I'm here for it. I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's such a story that you can get behind, right? I mean, there's got so many young players on this squad who have not been in international tournaments before as well. Like Citizen, of course, is the guy that we're going to turn to as the veteran, as the star player in so many of those important rounds. But even the younger guys like Smiths, like Wizard, even if they've been to 1 or 2 tournaments, maybe some lower level stuff, it's not quite the same as an Esports World Cup. So to see them all come together at this level and have so much success, it's beautiful to watch.
Yes, Smith really is holding it down for this being his first tournament. Like you said, very impressive from him there. And in general, for Fnatic within stage 1 of EML, for the G2 enjoyers out there, it proves that this was not a fluke when they took down G2 to qualify to the Esports World Cup. Especially if you think about it, right? They got invited to play Reload. This is the first tournament they qualified for as this club, as this organization. Our PS5 story of the day, you know, a new day for Fnatic. And they're putting their money where their mouth is, because they're not just ending here in playoffs, they'll be making it through in a group stage.
Yeah, that's so impressive to see coming out from his roster that, at least me as an international caster coming from North America, we just don't talk about Fnatic that much because they haven't been relevant at an international level. But now is when we're going to start having those conversations, because Fnatic are turning a lot of heads at this event.
That's it, a new day, a new leaf, a new story. You know, there's lots of options there for Fnatic going forward, and you just feel like it's a team that's riding high on confidence. I would ask the question of what will happen if maybe a loss or 2 creeps in. They've got to show now good resilience, but overall, fantastic so far.
And let's focus back on the positives with an interview. We have Smith standing with Lexing for a few words after this game.
Thank you, guys. And so, geez, what are they feeding you? How tall are you? Anyway, Smith, congratulations on the win. You guys now are in the top 16. You guys didn't even need to go to a 3rd map.
Yeah, thanks. Feeling good. Honestly, they played really good game. Was like much more stressful than the scoreline was. Had some great clutches from everyone, so feels good.
Obviously, this is your first international event, but I want to talk about your teammates behind you. Obviously, they have a lot of experience. You have some major winners on the team. How does that help you grow and develop as a player?
Honestly, I am confident in everyone on my team. Everyone is playing really good, helping me with everything, all my questions, like supporting me with everything they could. Yeah, I couldn't have a better team.
All right, well, I don't want to keep you here any longer because I want you to be able to celebrate with the team, be able to crush that key. Is there anything that you want to say out to the fans and anything that we can look forward to once we get into those group stage matches?
So we are warmed up now, so anyone we play, they need to be prepared.
All right, well, you heard it from Smiths. Everyone needs to be prepared. They are ready for group stage. I'm going to send you guys over to our desk.
Great to hear from Smith at his first international tournament. And what I'm going to say now is absolutely not to discredit him, but when they were making these roster changes, picking up Smith for stage 1, there are some people having question marks on social media, like, oh, another player pickup for Fnatic. They're getting more player pickups than points instead of EML. But, you know, the haters turned out to be wrong because they found a successful formula. Smith's getting the information on defense, playing the shields on attack. They have an actual voice. It's working out wonderful for them.
I don't hate it because I think if things aren't working, which, let's be honest, they haven't been for Fnatic over the last 12, 18 months, you know, a club of this size, we expect to see at these tournaments regularly. And that used to be the case. So they're now trying to get back there. And if things aren't working, you got to make a brave decision sometimes. You got to make the change. And they have done. And look how well it's paying off.
Yeah, I really think Smiths and Citizen have been the keys to unlocking Fnatic's potential. This is a squad that has been around the block, even in their days back on Rogue, and it maybe didn't feel like they were going to reach that heights once again, but now it feels like they finally can. I'm glad you mentioned the information because the roles that Smiths plays are so unique, I think, to a lot of teams here in Rainbow Six Siege. It's the pulse, it's the clash, it's these defensive operators that can find so much value for the team, and, you know, even if some of his nitro cells do miss, that's okay because he's still able to kind of feed that into the rest of the squad. It feels like he's doing so much good work. He's making Pulse look like a 2016 again. Really beautiful stuff coming out from everybody on Fnatic, but especially Smiths.
And then commiserations to Al.ula. They played a lot of Siege, over 80 rounds over the course of these last 2 days. Unfortunately for them, they leave empty-handed. Their key will be crushed. They will not be making it to the group stage, but I think it speaks volumes what Valentina was saying yesterday about their whole region as a general. This is the only meta representation. They're trying really hard to make their region proud. I'm sure that with this loss, despite it being an 0-2 against Fnatic, they still have made their region proud because they put up a good fight, and especially over these last few days, if you consider that this eventually was just a rank stack with Valentina and his friends.
Yeah, literally. I mean, this is a squad that nobody had any expectations for coming into the Esports World Cup. Not only did they not finish last, but they've showed some really impressive stuff, making it out of stage 1 of phase 1, making it here to this match against Fnatic. I mean, they played so incredibly well. Even in the interview, Smith said it. This was not an easy game. Sure, it was a 2-0, but man, this took so much effort and work from Fnatic to be able to take down Al.ula. I hope we see more of these guys at our international level because they absolutely deserve to be here.
That's what I was going to say. We've just seen some big plays from Crazy, and these guys would be crazy not to keep pushing, not to keep grinding because they've got something. They've got a little bit of magic there. You know, this is exactly the same as we saw out of the Twisted Minds roster once upon a day when they were making, you know, that sort of forging that path onto the international stage. They have followed in their footsteps brilliantly. They've represented MENA fantastically. I've had a thrilling time watching them. I'm sure everybody else has. So yeah, hopefully we see plenty more of them.
Over the course of EML and so far here at EWC, Citizen has given us some spicy words, some spicy reactions, and we hope to get some more as he's standing by for the key crush. Bringing his opponent's ski towards the crusher, holding it up proudly as we see their Al.ula's key is going to be demolished, shattered, crushed into pieces. And Citizen is standing by as it's happening.
Feels like not just a destruction of Al.ula's key, but also just a statement of the run they've been on so far, Fnatic. They haven't gotten to crush a key so far because they've been in the winner's bracket. They haven't been able in these positions where it's do or die, where there was a potential to go home.
That crack, isn't it?
It just bangs. I love it.
You see it on Citizen's face as well. I was like, oh, that was a nice little sound there coming out of the key. And again, this one fully demolished as well, resembling the hopes and dreams of Al.ula. They made a great run in the tournament. For them, it ends here.
Yeah, well, I wasn't convinced that we were going to see Al.ula's key get crushed, to be honest with you. The way they've played over the last couple of days, they've just looked unbeatable at times. But there it is. Fnatic, you know, they have earned that. They've played fantastically well, as we've said, not yet being beaten. They go through as, you know, they're going to be one of the lower seed teams coming into that next stage.
Yeah.
But you look at it and I think, they are not one of the lower seed teams in there. They are a competitor.
Yeah, and especially if we look at some of the results from earlier today. I'm glad you two found it out during the game so I don't come in here and spoil what was going on. I heard you were talking about Ace and you caught it on the screens behind you with the A stream. Surprising result there as well, I feel like we have to say. I think a lot of people had Shopify Rebellion and mibr.los as their teams to make it through. Neither of them made it through. mibr.los losing out earlier. Shopify Rebellion against CAG as well. It's an amazing moment and time for CAG.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, CAG, CAG have done so much good work over the years. One of the most storied legacies of any team in Rainbow Six Siege. And so to beat a roster like Shopify Rebellion, who were just in the grand finals of a major, eliminating them from the Esports World Cup, what a statement that is.
Yeah, it really is. And I said when Cyclops, when they won that first map, we'd spoken at length, you know, they'd not won an international map in such a long time.
Yeah.
And I said, maybe it's just going to break the seal. Maybe they get that one and that's it. You know, the confidence is back. We can do this, and they've gone from strength to strength. I was watching before our game started. I was watching some of that game on the A stream, and it was brilliant siege coming out from CAG. And again, they are one of those mystery packages going into that next stage of the tournament that could have a real run here.
For sure.
Again, congratulations to CAG and Fnatic, our two teams that have made it through from the play-ins. The play-ins end here tomorrow. We'll be back with the group stage, starting with 4 best-of-ones on both the A and the B stream. We thank you so very much for watching. For now, if you missed any of the action, go ahead and have a look at the Kidia highlights of the day.